Hey, what's going on? Back again. Yeah, got a new episode now. Like I said, I got to get that theme intro music going. I got some good ideas, and I'm gonna put that together as soon as I could do that. I want to welcome everybody, and as you know, the title is Later for Africa Part 5, The Great White North. I gotta admit, I like that name because it has a whole lot of different meanings. And I hope Professor or Brother Larry Finney joins us. You know him from Side TV, because me and him, we've been going back and forth on this topic for quite some time. What's going on, Lewis Luck? And he insists that North Africans are white natively. He insists that Moors are white. Black Moors are the slaves. These are supposed to be your pro-blacks. And this is how they're thinking. Your pan-Africans, they know almost zero about Africa. What's going on, Tyron? That link is coming pretty soon. You know, I got to do my little intro first. But these pan-Africans, they know zero about Africa. And they repeat the same things over and over again. And when you confront them, and you notice I don't do it in a hostile way. I do it in a way, I try to remain respectful, because I know that they're looking for me to be hostile so that they can have an excuse for their hostility. But last night I was on, and this is the final time I'm going on there. I got to let you know that. It was about to have been the final time before, but it's definitely the final time this time. I was on that Pan-African Strikes Back channel with that fat man hosting. Yeah, sounds respectful last night, but since I got dissed at the end, I'm saying whatever. No need to respect you anymore now. That Biggie Smalls imposter was the host. I jumped on because he said, I'll give you a good 5 minutes to say what I got to say on the topic. And I said, all right, I'll try to take this fat man at his word once again. He did give me the 5 minutes, and he gave me another 2. Actually, I think it ended up being another 4 minutes to retort. And I said, okay, for once, he kept his word, but he kept lying. And at the same time, I knew something was going to be up. And something was up. His topic was the LGBTQ. I gave my views. He asked for, you know how it is. They always ask for your solutions. I talked my real solutions. And then, of course, at the end, he insists that I didn't give up a solution. I'm like, I gave you a pretty clear solution. You may not like the solution, but goddamn it, it was a solution. And then somehow the talk about them transition into what I'm doing is stopping Black Americans, that is, from going to Africa. They say returning to Africa, going back to Africa. I say going to. That's what they accuse me of that. I'm like, okay, I don't see how this relates to the topic. I try to keep on the man's topic. And then that other, even fatter pig, Kayla Genesis of the BAIO, that fat chip-toothed cocksucker. You know, hey, this is what happens when I see what you're really all about, man. He never, that fat guy, he never confronts me when I'm on live. But he always waits till I'm not around, you know, scared straight. When I'm not around, he'll jump on, or when I got kicked off, then he jumps on and wants to talk some shit, lying and shit. Saying that we were on a live, which we were. And then once the main show went off and then we were talking behind the scenes, He lied on me and said I was calling everybody's names, talking about their mothers and all that. I said, man, you see these people, man, why do they have to keep lying like this? You know what I always say, when you got to lie to defend your position, you know you full of shit. And Kayla is broke, living in an apartment in Baltimore. And he's broke and fat. That's definitely what he is. He must be broke because he ain't moved to Africa yet. That's what he been crying about for the last, 5-6 years. Oh, I can't wait to go to Africa. Motherfucker, what is the delay? I mean, goddamn. The fuck? I mean, I bet you when it's time to eat, I bet you ain't saying, goddamn, I can't wait. Let me take 4 years before I eat. I bet you on that food before that shit can cool down. Shit. I mean, these motherfuckers, these pan-Africans, you hear the same old story every time. Man, I'm going to Africa. I can't wait. This system ain't nothing. They ain't doing nothing for me here. Africa is the only solution. If it's that good, like Mississippi, yeah, I had to throw that in there. If it's that good, you notice that these people are not packing their bags. I just got to make that clear. And like I said before, if something is really that good, you are going to be the first one there. It's that simple. Like I said before, if you see a couple of gold bars in the street, you're not going to waste time talking to everybody else trying to convince them to go get it. You ain't even going to talk to them at all. Matter of fact, you're going to go jump on it. See, that's how you know when people really want something. When they don't want anything, they try to talk you into jumping first so they can see how it is. But again, this all ties into what Pan-Africans are really all about. The agents of the white man last night proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I'm going to try and play that audio tonight as well. And we're going to break that apart a little bit. And last night proved it conclusively to me. You know already how I asked, are they real or are they agents? Last night, that's why I put the 007, the Coon Agent logo on there. Because there ain't no doubt about it now. See, when I put that logo on there, that means it's confirmed. I mean, they do the same thing. What they want to do is they want to try to talk us into going to Africa. See, it would be easy for them to leave if they really wanted to. But what they want to do is they need to stay here so they can keep trying to brainwash us. And they were hating on me because they were accusing me of trying to talk people out of going to Africa. You never heard me. As a matter of fact, you'll hear soon. I even told these people, I said, I'm not trying to stop nothing. I said, matter of fact, I'm encouraging you motherfuckers to take your asses to Africa right now. That's what I'm trying to do. I mean, you can't be waiting for me because I don't have nothing to do with it. If you want to go to Africa and move, you can get your ass on. I mean, it's that plain and it's that simple. But you know that people are full of shit when they don't want to move. So that's one aspect of tonight. And of course, the other aspect is North Africa and the realities of African governments and the main reasons why these people are not trying to move to Africa is because they have a fantastic viewpoint of Africa, which is a fantasy land view. See, we know that they know part of the real deal because they're not moving to Africa. The fat man last night said he has a family. Yeah, I forgot they had the put downs too for me. But see, I ignore all that because I know how these people are. I know all the insults are coming. So I don't care about all that. You know, I can go back and forth on it, but I'll spend the night hurling out some insults of my own tonight when I can. But this is what these guys do. They are not real. So they make stories up on you. They lie on you. And I said to myself, you know what? These guys are just like Tariq Nasheed and the Black Authority. And they act like they're against them, but they do the same things. If you notice, They name call. They pretend to argue so that they can control the conversation. That's a key thing, is they need to control the conversation. That's why Brandon argues with people and he kicks them out and he overtalks them, because he has to control the conversation. That's a coon agent must, and any other kind of agent for that matter. They lie. This Brandon guy had the nerve to say that I was married to an Asian woman. I'm like, where the hell did this guy come up with this shit from? I mean, this is a ridiculous lie. But see, that's a lie designed not for humor. That's designed to discredit, which means that his core audience, he feels that they're a bunch of idiots and dimwits, or else he wouldn't even pull that shit. This is the same guy who defends the white man too, by the way. On that clip I played before about the monkeys and the bananas, it was his fat ass that jumped in. I don't know if the bananas got him excited or if the white man got him excited, but his fat ass said, let me jump in on this shit right now. And he couldn't shut his goddamn mouth. I mean, you would think that the man was having a good meal that he was talking so goddamn much, opening his mouth. Shit. I mean, it's insane, but this is what these people do. He defended the white man. Now, last night he wanted to defend the homosexuals. And like I said, when it comes to the LGBTQ, the small hats, and the white man in general, or whatever agenda that they tell them to push, they defend it. That's why when you know what the agendas are, you challenge these people on those agendas and watch them back down, or try to, if they're clever enough, they'll come up with some bullshit. But they'll never put it down because they can't put it down. And they make sure they respect whites, and especially the small hats. You notice how whenever they talk about small hats, it's always the small hats were victims. Same what happened to the happy asses. Small hats are always the victims. The small hats always work their way up from oppression, but yet they never point out who's oppressing them. And the other time, a white man is a white man, but now all of a sudden, the small hats have been oppressed too by a mysterious enemy. They call us the N-word. Brandon stopped that to a degree because I had to call him out on that. But most of these people still stick with that. But the key thing with the red, black, and green people is they need an African identity on us. And they keep claiming they want to go back to Africa, but very few actually go. They go there to do business and exploit the people of Africa. That's what they do. They do business. They buy. I said, man, don't you have apartments out there? He's like, what? I said, motherfucker, don't bullshit, man. You just said many times that you own property out there. So, yeah, that's good, man. Back in the days, people used to call each other brothers instead of niggas. People don't respect niggas, but they respect brothers. That's why some people prefer that we call ourselves niggas instead, because we're not worthy of respect. But these guys, they want to exploit Africa. They don't want to help Africa. They don't want to go to Africa. I was just watching a news clip today about an Ethiopian Djibouti train line that China built. And I got news for you. I've been doing a little bit of cursory research and found out that China's been dealing with Africa since the 1950s and building a few things too. But obviously back then, Europe still had colonies in Africa, a lot of them. So it wasn't as strong as it is now. But the train looks good, but you got Chinese engineers, Chinese conductors. And I swear to you, the Chinese are building all these transportation systems in Africa for themselves. It ain't for no damn Africans. Now, the only way it's going to be for something else is if they're trying to shore up the Africans so they can have a future attack on the white man, because, Africa is right next to Europe. And your pan-Africans, they never tell you that the Chinese are in North Africa as well, doing the same thing. There's no part of Africa that the Chinese are not in, doing the same things. And unfortunately, these African countries, it's like somebody moves in your house. You don't really want them in your house, but they come in with a big ass 60-inch TV, and you're like, fuck it. If I can watch that shit, fuck it, let them stay for a little while. It's good then until, when you go to work and then your wife is home and, your buddy with the TV starts looking at something else. Then it's no longer fun. That's what the Africans are going to learn pretty soon. Can't trust anybody with imperial aims. Right now, Africa is weak. Because you got to watch the white man. So you got to pick on weak countries. But again, that wouldn't happen without white approval. But let me say this, the total value of the land that Brandon has through his group is $3,000. How's that built in Africa? Damn, that's just building his pockets. And must not be looking too good because he's not moving there. Matter of fact, also welcome people who may be coming in from the Black Authority drop, by the way. But this guy, he is an exploiter of Africans, just like the white man. That's all pan-Africans are. I know some people hate it when we talk this way, but they can't deny it. That's the key thing. You can't deny it. And they prove it. See, I'm going by their words. I'm not going by my own words. They lie so damn much they can't keep track of their lies. So let me do this real quick. Since I had to switch, I like using this Microsoft Edge browser now. Before I dismissed that, but I got it on the phone too. Now I see why they call it Edge, because there are no edges on it on the phone. And it's faster than the Chrome and Mozilla too, to me. Why would we rebuild Africa when as the people we have no political steel or decisions? Or, that's another thing I spoke about with them last time. You're about to hear that in a minute. I said, you know what? You don't want to go to Africa because the infrastructure is not there. I said, let's be real with that. And what's going on, Joe? And he got upset. I said, why are you getting upset? And I said, being sarcastic, you don't want to go there because there's no Kentucky Fried Chicken out there. And he said, oh, there are Kentucky Fried Chickens out there. That goes to show how much you know. I said, okay, well, motherfucker, there ain't no Italian pizza restaurants then. All right? With Italians in there. I said, man, you know what the hell I mean? You don't have the conveniences that you have here. You want to get up in the middle of the night, you got a headache, you can go to the store and get you some Anderson or whatever the hell it is. In Africa, you wake up in the middle of the night with a headache, and you're thinking to yourself, oh man, let me go to the corner store, sleepy, tired and shit. Then you get out the fucking house and you feel like, oh shit, man. Oh shit. There ain't nothing here. It's all pitch black. I hear some shit that just don't sound right. Let me get my ass back in the house. I think my headache is now cured. You know what I mean? So this is what these people know is the reality of Africa. And they hate that we put it down, and they always ask, have you been there? Well, these people have been there, and then they left. Did you see that thing of Dynass? He had a thing where he was short where he was showing that he was eating a rat, one of those giant rats that look like a beaver out of Africa. And he said, "Don't knock it till you try it. This will make you a real African," or something like that. I mean, come on, you know damn well. Now, he's every time he's over there, he's always oh no, yeah, Joe Neckball. That's not Brandon. No, Joe Neckball's somebody else. But Brandon is he could double as two people though, because the guy is that damn fat. I'm talking about Brandon. But you know, when it comes to that kind of African food, matter of fact, I was looking at this other show. I really wish I could play a lot of videos on here, but damn, that's why I hate this YouTube censorship shit. But they were in Nigeria, because that's one of the main countries people like mentioning. They were showing different African cuisines and made in unsanitary conditions. I said, that shit does not look tasty. And you know damn well when you go to another country, you're eating foods and spices and raw shit that you're not used to, your body got to get used to all that. It's too much a shock for your system. You know, when you want some pizza, you know, we're in the United States, you're used to going and saying, damn, I'm in the mood for some pizza. Let me get some pizza. I'm in the mood for some French fries. What else people like to get? Some soul food. Now you're going to get no soul food in Africa. Why? Because that's not where we're from. That's why you ain't get no soul food. And you don't want their soul food, but yeah, dying ass would eat a pile of shit just because, yeah. And then on top of that, he's always like, oh man, this is some good shit. I hate when people do that shit, man. You know this shit is disgusting. Just stop the bullshit, man. I don't know why. I don't know who's funding him to make it think that he's enticing us to say, damn, let me go to Africa where they are in the equivalent of a trap house cooking food on the floor with dirty pots and pans so I can get me a nice, tasty Senegalese meal. No, nobody's trying to go there. And you know you're not trying to go there. But with that being said, let me get to this. So I had to switch browsers because this other one, I don't have the... Oh, matter of fact, that's what I forgot to do before I got on the air. I forgot to switch the credentials. But with that, let me just... I believe it should be able to go on anyway. So let me do it like this. So this is what we did last night. I'm not going to show the video because you know how people do. So what I'm going to do is play it and show his picture.
Yeah, like because right now black people are in a low end of the totem pole to where we're basically look, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes, hardcore. If you don't get on, then you just prove that everything you said is a lie. Guys, I'm giving this man my word. I'm gonna time it. I'm gonna give him 3 minutes uninterrupted to say whatever he wants. And after he says what he wants, he then needs to give us a solution and tell us how we're gonna move, not a plan, not just saying, well, we need to do this. Be like, look, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. This is what I'm gonna start to make it get us to the point where we're no longer being victimized by LGBTQ. Whenever they get mad, they're able to take our jobs, get us canceled, make us lose our house and our livelihood. Let's go, dude. Because this is not even a Pan-African issue. This is one of your issues. So you're going to tell us whatever you want to say, and after you're done saying what you want to say, you're going to get an additional 2 minutes to give us a solution to this issue that we're discussing here. Why is it that ADOS is at the mercy of LGBTQ community when we got all these ADOS advocacy groups, all these so-called advocates fighting for our rights? If the NJBC or whatever, the National Black NBJC is supposed to be fighting for gays and homosexuals and transgender, well, they should be able to fight against those LGBTQ people who try to victimize us. All right, Alquan, You got the big screen? Hold on. Whoa. You got the big screen? 3 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, now it's 10:56. So 10:59. As far as the subject matter goes, number one, the ADOS movement, which is a political reparations movement, they're not beholden to anyone. If they are, it's because their leader or spiritual leader and guide happens to be one of the LGBTQ or whatever you want to call it. So, and like I always told people, that eventually will come to pass, and that will be what she will be selling in the future, because reparations seems to be on the back burner right now. But everybody is being pressured into capitulating to whatever the powers that be tells you to think, feel, say, or not say about the homosexual community. You have to keep in mind we have a lot of Greek secret societies who do a lot of homosexual things as a part of their rituals, and a lot of prominent, especially Black boule types, have been homosexuals, Langston Hughes and a few others. And you got to keep in mind, it's not by accident. This has been brewing, all the gay stuff has been brewing. Now, it really took a turn, I'd say, actually, right before Obama. That's when they started trying to make you feel pressured that you must accept these different weirdos. And if you don't like it, you're a hater and you can get fired. I recall going to certain places to eat, and we go in there, we sit down. And this was around 2005. We see a person who's clearly a man with muscles and wearing a wig and a dress serving people. I'm like, oh, shit, what is this? They're trying to put the pressure on you just like they do with Mexicans. They want the people visible. They want the arguments out there. And if you don't like it, you're a hater. Your job is in jeopardy, just like with the shots, depending on the job, of course. Your livelihood is in jeopardy. They don't do this when it comes to Black people. You insult Black people, you call us the N-word all day, you get a raise. You kill Black people as a cop, you get a raise, you get a promotion. And when it comes to weirdos doing weird things with their bodies, now it's their behinds, they can do what they want to do. But that is something that's actually tragic to society. That's why Yvette Carnell never discusses, and I'm not trying to pick on her specifically, I like some aspects of her, but that's why she never discusses her lifestyle. When people bring it up, she smoothly tries to transition into another conversation. Same thing when you mention small hats to certain people. That's why I always give people the small hat test and the gay test. If they fail that, we know that they are coon agents. And in case you don't know what I mean by a coon agent, that means you're an agent of the white man and you're a coon by default since you're selling out your people to the white man. So that's why you're a coon agent. So we have to understand that when it comes to this type of situation, secret societies for fame and fortune, they run things. And right now the agenda is the gay thing, and it's probably been that way for a while. Homosexuals, they have to hide and gain power in order to feed their desires, because that's the only way that they can live out their lifestyle. Other than that, they'd be persecuted. Most of the world, they're not gay. But my studies have shown that homosexuals have a very strong, high-powered sex drive that they can't control. It's like a crack cocaine addict. You know, they can't control it. So unfortunately, this is what they do. They have to sneak, trick, lie, steal, even kill to promote their lifestyles or to live their lifestyles, just the same way that drug addicts do. And the main thing is they don't want you to question them. They just want to live, just like a drug addict. Don't bother me about taking drugs or going to rehab. Just let me do my drugs and get the hell out of my face. This is what they do in the homosexual crowd. That's my 3 minutes. Unless you want to hear more.
Actually, that was like 4 minutes. Now, give us, as a collective, what do we need to do to get away, to like fix this situation? Obviously, you don't believe in pan-Africanism. We're going to Africa. So what do people in America need to do? What are their options?
Okay, and you said 2 minutes on this, right?
No, you got 5 minutes on it.
Oh, okay, good, cool. Okay, so the options, number one, pan-Africanism is not an option because that's an offshoot of the Boule and the white man's directives. And you can tell that because they be pan-African, all they do is talk about, oh man, I can't wait to get to Africa. Man, I'm moving. I'm tired of the white man. But they never get going. They never pack their bags. The white man is not holding you back from going to Africa. Believe that. But see, these coon agents, what they want to do is they want to talk you in to going to Africa for the white man. That's what Marcus Garvey did. That's what they all did. That's what even Umar Johnson, all these guys, that's what they do. But the solution is simple. It's the same solution I suggested when it comes to Caribbean coon agents and even now the emerging African coon agents, which is to isolate ourselves from these people so we don't have to hear what they're all about. Don't tell us a damn thing about
where do we isolate ourselves?
I got interrupted.
Ask you, where do we go to isolate ourselves?
Well, again, you don't have to necessarily move to isolate yourself. You just have to cut off all interaction and communication. I know one thing when it comes to Black females, a lot of them are more willing to take a risk and dip and dab into homosexuality. And unfortunately, when that happens, number one, we never know who's gay. A lot of people we can tell, but some people are undercover and they claim it's the men. But once they dip and dab into that lifestyle, now they become part of that world. And now they want us to leave them alone and they want to integrate with us. And that's a problem right there. So we have to isolate ourselves. We don't communicate, don't tell them what we're doing, just like we do with Caribbeans and Africans. That's what we need to do. Isolate ourselves. We don't have to hate, but we just have to don't communicate and don't associate with people like that because I'm not gay. So there's no reason for me to be hanging out with some gays. Now, if you see me at a club or on the corner or driving in my car alone with a gay man, you got every every reason in your mind to think that something is wrong. And that's the way I think when I see Black females or any female being cool with lesbians. I question that. God damn it. There ain't no reason in the world that you should be hanging around no lesbians unless you're involved in that lifestyle. It's just like if you don't drink or do drugs, you shouldn't be hanging around a bunch of crack addicts because you shouldn't have anything in common. Because you know after a while, the crack addict is going to be stealing from you. So just like the homosexuals, after a while, they're going to be trying something. I don't give a damn how many times they say, I'm only interested in gays. That's bullshit. They're interested in the same sex. And they prefer people who are not gay because the thrill is turning you out and making you like them, just like they do in prison. Matter of fact, I'm glad I got 2 more minutes left because that's something I said in a video before. That's why they're kind of dominant because when you go to prison, homosexuals, they work out a lot. They like to impress each other and you get overpowered by maniacs in prison. They're homosexuals. I mean, and that's the bottom line. Females, the same thing. Most of the lesbians and dykes are bigger than normal females, so they can overpower them easily. You know, and they have this strong desire. I mean, I study these people. Their sex drive is very strong. I mean, they don't give a damn. They want it at any cost. That's why you see people like George Michael and a whole lot of other people in history. They get caught out in public bathrooms doing nasty things because they can't help themselves. And the AIDS is still number one among homosexual males, white males first. And then, of course, they try to say black males, but they don't have data on others. But this is the problem. And we have to isolate ourselves. And we can't act as if we have to be cool just because the white man and his agents tell us to be cool. Now, if you have to play it in a cool way and not insult them, that's fine. But still, there should be no reason why we should be allies because the white man, the small hat, has thrown them into our camp, but he wouldn't throw them into their camp.
All right, you're done. So basically, Harco's 7 or shoot, that was a 9-minute message. Was don't go to Africa. Africa this, Africa this, and that. But what you need to do is stay right here in close proximity to the white men and the gays and all that, and just ignore them and don't have no interaction with them.
Now you see, with that, he switched it around just like that. He didn't even waste time. He tried to say, my thing is, don't go to Africa. I didn't mention nothing about not going to Africa. I did say pan-Africanism is a bunch of bullshit, and I'm gonna drop that link. Ray, I see you. Pan-Africanism is a bunch of bullshit, but he asked me the question, to answer the question of what the solution was with this gay stuff concerning the Dave Chappelle and all that kind of shit. But as you can hear, this guy will quickly turn, and at first at the beginning of his show, he started speaking against them. And I jump on. Next thing you know, he starts speaking for them, just the way he did that white guy in that other video. Something wrong. These pan-African people. As you can hear time and time again, they're always loving the white man and whatever agenda he's pushing. And once we get into the Great White North portion of the show, they love white North Africa. They think that they're Arabs up there. They just call them that. They call Berbers white because the white man told them so. I told this fat pig right here, what's my man from Spider-Man? It's that fat guy. The Kingpin. I told what's going on, Vanessa. I told this guy before. I said, man, you people are insane with this stuff. So watch. Let's just listen to what this man says, because this guy is just going to keep lying and switching things around. And this is why you know what he's saying is not credible. Yeah, that's right. He could leave at any time. So, but he won't, because if he left, he wouldn't have too much food choices in Africa. I think I talk about that too. Let's get back with this. My fella, let me turn it up a little too.
So, how do you feed yourself? How do you feed your family? How do you go to work? You said don't. You said ignore them and have no interaction with them. Then in that same monologue, you said, well, if you got to just be cool with them, just be cool with them, but you don't got to be interacting with them. Like, bro,
that's nitpicking.
Like, literally, bro. Yeah, you could do that. How many black people are doing that? And then their kid comes home and say, Dad, I think I'm gay.
See, now he's defending him.
And I'm asking a question. What's his name? What's the little dude's name from what's his name from Miami Heat? Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade isn't gay. And Dwayne Wade was cool with gays and he was accepting and all that. Then all of a sudden his son is gay.
Oh, let me tell you the reason why. Just the same way Magic Johnson's son is gay, to the extreme, and Isaiah Thomas, the first Isaiah Thomas. These are Freemason boule rituals that's going on here. That's why Dwayne Wade went out and retired, but in a Kobe Bryant fashion, because Dwayne Wade, while he was a great player, he didn't deserve to go out like Kobe Bryant did, when everybody's celebrating him. But that happened, then he blew up, got TV shows, gets praised for his son. And this is all, and his Hall of Fame first ballot is coming. It's all for his legacy.
Brother, hold on. Let me stop here. There are people who aren't a part of any of that stuff whose kids come home and say, I think I'm gay or I am gay. I know a lady right now.
You mentioned Dwayne Wade. That's why I went into
Okay, I mentioned him, right? Because he was an example. But I'm talking about, there's a lady who works right here for the Compton Unified School District. Her son goes to school in Long Beach. She just caught her son in gay chat rooms with talking to gay.
I have to say, this is another tactic to change the conversation from what I was talking about with Dwayne Wade and those rituals and stuff like that. Anybody that knows anything, that's what the fuck was going on with Dwayne Wade. See, he tried to switch it around. See, if he would have stuck to the topic, we wouldn't have had a falling out. But yet, he realized he can't deal with this. That's why that coward fat man, Kayla Genesis, that's why that guy, and that's Joe's buddy. That's why that fat man, he won't run any other time, but when he sees me coming, he runs because they know they can't deal with this. These are weak coon agents that need to go back into coon agent training because when you come up against me, your shit is exposed.
Man, and is very suspicious of him actually meeting up with a gay dude and participating in gay sex. What did she do wrong? What ritual got her son to that point? Is the guy's dad in the house? No. Is his dad involved with his son? Yes. But the kid was on the internet. Remember, he was like, just isolate from him. Well, the kid.
But that's a different scenario because she caught him indulging into some weird activity. But Dwayne Wade has exploited his son, and he's a public figure. This now catch this.
My question, listen, brother. What my question is that you're saying don't go to Africa where we will be thousands of miles away from this stuff. But
no, you wouldn't. What are you talking about?
Hold on. First of all, there's not any openly gay dudes in Africa. So
man, I posted on my Facebook a gay wedding in South Africa.
Yes, okay.
Blacks.
Okay, that's South Africa, but I'm talking about the majority of Africa. People are not openly gay, and being gay is criminal. So people are hiding it. It's not here. But my point is,
they're hiding it, but they took a picture of the shit and put it on the internet.
The amount of gayness in America with only 400, not even 400 million.
That's why he overtalks you, so you won't throw that shit in.
Don't go to Africa where you'll be far away from it. You will have non-gay influences primarily. But stay in America and totally isolate yourself from this group so that they can't rub their Freemasonry, homosexual stuff on you. Hardcore. Do you truly believe that makes sense?
Let me say this. Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you basically isolated yourself from Islam if you're not hanging around that world, right?
No, I'm not, because my friend Marquise is Muslim, and I just had dinner with him last night.
Oh, okay. Well, let me do it. I'm sorry, he was lying.
Buddhist. No.
A Muslim named Marquise.
Don't tell me your friend's name Jackson is a Buddhist now. No, my Cambodian friends are Buddhists.
Okay. Let me do it like this then.
Wait. We have Cambodians who are actually related to us through marriage because my wife's brother married a Cambodian girl, and they're a part of our family now, and they are Buddhists. You cannot isolate yourself from nobody in America.
But they want to run to Africa, though.
What about Cephas? Cephas?
Yeah. Listen.
Nobody's following that stuff.
Nobody's following that stuff. I made that shit up. Of course, you don't know anybody he doesn't know. That's how stupid it is. See, I do that shit with these people just to prove how stupid these people are.
It out. Oh, see, you're trying to create a false narrative.
No, but that's my point. If you're not seeking it out, you're isolating yourself.
Bro, we're talking about groups that are large, like gays.
Well, gays aren't as large as they make them out to be. It's just the propaganda that makes them out.
There's a good amount of gays in every city in America.
Right. But are they even close to the
internet? And listen, and with the internet, it's even more influential. I'm telling you, you can isolate yourself as much as you want to, hardcore. You have kids in America, you got about a 25% chance, and I would even go as far as a 40% chance that your kid's gonna come home and talk about, Daddy, I like boys or I like girls.
Okay, so what do you think I mean by isolation?
I think you mean like, okay, so like when I was young, I was Jehovah's Witness, right? So Jehovah's Witnesses were like, yo, don't be a part of this world. So even though you might interact with these people, you didn't really develop intimate relationships with them, right? And Jehovah's Witnesses were anti-homosexuality, all that stuff. Now, ask me this. So they really were trying to be separate from the mainstream society. Now, ask me how many of people I know who are Jehovah's Witnesses who are not walking around talking about, I'm gay. Dozens and dozens. And I don't even know nowhere near all the Jehovah's Witnesses in California. You cannot stand next to Phil.
You know, this man lying like a motherfucker.
That's
my point right there.
You can't.
So what you want to do is you want to stay away from Phil And that's the reason why Jehovah's Witnesses, when they used to come to your door, everybody make sure, don't open the door. Because you want to isolate yourselves.
See, what you're doing is you don't really have an explanation. So your solution is it doesn't have any real like it's
well,
impossible.
Yes, it does because obviously if you see a gay club on the corner, you're not going to walk in there, are you?
Well, don't go to Africa, right?
She throws that Africa shit in. Actually, I want you guys to go to Africa.
So basically, be in America, limit yourself, limit your interactions, right? Don't associate with anybody who may be homosexual because a lot of people are homosexuals that you don't even know. But don't go to Africa, stay in America, and that's the solution. So where does that lead? Where does that get you?
No. I didn't say that. I said you pan-Africans. I want you to go to Africa because that's what you keep saying you want to do.
Because actually, listen
to the excuses.
To make any advancement in America, you have to be accepting of homosexuals. You have to basically publicly announce that you are okay with homosexuality, right or wrong?
Well, it depends on the job you want, but obviously, if you remain neutral, then you don't have to really get too deep into nothing.
No, yeah, exactly.
You notice how you got away from that going to Africa shit and staying here because he doesn't want to talk about that shit. It proved that I know what I'm talking about, and I'm taking the public school.
But you said some things that are like there's.
Well, let me say this real quick.
But ultimately, you have no solution.
Okay, well, let me say this real quick. Now, if you see a gay club on the corner, are you going to go into it to get a drink, or are you going to say, "Nah, that ain't my scene. Let me get out of here"?
I don't go into clubs.
Okay, if you went into a pizza spot.
But let me give you an example. But if your daughter goes to play basketball for the local high school,
that's how do you want to answer the question?
Chance she's coming out a lesbian.
Well, hey man, I estimate the WNBA is at least 65% funny. So
what do you mean 90%?
I don't want to go that high. Some of them are married to men. So
no,
I'm giving them some leeway.
But the point I'm making is your daughter goes to high school basketball team. She's really good, and you love her playing the sport. She starts off in Little League. She goes to the high school. Next thing you know, your daughter's talking about she's a lesbian. This is happening to our community every day, Hardcore. So
it's happening to everyone, though.
So you're already. It's like you said, "Hey man, watch the ground because you don't want to step in shit," but you already standing in shit.
No, see, you're rearranging what I'm talking about because right now what you're saying is befriend them, be cool with them because the white man says so. I'm saying don't hate. You don't have to hate, but just don't associate because
better to go to Africa, dude. Where
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You can go there, but go.
At least in Africa, if you speak the truth concerning homosexuals and LGBTQ, you're not going to get crucified. That's the difference. You're not going to lose your job because you say, "Hey, look, I don't want this gay guy teaching my kid about sex in school."
What jobs do they have in Africa?
You can start your own business.
Yeah, well, you got to do it yourself.
In Africa,
but feels that great though. All the pan-Africans would
listen. If you start let me give you an
always over talking so you don't get it out.
You start a business in America and you make wedding cakes, and two gay dudes walk in and say they want you to make them a wedding cake. Can you tell them no?
Well, I'll tell you this: at the price, wedding cakes cost a lot of money, so hell, I'd make it. Shit.
So you'd be interacting with homosexuals
for the money. That's business.
So your whole premise, you just destroyed it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said isolate. Isolate mean you don't even take.
But they come into my business.
Isolate. You don't even take their money.
No. If they come into my business and they're gay, I'm not gonna say get the hell out of here. You're gay.
So then when you make their cake, now all the gay couples coming to you. So now then your business becomes known as the gay cake shop.
Well, it wouldn't because I would have had a rep before that, but I still take the money. $500 cakes, $1,000 cakes. You damn right I'm gonna take it.
You're speculating. You will compromise. You are a true Black American ADOS who will compromise anything for money.
See how you change everything around? That's business. It's just like
no, you said isolate. Don't interact with them at all.
Yeah, but like I said, they came to me. I didn't go to them. Now, if I went to a gay club and say, "Hey, I make wedding cakes," that's interacting with them.
Your cake place gonna turn into the gay club. Go ahead, Mr. Pirate Brain.
Yeah, I was listening to this.
See how he does, man. I'm gonna just play one more part rebuttal. This guy right here didn't have nothing to add right here.
The other ball players and all that. Well, those guys, their business is basketball. So if they're being forced to be in a position,
What's up, Lorraine, Vanessa,
and they
Jerry
decide to
Uno?
stay in there so they can keep playing basketball. Actually, the analogy he made is exactly the same as that. He's doing the exact same thing that the ball players are doing or whatever. He's taking their money, so he's interacting with them. And it's funny because a lot of people make that commentary, and this is, I'm saying it with all due respect. They make that commentary because they are afraid to go
Yep,
to
that's
Africa,
right, Joseph of Israel.
because you cannot stay in this country.
What's going on,
and not
Ashley
get dirty.
White?
You can't do it because they always in your, like right now, you probably got about 20% of the people in your chat room are white supremacists trolling you. You can't stay away from them because they always want to be next to you. They can't stay away from you.
But you can stay away from them.
You can do about that while you're here. You can ignore them when you're over there because they're over there. But you can ignore them and pretend like they don't exist.
They're in Africa too, by the way.
Because they not
And they running
in a
things.
situation where they can bully you, right? So I just wanted to say that was the piece I had to say.
See, my man should have just shut up.
And let me tell you this: talking about the cake thing, you don't make a cake for a gay couple in America, you might as well kiss your business goodbye, because by the time they start rallying people and telling people what you wouldn't do for them, they're going to even have straight people not coming to you. This is the way it is. They got that much influence. But I understand you, Mr. Pirate Brain, like you're 100%.
He's supporting them.
Excuses. It's like that scripture said. You
doing good business.
Okay, let me finish. It's like that scripture I shared earlier. It's not that you don't want people to go to Africa. You just don't want people who want to go to Africa. See, because you got a lot of Black Americans who want to stay here in America. But what are you currently involved in to rally them together and build a power base in America? Nothing. Because if you were, you wouldn't have no time to come into our spaces trying to discourage us from doing what we want to do. So what it is you fetishize this idea of discouraging pan-Africanists from going to Africa. That's the reality. And it's because you know that if you know, like we know, if you really tried to create a situation in America where Black people were standing up for themselves and operating based on logic and making the right decision, you know it would fail miserably. Because your people, not these pan-Africans, not these people on here who are like, yo, we realize it's messed up. We got to dip or at least build something somewhere else.
But they're not moving.
Here, right?
They're not leaving.
Like, you realize that the group who's like, let's stay in America, you realize that they're already defeated. So now you come here because you're trying to drag us down into you guys.
This guy's full of shit and fat.
You got no, your plan was like, I think my daughter could have probably made a better plan. That's where you're at.
I mean, nothing's holding this guy back. All these people, they want to go, they can go.
Makes a bunch of has a bunch of ideas that basically have not been thought through, and that's what you're talking about. We're going to stay in America, but we're going to totally isolate. How? When 99% of your listen. How are you going to isolate when a large portion of your people receive government benefits from these white people who are pushing this narrative of homosexuality? How are you going to isolate when 90% of your people send their kids to public school, and when they try to take them out, they will get arrested by truancy police, and they have to work, so they don't have time to teach them themselves. Hardcore is just a false narrative.
This is what they do. They drift into some bullshit conversation to throw everybody off.
Begin to lay a foundation for this to happen, because if you were going to do it, you would have already done it.
Okay, now here's the thing. What you're trying to do is you're trying to advocate that we need to go to Africa. And
I'm not. Dr. Umar Johnson is opening a school in America, or at least trying to open a school in America. He is a staunch, he is very anti-homo LGBTQ. You don't even support him. How do
you know what I support?
I'm not done. You don't support him, and you don't make the equivalent of what he's doing for your own people. So You don't even. You're not in Dr. Umar's spaces. You're not like, yo, Dr. Umar, let me get in touch with you. You're over here.
He pays for interviews. He has to get paid for interviews. He said.
Listen, bro. Here's the reality. You aren't doing the work. So for anything you say to be credible,
so he goes from a solution to the LGBTQ work to I'm not doing the work. How do we get here?
Perpetuates this solution that you said.
Okay.
But I think just a second. What I think
he muted me right there.
You didn't expect me to give a solution, so you just pulled something out of your ass.
Actually,
that's what it sounds like.
Well, that's what you wanted to make it sound like, but I gave a
pretty deep. We need to totally isolate. You got.
Well, what's your solution? Go to Africa, right? Yeah, that's not a solution.
Listen, you got groups like Nation of Islam that kind of try to isolate from everybody. Dude, these dudes are all up in the white sauce, dude.
Right.
Because when you totally depend on a group of people, there's no such thing as isolation. Who gives you your water, your electricity, all that stuff?
Now who's gonna give you all that? Now who's gonna give you that if you go to Africa? They can't even. The government can't even give you all that shit in Africa.
Well, you've never been to Africa because that's not true.
They don't have it.
That's not true. That's not true.
I mean, so Africa doesn't have.
Now every spot. So you got to understand. You can't just say, okay, well, I want to get rid of. I want to be free of homosexuals. So let me go to Africa. Come on.
Wait. So not every spot in Africa has electricity.
Right. I know you ain't trying to say they do.
No, I'm trying to ask you, what gives you the base for that claim? A village doesn't have electricity?
Oh my God. This guy's a full-time BS artist.
The cities have electricity, which is where we would be living.
Why would you be in the cities? Some of you guys like the BAIO want to set your own nation within a nation.
I live in Austin, Texas, and the electricity was cut off during the ice storm last year for like 5 days. I literally almost froze to death over here. So we got the same issues here.
So they make excuses for Africa.
The thing is, you're saying, see, when you say, well, they can't even give you electricity, that's not a mature statement because it's just made to try to. It's a lie that you know is a lie.
It's not a lie. See, he tripped over his words.
Bro, okay. What city in Africa doesn't have electricity? Well, damn near all the farms in Africa have electricity. Well, the only place that don't have electricity in Africa is probably like villages way out in the middle of nowhere.
All right, let me ask you a question. Am I holding anybody back from going to Africa?
You're attempting to discourage them. You're trying to disparage.
Attempting, so that means I'm not doing it.
You're trying to disparage the idea, but you have no real alternative.
I'm not trying to disparage any idea. You guys are supporting the ideas, and how come none of you guys are making the move? That's all. You don't have to wait for me.
So you want us to just jump up and go to Africa today?
Yeah, why not? You've been going there for years. Why not?
Screenshot of your bank account right now.
Huh?
Send me a screenshot of your bank account right now.
Hey, you said you got apartment buildings there and all that kind of stuff, businesses. I mean, what's the problem? The cost of living in Africa ain't nothing.
Wait, I said I have apartment buildings in Africa. I never said that.
Oh, apartments or something. You said you had businesses and properties there.
Okay. Are you married?
Not yet. No.
Okay, so I also have a family and a daughter.
Okay. But we talking about Mother Africa here.
That's more than just me. If it was just me, I would be over there already. Because I can live off of what I got up there.
So we're making more excuses. That's what we're doing.
So I don't know. A guy who's not married is telling a guy who's married he's making excuses.
So we paying African explaining. That's what we're doing now. Right?
No, listen. No, we're not. Because the whole thing is last year, this year, I've already spent 2 months in Africa, about to be 3. Last year I spent 4 months. So if you're saying go to Africa, I'm already spending a large chunk of my time in Africa.
No. You guys say the solution is to move to Africa. How come you're not implementing that solution?
This is what we're doing. It's a process.
No. It's not a process. The process is to pack your shit and get on a plane. That's the process.
So if
you ever moved to another country?
No, have you ever wait? Have you ever moved to another apartment building?
Actually, yes, I have.
One day? Oh, just get up and pack your stuff.
Yeah, but you've been going to Africa for years, and all you've been going for years. So, I mean, you got a relationship, but you know deep down inside, you're like, damn it, There ain't no Kentucky Fried Chicken. There ain't no pizza.
So there's Kentucky Fried Chicken in Africa. Every time you open your mouth, you just show how ignorant you are.
I'm just using that as an example.
Oh, you really mean that, because what you just said, we said there's no Kentucky Fried Chicken.
This guy's a weak. There's no conveniences there. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no living. Okay. This guy's a weak coon agent.
You keep opening your mouth, showing your internet. What does Africa have? They got Uber. They got Postmates. They got Netflix.
Oh man, people love that. All this stuff. Netflix, everybody. That's the fucking internet.
They got all this stuff America has, bro. Cable. Okay. They got movies. They got internet, electricity.
They got PlayStation 5.
It has, but I'll tell you one thing.
They have PlayStation 5.
Got that?
They have PlayStation 5.
They got all that crap.
No, they don't. Only South Africa and Egypt have it.
Oh my God. Okay, but
see, they don't know nothing about their own Africa that they cherish.
That's just playing. But the thing is, Africa has all that stuff.
That's I don't, and you guys know it. They don't. That's why you guys haven't made the move.
You talking about the hardcore? They have.
Check this out. See, you argue with me for years about this, but it's easy for you to just move.
Listen, bro. Every African country has PlayStation 5. So what are you talking about? And
no, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
To Africa? No. Have you been to Africa?
You check out where businesses are served in Africa.
Listen, bro.
The whole U.S. and Europe don't even have PlayStation 5 yet.
You're dumb because you don't know what you're talking about.
If I didn't know what I was talking about, I wouldn't be talking about it.
Oh, Africa had PlayStation 5s before America did. So what are you talking about?
How they gonna have that? This is get out of here. The only economies that's going on in Africa is South Africa and Egypt.
Okay, so basically,
you guys don't even consider Egypt.
Okay, so you guys, the good thing you guys are seeing is that this guy is just a total idiot. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
It all boils down to the name calling.
He does. You don't have any solutions, right?
I gave you the solution. You don't accept the solution. You guys got the African solution. You're not moving.
You didn't give a solution.
Yes,
You're a man with the mind of a boy who's like, you know what? I'm gonna build a pair of wings out of toilet paper and fly over to my best friend's house. That's your mindset.
Who said they were flying anywhere? You guys said you wanted to go to Africa. That's right, Lorraine.
So anyway,
now you sound like the white folks when they be saying, "Go back to Africa."
So they got bullshit arguments.
When you make I didn't live in Africa, but I lived in South America. It's a process to move to another country. It ain't like moving to another city even. It's a process.
Motherfucker, you've been going back and forth to Africa for months.
You got to set up
the process should be simple.
What you got to understand, Mr. Pyrebrain, is that hardcore has mental illness.
You see?
And that's the elephant in the room.
When you can't beat the points, you got a name call.
Married. He's in his 30s, probably his late 30s, unmarried, on the internet talking about stuff he don't even know. Now, if we go to his house, you never seen his face, you never seen his house. Nothing.
See, they always talk about the face. You don't show your face.
With mental illness. If you go to his channel and listen to him talk, you will quickly start getting those mental illness vibes. Because
is this what his white master told him? Okay, when the shit falls apart, call people mentally ill, right?
Anybody who immediately starts talking about Freemasons and stuff, you know something's wrong with them.
Right? See.
Kind of like what Young Pharaoh does, but now young Pharaoh has reached the final form of mental illness.
See, once they act like the Freemason conspiracy is not there, that's when you know they're a coon agent.
When he's rambling, right? We've been around people who are mentally ill. So he's not to be taken serious. And I gave him 5 minutes. I actually gave him 9 minutes to prove to everyone that this guy has no idea what he's talking about and no solutions to anything. So while he's trying to disparage you, get away from your idea. Well, guess what, guys? This guy literally has no plans.
I explained myself very clearly off the top of my head. He's mad because he can't do that.
He revealed his true hand, so then I just deleted him from my channel because he was.
You can hear it. You can hear the nervousness in his voice too.
He's not even like, of all this time he's been watching my channel, you would think that this guy would have formulated a great argument to counter, my assertions, but he hasn't. Why? Because this is their whole thing. They're not trying to have any solutions. They're just trying to keep you from going to Africa because they're afraid to go. That's it. And now
he turned it around to that.
And he could go. And I let
that was not my argument.
He made a video about me on his channel. But then he put my face in the video, calling me an agent. But then he mostly talked about Tariq Nasheed and somebody else, right? But he just put my face there.
Now
but in
I'm
reality,
pointing out that
these
you're an
guys
agent.
aren't even smart enough to be agents of white supremacy. These guys are just lonely guys. Like right now, it's late as hell because it's 8 here, so it's at least 11 o'clock on the East Coast. So wherever he's at, that guy is past 10 o'clock.
Okay, but he was on the internet too, and he's married,
lonely,
and he does shows at 11 o'clock in the morning East Coast time, which is what? 9 o'clock West Coast time.
The wall in these people's houses.
Fuck out of here.
Ain't no telling what we will see. But how you been doing, Mr. Pirate Brain? I haven't talked to you in a while.
All right.
Yeah, I've been
let me
working out my plan for going.
Yeah. How much money has Hardcore contributed to this channel? Nothing. How much useful information has Hardcore?
I just want to play one more scene with that Kayla Genesis talking his shit.
He wants to be in our space, but they got their own spaces. Man, let me tell you, I got to make a video about Clubhouse. I really think that Clubhouse is about to be something very bad for the Black community.
Yeah, Lewis Luck.
Because it's like a
the reason why they get pissed off when you ask them why they aren't going to Africa is because they know that they're not going.
A bunch of nameless, faceless people.
I asked different ones, and they all had different excuses. And they pretty much all say that they can't wait,
people along any,
but yet,
along any
it takes time.
I was in Clubhouse.
It takes money.
Like I was walking,
but yet they're supposed to be Black professionals. That means you got money.
Of horrors. Just
fast forward to this shit. Okay, here's this guy right here.
And the things
I think had ended where you couldn't.
Okay, here's this.
No point of even
here's this other lying fat guy right here.
Watch my channel. You know, you get what you came for. Beyond that, it's like we don't even need. Like, there's plenty of places where he can go, and people will support. You know what he believes. So just go there. You don't need us. We're done. We don't know anything, right? Pan-Africanists.
So you hear it in his voice. He's like, Master, I failed.
Bye.
I failed. I can't deal with this guy.
Bye.
So let me get rid of him.
We don't need you. You don't need us, right? And that's what I'm trying.
Yeah, that's right, Vanessa.
I'm moving more towards that mindset.
We know this guy's definitely not faceless because he got a whole lot of face.
These people are just trying to be disrupted. That is it. Plain and simply, these people just want to disrupt. But I don't know
if you notice, I was totally respectful to this guy.
Kyla's about to close us out. Kyla, you got the last 5
here's this other fat guy that's down with the BAIO. I can't stand this guy.
Thank you, Brandon. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for pan-Africanists. Yeah, you did it right. You exactly right. I remember 2 years ago, I was on a conference show with this guy, Alphon, whatever. And despite his quirks and stuff like this guy is not nothing to be played with.
That's right.
He was on this thing where it was a Block Talk Radio, and the live thing had ended where you couldn't get him off, right? And my brother Ashua, right, invited me on, right? And I had on, so I was like, okay. So the second time I came on, I was like, okay. I said, this guy was, the way he was talking to Ashua and this other guy, talking about their mothers, F your mother when they're dead.
That's a lie. Anybody that knows me know Lorraine is on there now. She knows I never say no shit like that. Never.
But these guys have been at this for a few years now. Pan-Africa, they hate Africa. They literally hate Africa. We have a movement growing on in America where you have these dudes that just literally hate Africa. It's always been there. But now social media is giving them a gathering place to gather, and they think they got numbers on this side. But you had your sister, what was your sister?
Shit, Lorraine.
On the show. Or your aunt that was on the show a couple of days ago.
Oh, my aunt.
And she was like, yeah, we're Africa. Oh, John. Okay. Lovely lady. You know what I'm saying? So basically, that's the average Black person who's intelligent, whatever, on these social media says, I listen to that nonsense, you know?
That's right, Jerry Uno. This Kayla, this guy's a fucking liar and a fat son of a bitch.
No matter what they do, and I got to tell people, don't get discouraged, right? Majority of people, African Americans, know who they are. We know we're descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. We know that we have a connection with Africa. The African Americans going to Africa building is 100. It's matter of fact, let me back that up. The first idea of African Americans going to Africa is almost 400 years old. The first actual African Americans started in like the 1800s with Paul Coffey in Sierra Leone. There was also African Americans that went to the Congo, to South Africa.
Man, stuck on this Congo shit.
Settled in South Africa. We all know about Liberia.
Claims he traces people back to the Congo, back to the 1600s and shit.
Like, oh, far-fetched African Americans.
And they were slaves. Man, full of shit.
John Amos from Good Times, right? He had a farm in Liberia. He was in Liberia in the 70s. You know, he has a house in Liberia. Same thing with Bill Russell. Bill Russell has a farm in Liberia. But that's not talked about. Many celebrities. We've been going to Africa, living in Africa, and building in Africa. No one says everybody can get on a boat, but if you have the means to travel, travel. Make Africa part of what you do, your portfolio. Same way Negroes spend $80 billion a year on travel, right? Just say, look, if we could just give 20% of that to the continent, that would be a game changer.
Why they want us to give our money to Africa for?
All over the world. We're in the Caribbean, we're in Dubai, we're in Europe, we're in the Alps, we're in Japan, we're in Mongolia, we're all over the dang planet. But so few, but now the fact of the matter is, when we start making our trek to Africa, everybody, some of these niggas have a problem with it. Why? Because Africa offers a solution.
We don't have a problem. We just want you motherfuckers to take your monkey asses there. That's all.
They want to be American. They want to be.
The sooner you take your asses there, the sooner you don't have to hear from us.
And when you say Africa, they think Africa is this dirty, ugly place with ugly people and savage and everything. They don't know the beauty of the continent. They don't know the history of the continent. And it's
come on. We always take these motherfuckers to school on the history.
Look at these people like they're fools. They know the majority of African Americans love Africa. And even though they might not go and whatnot, every African American, you'll see African studies books, you'll see African sculpture in the house. You'll see, we go to almost African American house. Do you see Indian sculpture or Aboriginal sculpture, or do you see African sculpture? You see African sculpture. This
guy's just full of shit to the fullest.
So this idea that they're going to sort of erase our connection to Africa there as a meet point. And lastly, what you said about stop giving these people a platform, that's the main thing. They can't win on their own platform. Nobody goes to them. So they want to come over here and act like they're agreeing with us or talking to Coon Talk, talking to...
So you already knew he was talking to Coon, talking to white supremacy talk.
We got to stop letting them do that. If you're not for Africa, you're not pan-African, you don't deserve to be in our faces, other than to be ridiculed and laughed at. That's what I said.
Now, I'm going to close that. Just like Meatball, I give Meatball the credit on this one. He said these people try to bully you and they try to force their ideas onto you. And what's going on, everybody that jumped in? This is what they do. This Kayla Genesis, you heard him. He said this man Alquan ain't nothing to play with. That's what he said. I'm sure he didn't mean to say that, but motherfucker, you said it. So you heard him. I ain't nothing to play with. But the man lied. Now Lorraine is right here. Now I'm sure Lorraine can think back to all the years that she's heard me speak. Number one, it's rare for me to disrespect anybody. That's number one. And number two, you know I never ever said that I wish somebody's mother was dead. You can ask Joshua about that. I never said no shit like that because that's not how I get down. So, I mean, see, these guys, when they ain't got nothing, they got to lie. You know what I mean? I hate fucking liars. When you got to lie, this is the proof that these people are fucking agents. Because why else would you have to keep lying like this? Huh? Because you got something to hide. Now, let me, I was going to play a video. I might play it later on, but if not, I'm going to put it up separately. It's a video I found that was in, it's supposed to go live about a year ago. For some reason, it got stuck. Okay, let me drop the link. And while I'm dropping the link, let me also talk about this real quick. Because we constantly school. Yeah, thank you, Lorraine. I don't know why this big fat Minnesota Fats guy comes on lying like that. That's Joe's boy. Joe's in here too. Lying like that. I mean, come on. Come on. Don't do that. I mean, you obviously can't argue your points So just admit that. I know they can't admit that they're coon agents, but God damn it, you lose every time you step up. That's why he stays away. Oh, what's going on, my man Linnell? Guy's a liar. He said you and me, Aboriginal power. He said was just, yeah, we weren't, but they get sensitive about this Africa shit, man. I mean, it's like that, like they came from Africa shit, but it's just fucking insane. But let me go a little because we're talking North Africa too. So I did put the link in, but let me do this. Yeah, but see, they never admit that they got it good. They never admit that. But you saw how he changed the subject around and try to that's what they do. They try to rearrange people's words. That's why not too many people go on the show live anymore, because they get tired of that kind of treatment. You know what I mean? So they're like, man, fuck it. Now that guy, he can come here if you want to step up live, but you know he ain't gonna do it. I'm sure he's watching, but he ain't gonna step up live. You know they don't want to do that. D. Durrell, he got the balls. He'll step up live. That's why you got to give it to him. These other guys, that Kayla Genesis is a goddamn fat coward. Motherfucker ain't going to no goddamn Africa. That motherfucker, if he go to Africa, he knows he's going to have to give up at least half of the meals he eats per week living in Africa. Shit. So he ain't going to be able to eat good out there. You know, have to be eating fruits and vegetables and some meat with flies on it. I ain't trying to be funny, but you know what I'm saying? That's the way it is. One thing I notice is that these pan-Africans say is you don't put in work. That's what they always say. And then we ask what their works are. Then you come to find out their works are always business interests that suit themselves, not the Africans. The Africans pay them. They're going in like European colonizers. I got a business, you pay me, and I'll be back home in the white man's country. So this is crazy. Now we got my man Tyron on. What's going on, brother? And 30 pounds lost in a week. You're right about that shit. And 30 pounds lost in a week with another 500 to go for Kayla Genesis. Because that's a fat motherfucker. Matter of fact, these two guys are some fat motherfuckers, man. This is why they don't want to go to Africa, because the eating is too damn good here, man. I mean, you eat out there, I mean, my God. If you ain't lucky enough to find a Chinese restaurant, goddamn, you ain't eating. Shit. Brandon and Kayla won't be able to raid that fridge at night in Africa. Shit, what fridge? That's the question. What the fuck fridge they got in Africa? The Chinese is giving electric power to Africa. They're giving everything to Africa. I thought it was going to come here and hear something of light instead of hear dumbass spewing stupidness. Okay, we got one of these type of guys. Now this guy, the link is, matter of fact, when you put the link again, you can step up and say what you got to say. You don't get disrespected here like that fat guy does to other people. So you can come up, but before we bring Tyron on, I don't know if his mic is working or not. Yeah, it's on. I don't hear anything though. The dude keeps flipping the script. He's not going anywhere. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. They're full of shit. But let me just show you this since we're on North Africa, the Great White North. And these people, these Pan-Africans, they don't believe that. And this fat man, Brandon, is one of these people. He says there are no black people in North Africa. And there are no indigenous black people in North Africa. Professor Larry says Moors were not black. They were white. Berbers were white. These are your pro-black, pro-African people who always talk this African shit. And the one thing I always notice all the time is they don't seem to know who is an African, what an African is, or anything about Africa. They don't know this. We got to keep taking them to school. So let me just share the screen and I'm show people something real quick. Now here we go, right? And this is the lady I was telling you about a year or so ago. Now this right here, she appears to be African, right? African looking, right? You see that flag in the background? That ain't the Nation of Islam flag. That's Tunisia, the northernmost African country on the continent, the precious continent. And no, she's not a immigrant from the Pan-African so-called sub-Saharan Africa. She is an indigenous North African. They exist. The media doesn't show you these people. She's an activist, if you want to call her black activist, call her what you want to call her. But they exist, and all these people here are too. And you can go on and okay, they took the damn thing off, but you can go. They got videos of this lady on YouTube, and I'm gonna get those other people that's coming in. But they got pictures of this lady on YouTube and videos. It's about an hour long. I think it's that Vice TV or Al Jazeera, one of them. I forgot her name. Let's see. Let's see if they got her name up here. Here's another article. Now, Tunisia is run by not Arabs, but some goddamn Ottoman Turks. See, now shit ain't coming through. Shit ain't coming through anymore. Okay, here we go. What's this lady's name so you can get her name? Blah, blah, blah. Fuck is her name? Oh boy, now I want to show her name. Got the nerve to call them a black minority. They don't want to tell you who the fuck they are, though. These are your fucking Berbers right here. These are your indigenous. And I got news for you. Some of these people are real Arabs, too. I don't know her name, but you look on Tunisia racism on YouTube, and I'm sure this is that fat Kayla Genesis guy that was lying on me. This fat piece of shit right here. You damn right. When you diss, that's what I got to do. I got to call it out like that. So these people out here, here's another one. Another Tunisian activist, indigenous North African, not some sub-Saharan migrant. So when you think Hannibal, his people were there. So we got to stop this bullshit. And these pan-Africans, they don't even know this stuff. They're ignorant of Africa. They think everybody in Africa is white. Look at this. They don't know a damn thing about North Africa. The hell's they gonna show? Libyan president. I think that's the guy I got in the picture. See, they I don't know why they got this picture right here, but Muammar Gaddafi, that's one guy that they love. They love calling him an great African leader because Farrakhan says so. Farrakhan is another coon agent. Look at this guy. Now, I remember reading a Encyclopedia Britannica, I think it was 1959, and that's their Pan-African and Hoteps, that's their fucking Bible for some odd reason. I don't know why. Maybe that's a coon agent reference book that they must reference as the Encyclopedia Britannica. They all reference that shit. And they said that Libya had some of the purest so-called Arabs outside of Arabia, but they don't tell you who was who. You can see the blackness on that guy. Come on, Ottoman Turk. Ain't no goddamn Arabs. Look at this guy. Come on. Anyway, let me see who checked in real quick. Oh, Tyron came back. Okay.
Hey, man, what's up?
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I'm stuck out here, all the way out here in the east of Virginia.
Damn.
That's why my Wi-Fi acting all retarded.
Oh, okay.
I was over there at what's his name, Carrie Davis's beach house with Miss Lisa Cypress and all that. had some drama going on.
Stand by. My man got bold tonight. My man got bold.
What happened?
Get ready. Jabali Munene. What's up, man?
Welcome.
Look,
I'll give you some credit for showing up. I'll give you that much credit.
man, listen. All I want to say is that here's the thing. If you had anything useful to say, all you would have to do is replay the 9 minutes uninterrupted that I gave you on my channel.
We seen plenty.
Tyrone, you gonna let me talk or you gonna run your mouth?
Nah, we here to treat you like how you treat us when we come to your shit.
Listen. All you would have to do, if you really have something to say,
mute his mic.
Okay, you guys are scared for me to make my statement.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We gonna call you Brandon. We ain't gonna call you that Swahili nonsense.
If you have something to
I
offer,
actually played that before at the beginning.
if you have something to offer, all you would need to do is replay your 9-minute monologue on my channel, and then you wouldn't even need to talk about me, right? The reality is this: guys like Tyrone, the only objective you have is to disparage and discredit
people from going to Africa, brother.
Well, that's fine. But what are you gonna do with them once they decide to stay here? What are you gonna do?
So you say
to me, Brandon.
So you're saying we discourage you from going to Africa? That's what you're trying to say?
We're discouraging you from returning to Africa, the motherland.
Once you finish discouraging people from going to Africa, what plan do you have for them to implement?
Can you explain to the people why are you in East Africa and not the one part of Africa that your alleged DNA test says that you come from?
Why are you worried about where I'm at?
Well, you say you come from West Africa.
African. Why are you appropriating the wrong African? Why are you not appropriating and patronizing the right Africans that you claim that you descend from? You call yourself Swahili.
So because I descend from them, that means I have to go.
So you descend from East Africa?
So why do Chinese people go to America to do business? Why don't they just do business in China?
Wait, Brandon. Brandon, you say you descend from East Africa? Huh?
I never said that.
Well, he was asking the question.
Swahili name, you just said it a few seconds ago.
Since Kayla Genesis, all he can do is talk shit. Why don't you step up, Kayla?
Why you didn't go to the right African that you descend from?
Tyrone, my question to you is, after you get done,
no. My Indianness ain't on trial like you do on your page. My Indianness ain't on trial. Your Africanness is on trial.
Tyrone, after you get done trying to discredit me, what plan do you have for?
Oh, I have a plan.
Yeah, he definitely has a. Oh yeah.
This guy don't got no damn plan.
Oh yeah, he's doing something big. Doing something big.
It's promoting Indigenous American language.
Promoting Indigenous American language?
Yes, it's fixing our cultural ties back to this landmass. Do you have any cultural ties to an African cousin in East African language? I know my relatives over here. What about your aunts twice removed, your uncles twice removed?
Introduce us to some of them. Because
I'm right here in the room with my family. We are already in Virginia.
It's a lot of claims, but it ain't never no proof.
A lot of claims, bro.
A lot of claims.
I'm in Virginia with my mom and my sister and promoting this TV show.
He's good. Trust me.
This is on Accusations Summit with Miss Lisa Cypress.
Where's the evidence?
The Accusations Summit. I'm right
you
here.
Can make me claim you want.
Did you hear what he said? He says he's right at a summit right now, Native American Summit.
Okay, if you're at a summit right now, open up your camera and show us where the summit is at.
Oh, I just left it earlier. They just closed the event. I'm going back tomorrow.
You say he's going back tomorrow?
Man, this dude just makes up.
No, he's not. He's doing a presentation there on it.
Okay, why did you post that to your YouTube channel?
Huh?
I just came from Carrie Davis's beach house.
Okay, so why didn't you post some video of this summit?
Oh, it's coming. It's coming, all right.
Oh, that's what they always say.
It's going to be on my Instagram, by the way.
Bro, listen. Tyrone, you're full
As a
of
matter of fact,
crap.
I sent Alquan the link.
Tyrone, you are not about to do anything.
To produce my show
it's always
on his channel.
All right, Tyrone.
He'll be presenting that here when the time is right.
Hey, Marco, let me ask Tyrone a question. Okay, you're going to teach Black people in the Indigenous American language. After you do that, what is that going to do to change the
situation? It promotes them to get motivated into finding their genealogy.
Oh, so you're going to teach them
promotes them of learning an indigenous language besides receiving a culture from the FBI to move them out of America and move into a Black ethno state la la land. Nothingness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We got another chick Indian in the audience.
Is it true? Wait, Brandon.
Here's the question. Here's the question.
The FBI gave African holiday.
Listen, if you guys are Indians, why aren't you guys living on the reservation?
Brandon, hold up, baby. Hold up. Is it true that the FBI gave you an African holiday to make you give you something to be proud of?
Kwanzaa,
yeah, Mulana Karanga.
We're talking about Kwanzaa. We're talking about Kwanzaa now.
He just asked you a question.
That's your Black holiday. He created it to give us something to be proud of, right?
I don't know.
Man, you're supposed to be up on your pan-Africanism, man.
Every holiday in America is given by white folks.
I like that. There you go. Now Kwanzaa has been given by white folks.
And do you see me telling Black people, go celebrate Kwanzaa? You don't see me telling Black people.
Hey, it's red, black, and green.
But you're bringing up stuff that I
never advocated. It's something to get us off of Eurocentrism.
Bro, I never advocated that.
Is founded on Eurocentrism.
I have never advocated that, so you talking to the wrong guy.
All right, so you dismiss Kwanzaa.
I don't care about holidays.
No, but I'm saying you dismiss Kwanzaa.
It's an African holiday. It's something that we should hold on to because it's our culture, right?
Listen, Alquan, can you make Tyrone shut up for a second so I can make my statement? If somebody wants to celebrate Kwanzaa, that's their right. Just like somebody celebrating Christmas, that's their right.
So is it your right to go visit Africa?
Listen, it's easy. Listen, there's a saying, right? There's a saying. No matter where you go in the world, you will never find a statue of a critic. Both of you guys are nothing more than critics.
Actually, we come with the facts that you can't refute. Just like I played our discussion last night, and the people heard how you slickly changed the argument.
Hold up, Brandon. I got more questions for your pan-Africanism. How come pan-Africanism was given to you by small hands?
Are you gonna control Tyrone?
No. He's asking you some. He's asking you some questions, valid questions.
Wait till I stop.
All right. Tyrone, let him answer one at a time. So he won't cry.
Shut your cartoon character sounding ass.
All right. Say no insults needed.
No,
I didn't insult you, Brandon. I'm just talking about your pan-Africanism. Listen, beliefs.
If you guys,
I'm not insulting you personally. I ain't bring up your mama. I ain't bring up your.
Just let him roll. Let's see what he has to say. I know he ain't got nothing to say, but let him do it.
If you guys have facts, you guys wouldn't have to worry about me.
We drop facts every time I come through. I drop those facts. I drop that heat. That's why you had to block me.
Listen, I gave you 9 minutes to say whatever you want to say, and the people did not respond.
Well, you didn't even give us time to get our information out. You just blocked us and put us on hold and muted our mic.
Marco, did I not give you 9 interrupted minutes on my channel?
Well, you did interrupt a little bit, but yeah, and I did play.
Insulted us.
Yeah, I did play it back, and the people saw what you did. They saw how slick you were because the topic. I stayed on topic. You switched it over to I'm trying to discourage people from going to Africa.
Bro, listen. I'll let you
And then
talk.
you insulted people's
Listen.
relatives.
Hey, I'll let you talk for 9 minutes.
Mm.
Nobody responded to you. If you let me talk for 9 straight minutes on your channel, I guarantee I would make a connection with your audience. And
Okay,
they
you
would
know what?
understand
Since
exactly what's going
you
on.
want to push that challenge up, okay, it's 10:20, and I guess we're on the East Coast, Eastern time. I guess we're not doing nothing because we should be clubbing, I guess.
It's only 7:20. It's
We
only
should be
7:20.
drinking 40s and shit, smoking some heroin, some weed or something.
Hey yo,
But before you
hey
go,
yo, Elquan,
okay,
I got a question that you could time his ass on.
okay.
Yo, hey yo, Mr. Munene, Truth or Troll, Joseph Avashra. Yo, which African culture would be most suitable for Black people in America?
Uh-oh.
The African cultures, I would say that their culture that they currently practice now
Hold up.
would be suitable for them.
When you say they, you realize Africa is the continent, and it's over 50 different countries and several different religions and cultures and
You said,
spirituality.
listen, you're not listening to my answer because you think you're smart, but you're not.
No, you said they.
Let me finish. I said the culture that they practice now would be
Now,
the
what would that
culture
be?
for them.
What would that be? Because when we look at our own culture, we don't find any type of Africanisms whatsoever.
Listen.
Wait.
No, wait. We asked
Wait, let me get myself
Tyrone,
out. Let me get it out. Because
hardcore.
when we look
Am
at
I
one of your
making an
founding
question or not?
pan-Africanists, by the name of
Tyrone, let him answer the question real quick, just so you don't have to seem like we're biased.
All right, I'll hold my defense.
Listen.
Yeah. Would you like to hear the question again?
African Americans have a culture that they already practice. Because they are Africans and they practice that culture and they are a unique group, they do not have to adopt an African culture. When they practice whatever culture they practice, because they're Africans, that becomes an African culture. Like
What?
Okay, am I gonna get my answer?
Let him answer. It sound like bullshit, but let him answer.
Okay, I'll give you an example. There was a lady who asserted that African people in Africa created the dashiki. You know, the shirt people wear.
Mm-hmm.
But
that was created by the Danish, though.
Wait, but African Americans. God damn it, Tyrone! Can I talk? African Americans created the shirt that we know as the dashiki. The culture, we can create African culture because we are Africans as well. So we don't need to adopt some other African group's culture. We can just create our own culture and that will work for us because we have the foundation or the fundamentals of what a culture is comprised of. Now we also got a lot of dysfunction, but for the most part, like Black people in America.
But he specified African culture. That's what he specified.
Yeah, that's what I asked you. What African culture?
He means by
would be most suitable for us over here?
And listen to the answer. This is the answer. Whatever culture we choose to practice in America is African culture because we are Africans. So
that sounds good. Now, where is this culture at in Africa now? Where's our culture in Africa?
What?
Where's our culture in Africa?
Right.
What culture in Africa represents the culture that we have over here? Where's the similarities?
We don't need to adopt the African culture.
No. You being slick. We said where is our culture in Africa right now? And I don't want to hear nothing about rap music, people listening to rap music and all that.
Yeah, because they know that shit ain't ours.
Okay.
So they know that rap shit is ours. They know that ain't theirs. I'm sorry. And,
wait a minute. So
and that dashiki thing that you just mentioned, that was created by Dutch.
Okay, let me try to be clear because you just said that we are African, so we're already practicing in African culture. So where is our culture being practiced in Africa?
Yeah, where's our culture being practiced over there in order for us to compare and contrast and say, yes, this is African culture we've been doing the whole time. Because look at them dudes over there. That's where we get it from.
Whatever
If you're gonna
culture,
tell me that this is African culture,
whatever culture that we practice is African culture because we are Africans. So you guys talk about culture like culture is something that just stays in one spot and never evolves.
But in that same argument, you claim that Native American culture is not ours when we do have American Indian culture.
No,
you don't find anything like
you
don't find anything like jazz music in Africa.
One aspect,
Tyrone. You don't find any basketball or no football in Africa.
Hey,
you don't find many like athletes or
you know what?
Artists or
hold on.
Name one aspect of Indian or Native American culture that Black people practice in America.
Now you think that's a hard question to answer, but let them roll.
Go ahead. I'm not saying no answer.
I answer it right now. Braiding hair, the black styles that we cut hair in, especially throughout the 90s, those afros. When you look at the earliest what do you call them? The earliest depictions
Did you just say
of the Aborigines?
Did you just say Indians invented braiding hair?
He didn't say invented. He didn't say invented. He didn't say invented.
Yeah, so I didn't say invented, but we had it though. Yeah,
all over the world braid hair, bro. Cultures all over the world braid hair. So
try not before us.
Try again.
And no, the hell they don't.
Try again.
The only people that braid hair is the people who got cultures that were influenced by our people back in the day, and that's a fact.
Tyron, why don't you tell them about the food cultures?
Listen, bro,
the food culture, the world eats off of America. Even Africa has to eat off America. They don't have any fucking plentiful plants that grows in Africa. Everybody going to Africa for minerals. They're not going to Africa for
Tyrone is moving the goalpost.
So no, that's a cultural trait. Food is culture.
Guys, we're talking about hair.
Had the banana before Africa because banana pollen.
Okay, he wants to stick on the hair braiding.
Right. Well, I go a little deeper with you.
Okay,
I'm about to get on your ass right now.
But hold on.
How come we didn't bring any weapons over?
But Tyron, Truth for Troll. Hold on. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try to be fair. You know I like being fair. Let's give the man 9 minutes to rock the microphone.
All right.
He said he could rock the house for 9 minutes.
I'll give him a top. Explain how they smuggle seeds up their ass.
And he said he's gonna turn this mother out. That's what he said he's gonna do.
Yeah.
So right now we're at 10:27. Let me wait till it turns to 28, and then we're gonna let him have it. Then it'll be 37, 10:37 or 7:37. Where is it? Now it's on you. It's on you.
Yeah.
All right. So look, no matter where you go in the world, you will never find a statue of a critic, right? Anybody can point out the flaws and the holes and inconsistencies in someone's ideology. But once they do that, they have to introduce a counter plan or ideology which will yield better results than the one that they're criticizing. All I hear is questions. What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? Let's pretend like none of the past stuff ever existed. No past in Africa, no past in America. We are just at square one. We are the first human beings on the planet. Where do you go from this point to ensure the continued survival and the prosperity and advancement of your people? Now, this is my idea. Everyone doesn't have to leave America to be a part of pan-Africanism. Everyone doesn't have to leave America to build something that will benefit us in America. All other countries, nationalities are in a race to get to Africa. When you go to Africa, you have more of a connection to those people than anybody else. They acknowledge this connection. Whether you believe you do or you don't, what matters is the fact that they acknowledge that connection. The fact that they acknowledge that connection means that they are more inclined to assist you in pursuing your goals there. which you already do that in America because you fought for civil rights, which Africans come to America and benefit from. So why not go to Africa and get a little bit of reciprocity for the things that you provided for them over here? To continuously talk about you ain't African, you ain't from Africa, it's kind of silly because it doesn't benefit you in any way. If anyone could tell me what's the benefit of denying African lineage, I'm all ears. Because whether or not if you deny it, you get nothing. If you accept it or embrace it, then you can go to Africa and advocate for you to get specific priority in different things. So if someone's like, yo, you're my cousin, and they're a millionaire, you're not going to deny your relation to them. You're not going to be like, I ain't their cousin. I don't know that fool. Even if you're not their cousin, you're going to be like, dude, if you want to be my cousin, let's be cousins, bro, because you benefit from that. Same thing with Africa. You brothers are so caught up on this idea of like, I need people to acknowledge me. Why do you need acknowledgement from anyone? Then it seems like you're looking for validation. See, me, when I say I'm African, I don't need validation from anybody. Because when I'm in Africa, my spirit identifies with the African spirit, right? You even got white folks who go to Africa like, I'm an African. I feel like I'm one with these people, whatever. Their spirit, they feel, identifies with the spirit of the people there. So all I'm saying is, all this trying to disprove and disconnect and make a distinction, just make sure that you actually going to gain something from that. Instead of advocating for something that once you prove it, it's not going to move the meter for you either way. Tyrone wants to teach Black Americans Indigenous language. There's nothing wrong with learning Indigenous language, but it might be a little more beneficial to learn Mandarin Chinese when it comes to economic growth and collective benefit, right? Because this is what everyone's learning. Mandarin Chinese is the #1 language being learned in the world in all countries, right? So all I say is, let's make sure when we're doing what we're doing, we are doing that so that we can then make a practical application to our advancement and growth. Not just doing it for the sake of being a contrarian or proving a connection to something that is basically ineffective. Native Americans are the weakest demographic in America. They lost an open war to Europeans and signed contracts agreeing to go and live on reservations. Whether you believe that or not, that is the rule in the law in the land that's where you dwell. We all know that no one is going to give their inheritance to someone else, right? Remember in the Bible when they talked about Esau and Jacob, and they talked about how Esau traded his inheritance to Jacob for a cup of red soup, right? Everyone looked at Esau and said, this guy didn't even value his inheritance because he gave it away for nothing. When you look at this white man that you think you're about to go and negotiate with to get something, understand that his people fought and died to gain this land gain ownership of this land we call North America. If you do not have an army, if you are not prepared to fight and die, do not ever delude yourself to think that you're going to gain something from him that will put him and his people at a strategic disadvantage. This is why reparations ain't never going to happen. And this is why no matter how many court battles you fight, you are never going to get this white man to relinquish anything through treaties or contracts. And so make sure, instead of dividing us up, try to find the differences. Why don't we all try to put our differences aside and find common ground, the way we are forced to do with the white man while we're living in North America? Because Alquan, you even said yourself, you still got to be cordial with them. Of course, you still got to work with them and stuff like that. You said that last night, right? So you got to set your differences to the side for at least 8 hours a day. Why can't we do that with each other? Why can't we do that with Africans so that we can benefit? We can all benefit. Brothers are going to Africa right now doing major projects that are facilitated by Africans. Why sit up and pigeonhole yourself, put yourself in a box where you can't even move around because you want to prove that you're different from someone else when ultimately you have no power or no ability to actually expand your interest? So I just say, just make it make sense. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. And all this stuff y'all be talking about, I don't know, to some people it might sound good, but ultimately it ain't making no sense. It's like Tariq Nasheed's museum. It might look nice, but ultimately, what's the result of it? Nothing. Some people are arguing to remain inside the boundaries of their limitations, which is exactly what I feel y'all doing. And I rest the mic at that.
All right, you done?
All right, so that was a good.
That
Okay,
was a whole load of bullshit right there.
Yeah, he was under 2 minutes. Can I just point out a few things he just said, because I had to write these down real quick. Now, the last line, he said, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense, which is, of course, what is going on with pan-Africans when they have a relationship with Africa. It's all about the money. It ain't about helping the people. Then he said, if you're African, then if you claim to be African, then you can get certain things that he failed to mention, of course. And I don't know what the hell you can get out of Africa besides a pat on the head, because they don't have anything. Then he said, what is the benefit of denying African heritage? And I can answer that. The benefit is knowing who you are and knowing about reality. It's not about denying anything. It's about not admitting to something that cannot be proven. If it can be proven,
if you know who you are, why do you think someone else can recognize that?
No, it's not about who's recognizing it. We're telling you who we are.
I don't see any Indians or Asians coming into these chat rooms trying to prove who they are to Black folks.
Well, that's them. That's them. We don't deal with them.
Now, why is one of your peers' logic and common sense? His project with Africa is pimping their
Hardcore. Are you Indian?
Hey, that's the history. Yeah.
Okay. Tyrone, are you Indian?
Absolutely.
Okay, y'all brothers can be Indians. I acknowledge y'all as Indians. What next?
But if you're a Black American, so are you, whether you like it or not.
Look, you can be what you want to be.
Hey,
I can be what I want to be.
Did you actually do it?
I respect your look.
Wait. Moonene. Is Moonene on your genealogy?
Now, Brandon, you just had 9 minutes now. Now answer some questions now.
No, listen. I respect you, brother's lineage.
Wait. I'll let you have your little bit of
I'll give it to you.
I'll let you have your little 5 cents. Now, you got to answer some questions. You got to answer. All right. My first question, because I got 10 points that I want to give you. My first question is, can you find a Moonene or whatever your last name is? Have you found anybody that traces you back to Africa on your paper genealogy? I ain't say DNA, kid. I said paper genealogy, your family surnames. Wait.
That name was
What's
given
your family
to me.
Surname, and where does it go
Tyrone.
back to? Does it go back to Africa, or does it go back to one of these states in the United States?
Tyrone, listen. That name was given to me by men who are part of the Kikuyu tribe. My lineage does
and
not go
where's
back
where's that
Kikuyu
tribe
in Africa?
Brother. Is that in West Africa on your DNA kit, or in East Africa that you just appropriate and somebody patronized you and say, hey man, come over here and buy some of my stuff?
Listen, can I explain the name? It was given to me by members of the Kikuyu tribe, and my
where's that in Africa?
My lineage does not trace back to East Africa. But when you go to Africa and you work with people, they give you a name. When people connect,
so you appropriated something just because they gave you a name?
Well, they gave it to me. They gave me the name.
That's still cultural appropriation.
How?
Most of them don't accept you as one of them.
Okay.
I mean, who are these people? Are they like the Nation of Islam or something like that? To give you the name X or something?
It's a tribe.
Like the
It's actually the biggest tribe in Kenya.
Stuff? Is it something like that?
So when I went to South Africa, the Zulus also gave me a name because I did a lot of work with them.
But does that make you a part of their ethnic group?
Those people accepted me into their tribe. They wanted me to be a part of their tribe.
A part of their tribe. They want everybody to be a part of their tribe. They
That's true.
They wanted
to
me
be a part of their tribe.
Well, they
Yeah.
wanted me. They didn't. I don't think they
How much did you have to pay?
I didn't pay anything.
You had to make a donation to the chief?
Let me tell you something. The funny thing is, when I do business mostly with a tribe called the Giriama tribe, which is on the coast of Kenya. The Kikuyus are on the interior of Kenya, and I have a lot of friends who are Kikuyu. We don't really do a bunch of business together. So
now, are those friends prostitutes like Logic and Common Sense is doing?
I don't know any prostitutes.
Because the brother on YouTube that he's a whole pan-African, and he describes black people should move there to Africa like they do to Brazil to pimp their women out.
Oh, you talking about the one brother? You talking about Rami Peso?
I think so. I think that's his name.
Hey, if the brother want to go to Africa to become a pimp, that's on him. That's not my MO. I'm married.
Hey, Brandon, we got a question from the audience.
But back to my question. Have you genealogically did it trace your family to Africa, or did it go back to a country over here in the United States?
Well,
and does it say that you are owing some restitution from some of these people over here?
Well,
how is the DNA kit going to help you get some restitution?
Are you asking the question? My genealogy goes back to 1809 in America.
On what side of the family? What's your
on my father's side, the Tucker Banks side goes back to 1809.
Okay, prior to that, what was it? Slavery or mystery or what?
We just hit a wall right there.
Right, and so nobody could trace anything back to Africa.
Well, the reason why a lot of us hit a wall in the 1800s, which that's very common.
Except for your man Kayla Genesis, who says he can go back to the 1600s in the Congo.
Well, maybe he can, but I'm telling you about my family. So the thing is, in the 1800s, a lot of people hit a wall at the year 1800. One, because there was a big fire which destroyed a lot of records.
A fire from where? Because the Mormons collected everybody's genealogy, and also you can find sources where you can dig up your paperwork. So why is this DNA stuff encouraged instead of you
all this
going
stuff
and forming your own? Wait, 1 second. Why is it encouraged for you to take some foreigner's DNA kit instead of you forming your own science and genomic science institute where you go around digging up buried Negro slaves in Indian burial grounds or places like old slave graveyards? Why aren't you using those samples? Why does somebody have to go all the way to Africa to try and shoehorn in African out of Africa back to Africa theory onto black Americans?
Tyrone,
you have DNA samples that doesn't connect you to Africa.
Tyrone, listen. You want to do that, so why don't you start the company that does that? If you start,
I'm asking you, pan-African,
because brother.
We're talking about genealogy.
Wait a minute,
and you want to force a whole African narrative that we all from Africa. It doesn't make any sense that we shouldn't claim Africa. Now you have to prove that. Just like we have to prove our Indianness. I'm not saying that everybody on this panel is Indian. I'm just saying that you got to do your genealogy, just like Dan Calloway.
Okay, let him answer. Let him answer.
Tyrone. You want to do the?
I mean, but Tyrone, in the future though, let him answer, because his answer, I can say with 100% certainty, his own answers will hang himself. So let him answer.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be silent. Get him out.
Tyrone, you listen. If you start the company that goes and does the genealogical research, I will be more than happy to not only donate you money to start it, but I will be the first person to sign up to let you research my genealogy. The only issue here is this. There's a person, I think his name is Dr. Rick Littles. He
You mean Rick Kittles?
Kittles, whatever. But the
Because
point
he's
is,
already been disproven.
I'm not done.
Even by,
Let me finish my statement.
All right, Tyrone, let him finish. Let him finish. And then you can go after him.
Rick Kittles believed in something and made a company that perpetuates what he believed. You believe in something, so you go do what Kittles did and go make a company to prove what you believe. And I would be happy to submit you whatever you need to go back and trace my lineage. Until that point, all you are is a guy criticizing somebody who was willing to do something that you're unwilling to do.
Now, before Tyrone answer, real quick, before you answer, number one, Kittle said that his company was entertainment and can't be verified, the DNA stuff. Two, Leonard Yehuda says, how come you haven't gone back to Africa yet?
Not only that.
Autumn, let me answer that first, and then you ask yours.
I've been back.
Not to visit permanently.
Well, I'm making my transition to Africa.
It's like a train. It's like a train. You making I mean, how long does that have to take, man?
Well, here's the thing. If you're going to move somewhere permanently, you have to establish an economic base there so that you can provide for yourself. Like I told you last night, I have a family. If it was just me, I could just leave.
Well, hold on. Aren't you the same guy who just said that his house is worth $1 million?
Yes.
Okay, so what you mean? Well, the money ain't the problem.
No. This okay. Okay, wait a minute. Babe. Come here, babe. Come here. Babe.
Priorities in
keeping down
as well as in diet.
I can't hear you. Got that TV playing.
We're moving.
Okay. She like Diana Ross.
Say it again.
We're moving.
You moving to Africa?
No, we're moving out the house so we can start renting the house out. So we can make it. Listen, you're not listening. See, when I say I'm going to do something, I'm really going to do it.
Except for going to Africa, though, right?
What'd you say?
I said except for moving to Africa, right?
And not just only Africa, the part that you claim on your DNA.
This is why, you
claim you descend
guys
from.
ask me a question, but you won't let me answer it. Now, we're moving out of the house so we can remodel the house so we can rent the house out. And that creates an income that we could use in Africa. So I don't see what's funny about that.
I don't believe it. That's why. But I'll let you go.
Did you just hear my wife tell you we moving?
Yeah,
okay, but what part? Is it the respectable part where your DNA?
No. He didn't say he was moving to Africa. They moving to someplace else in California and renting the house out. That's what he said.
Oh, okay.
What we're doing is we're moving to our condo downtown so we can remodel this house and rent it out. Now, the only thing where we're having a little bit of a dilemma here is we have a daughter, and our daughter is very interested in volleyball. She plays club volleyball, and she's still in school. She's in 7th grade. So we tried to see if they had volleyball programs and all that in Africa. We're not finding much along. Wait a minute. We're not finding much along the line of volleyball in Africa. So now we're trying to decide because I had said initially I was going to leave when my daughter graduated, but we're trying to see if we can somehow find the equivalent when it comes to volleyball for my daughter, so that we could then make that transition and she could still pursue her goals, right? See, when you have a family, you can't just do something that, I just want to do this, so I'm going to do it. You have to consider the people who are in that family. Also, my wife has several businesses in the United States, right here locally. So she's trying to build up her clientele base for these businesses because she has people who work for her who depend on.
All right, so I get what you're saying. So basically, you're saying you're not going to Africa. Yeah, he's thinking just what I'm thinking.
So basically, what I'm doing is I'm on your show, right? And on my show, I don't really go into this. And so what I'm doing, I'm being very transparent with you on your show, so that when I do move to Africa, you can see how it's done. Because here's the thing, Hardcore, everything you guys, people like you said I wouldn't do, I did it. See, I've been being told that I wasn't going to do something.
But not in West Africa.
Listen. See, but for you, it's always going to be moving the goalposts. If I move to East Africa, well, why you not?
Well, me, I don't really care what part of Africa you live in, as long as you go there.
I'm about to go to West Africa.
DNA kit part of
my lineage, which Tyrone doesn't know, traced back to Guinea-Bissau. So did Dynasty on Search for Uhuru. So we're gonna both go to Guinea-Bissau and start working on stuff there because they're starting to give out the citizenship just like Sierra Leone, right? So there's a plan in place being worked out. Now, if I gave you my plan, now do me this favor, brother. I done told you all my business. Tell me what you're planning to do. You and Tyrone, tell me what y'all plans are.
But see, I'm gonna let them answer. I just want to say this real quick. Now, if you got all these businesses and relationships in this country, I think it's pretty clear that you are not going to Africa anytime soon and renting a house out to get it remodeled. Obviously, that's a business venture, and you're not going to make that kind of money like you were making in Africa. Okay. Hold on. Hold on, sir. Now, obviously, that's too much obligation, too much riches that you can't get in Africa, and we got to stop fooling each other, sir. We all know you're not going to Africa. Nobody wants that culture shock.
I got a question for him too.
All right, go ahead.
Do you believe that?
Hold on. Oh, somebody got some feedback. Is that you, Truthful Troll?
Let me see. Let me pull these out and see if that's me.
All right.
You stood up?
No, that's cool.
We all here.
All right, cool. Is it safe to say that being a Pan-African, you believe that pretty much all blacks in America come from Africa? Or our lineage goes back to Africa?
I believe that the lineage of black people in America, their lineage goes back to Africa.
Okay, my next question will be, what is your source for that?
My source for that is just DNA.
Boy.
Is DNA a reliable source?
Here's the thing. If you want to be Indian, you can be. Why? I don't care what you claim.
No, I'm
That's
asking
you.
about DNA. We're not talking about Indian.
Listen, brother. If you say you're Indian, I acknowledge that you're Indian. Why is it an argument beyond that?
And since we going back,
I'm not talking about.
I'm
asking is DNA a reliable source?
Did you know Rick Kittles, his own mentor from the African Burial Ground Project?
Somebody got feedback.
Hardcore. If I was trying to argue that you guys are not Indians, I could understand these questions. But if you guys want to believe you're Indians,
well, it's not about believing. We can prove it. That's the whole thing.
You guys, look, as far as
and it's not just us, it's you too.
Hold up, Brandon. Because how is it based in belief if it's true?
Okay. You guys want
me to you brought up Rick Kittles as one of your sources, right?
Okay, listen, hardcore. Hardcore. Man. Did you say I'm an Indian?
I said, if you're a Black American, yes, you are.
Okay, I'm an Indian. Okay.
I didn't say you're an Indian. I said
I'm an Indian.
Okay. All right. Let Tyrone ask this question.
Now, did you know that your boy Rick Kittles, his own mentor from the African Burial Ground Project in New York, who are trying to force feed an African narrative on Negro bones that were found in an Indian mound? Did you know that he made that shit up? And his mentor was named Michael Bleakey. He admitted to the public in the early 2000s that...
Brandon has the feedback.
Huh? That's not me.
You hear an echo?
Oh, shit, my fault. Al, could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Hey, boss man, I got a question for you.
Yeah, it's not... but wait for Tyrone finish up first, then you next.
All right. Rick Kittles went on an early article in the early 2000s. He admitted that Rick Kittles made up most of his shit.
Tyrone, I don't care about Rick Kittles.
Stage and admitted that they made up most of their shit.
Tyrone, why are you trying to discredit Rick Kittles? I don't know Rick Kittles. I don't give a damn.
You just use them as a
Yeah, you just said that DNA was your
African
source.
DNA,
Okay,
right?
let me. Hardcore. Wait a
You
minute.
trying to sell? Hold on,
Wait a minute.
wait,
Wait a minute.
Hey, Brandon, you better hope D. Jarrell pops up soon, man.
No,
Yo,
no,
yo,
I'll let you get all your shit out, man. Let me talk.
All right, let Brandon answer, and then Ray is next.
because these guys clearly don't comprehend well.
I heard what you said too.
What I
Yeah, we heard exactly what you said.
This is what I said, brothers with intelligence and brains in y'all skull. I said Rick Kittles believes in what he believes, so he created a company that researches DNA. I said, if you believe what you believe, all you have to do is create a company that researches genealogy.
And then you said that you believe that Black Americans are African by DNA, right?
Right, but prior to that, you did say that you believe that you're African through the DNA. That's what you said.
But Rick Kittles is not the only person researching.
No, but you said the DNA, then you brought him up.
Listen, brother.
Okay.
Rick Kittles is not the only person researching DNA.
We got you. We got Ray ready. He want to talk.
I got a question for you, right?
What you said poses another question.
Hold on, Ray, hold that for 1 second. Hold it. Ray's been waiting for a while though.
Hey, Alquan, I want to say peace, Alquan.
What's up?
And I want to say when it comes to this Caribbean and this African atmosphere, you definitely got the ball rolling on that, man. Them people stole a lot of your
thank you.
I like to call it juice. Right? Now my question to this man right here is what states in America are so-called Africans from the continent of Africa oppressed in?
Don't know.
Because you playing games. Now listen. I got one more. I got one more for you. If Africans are so oppressed in America, why are they bringing their favorite snacks and foods on them shipping containers? Number two, you playing games.
Okay, brother. Wait, but I never said anything about.
What? No. You pushing pan-Africanism. Listen, you're pushing pan-Africanism, but yet they're not oppressed in America.
You gotta let me answer the question.
Oh, that's Tyrone with the echo.
Okay, Tyrone.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not.
The point is, I never said anything about anybody being oppressed in America. You guys are bringing all these.
Why you, bro? What are you accomplishing? Listen. You going to Africa, right? How does that help the so-called Negro economic?
What I'm doing. What are you gonna?
It doesn't help Black Americans.
Well, I'll tell you why, Brandon. Because you're the pan-African. That's why.
Exactly. Damn.
Brother. Here's the thing.
Roland Martin Jr.
Because recently, a couple of months back, when we had Juneteenth. Wait, Brandon.
How does what Brandon impact anybody on it?
Oh, hold on, Tyrone, real quick. It's because you're the pan-Africanists, and we're
pan-Africanist. So,
right. But you're the one supposed to be trying to unite everybody.
Listen, brother. How does what I'm doing have any impact on y'all?
Because you're supposed to be the pan-Africanist, and you're not trying to help your people.
But
so wait a minute. So look. So you, your wife, and your kids make up a nation.
Me and my wife.
You playing games. You playing games, bro. You playing games, bro. That's not a nation, bro.
Bro, you sat up and brought up snacks.
You're pushing pan-Africanism on the American Negro, bro. Why you on the channel then?
And not only that, he also saying that we should go to Africa but speak Asian. You said that earlier. You said we should go to Africa but learn Asian.
Hardcore.
Mandarin is what you said. Chinese Mandarin.
See, you keep. I'm about. Hold on. Let me answer this question. You and Kayla Genesis and Dynas always try to plead with us and say Africa is the only solution. We need to get to Africa.
I've never told you to go to Africa, hardcore.
No. I just said you plead with us. You say Africa is the solution.
We don't plead with anybody.
Yes, you do.
The people who watch us already have a mindset where they want to go to Africa.
But they're not getting there though.
Wait. Because on the other show, when Alquan was trying to talk to you and that white boy came on, he said, y'all keeping us from getting to the figurative but
line of getting to Africa because that's the only salvation, right?
Yep.
Boss man. Listen. Hey, boss. Hey, boss. Listen, right?
Are we talking or are we joking?
Hey, man, if it's funny, we get a laugh.
I got one more question for you, boss.
This is what it seems like. It seems like there's a bunch of grown men on here who are upset because I'm doing what I want to do as a grown man. But what I'm doing,
hold on, wait. Hey, Brandon. But how is that benefiting the group?
Go do
exactly.
How is that benefiting your people, Black America, which you're coming to us with this shit saying we all gotta pack our bags to run to Africa?
I never said that.
Africans when the Africans say us.
When have I said every Black American
Negro has selective
Well, our discussion last night, we were talking about LGBTQ, and then you started talking about I'm trying to prevent people from going to Africa, and you said we need to go to Africa. That's what you guys always say that.
Harko, I just did a 9-minute little monologue on here, and I did not even say everybody needs to go to Africa.
But you said it in a roundabout way, though.
I never said that.
Bro, you do.
I said when you're in here, or you
even talk shit about people's grandparents,
still
accuse them of self-hating.
So you believe the so-called my man? So you believe the so-called Native Americans are the indigenous people of this land, basically?
I don't believe anything.
You playing games, bro.
Ray, your phone breaking up a little bit.
Nah, that's y'all connection. I'm good.
And Brandon, now did you and Kayla Genesis last night after I got kicked off, did you not say that, we need to go to Africa? Africa is the only solution. He said it specifically.
I said pan-African people, not you guys.
What is a pan-African person?
People are Black people in America as a whole, including the Caribbean,
bro.
The Afro-Latino. That's pan-Africanism. We gotta unite all Black people. Right?
What is a Black person? What is a Black person?
Right?
Every Black person in the world
is a Black person. What's a Black person? Describe a Black person to me.
Matter of fact, since Africa is the goal, how come Marcus Garvey never went to Africa? He never went step one.
Maybe he didn't want to go.
You playing games, bro.
I'm not playing games. You guys
are trying You got selective hearing. That's what you got.
Hey, brother, listen. I never said every Black person needs to go to Africa. I've never.
What is a Black person?
No. It's Marcus Garvey. Your savior, your God.
Well, trying to put me.
He said go to
what you're trying to do,
but he never went.
Take accountability for Marcus Garvey.
Oh, now you disavow Marcus Garvey now?
I'm not disavowing him.
Do you
look like Marcus Garvey with a suit?
W.E.B. Du Bois.
Something's wrong with the Negro, man. I don't know what's wrong with the Negro, man.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Did Marcus Garvey not say he had no desire to take all Black people to Africa?
Yeah,
but did he also say that he had a desire to take the right kind of Black people to Africa?
Well, those right kind of Black people would be pan-Africanists who want to go to Africa.
I don't remember him saying that.
But not all. Listen, not even all pan-Africanists want to go to Africa. Look at Dr. Umar.
Hold on, wait. But ain't white supremacy pan-African too?
Ain't Caucasian African?
Tyrone's bouncing all over the place.
Listen, man, you motherfuckers confused. All y'all go back. Listen, when you go back to Africa, you bring the motherfuckers with you. Excuse my language, Afghan.
I don't see
my man. Boss man, listen, my man, look. We're gonna gather up some money and we're gonna send you a one-way ticket straight down that motherfucker.
Okay,
don't come back.
Nah, he'll give you a refund real quick.
Y'all taking up room, man.
Down the block. Listen. Last year, I spent 3 months in Africa. This year,
Doing
I'm on
what,
pace
bro?
to spend. Listen,
Yo, how much
Twiddling
money?
sticks.
can I
How
get
much
my
did it?
statement out? Can I
How
get
much
my
did it
statement out?
cost?
You
Oh,
guys
go
got a
ahead.
question. Listen, last year I spent 3 months in Africa. This year I'm on pace to spend 4 months in Africa. And I want to progressively spend.
And I guarantee you, none of they females wanted to deal with you. Not because of your looks, just because they know you not they people.
That's
What's
not
wrong
true.
with you?
That's
Come on,
not
bro.
true.
If it's not true, why are you a
Wait,
Waniga,
okay,
you a
hardcore.
Kiniga,
Can I
you
ask
a
this brother a
Accusations?
question?
Ask
So you
him.
said that's not true. So you
Brother, have
cheating
you
on?
ever, brother, I want to ask the brother who just talked about the
That's Ray
female.
Ray.
Brother,
Yeah, what's up?
have you ever been to Africa?
Why when there's a million of them next door to me?
That's not what I asked you. Have you ever been to Africa?
No, I haven't.
So how would you know whether the females want to deal with you or not?
Because you
We
came
don't
back
look
over
over
here.
What do you mean?
You came home, nigga.
I have a wife.
So why you going to Africa?
I could go because I have businesses in Africa.
See, businesses, but they're not good enough to stay permanently because you don't want to eat
So
that
wait,
cuisine.
wait a minute, Alquan. So basically, you in Africa capitalizing off of Africans?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Oh,
Okay, got you. There we go. Bang.
Okay.
You got
Oh.
many Africans over here
Wait.
capitalizing on our
You
culture.
finished.
Let me ask you a question, Harco.
You finished.
okay.
Are Africans in America capitalizing off of African Americans?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're
Okay.
capitalizing off Africans.
Okay, so why can't we capitalize off each other?
Yeah, but you're supposed to be there to help. Every time we ask you what you're doing, you said you're over there helping.
That's what you don't understand. I'm a pan-African, not a volunteer worker.
Now is that
Pan-African
African money going
capitalist.
back into the Black American community?
Pan-capitalist.
Hey, listen. When are you going to start capitalizing off of the so-called Caucasian? You playing games. You take it too long.
Babe.
Stink.
Hey.
Boo.
No,
You playing games, bro. You thinking.
I was going to bring my wife because I was going to ask her.
Come on, why are you bringing females in men conversation, bro? What's wrong with y'all?
Listen,
Yeah, man. What's up with that?
Here. Why you need a woman in the solution, bro?
You
Man,
can't.
RP the Honorable Dr. Khalid Muhammad, man. Something's wrong with y'all, bro.
Khalid Muhammad is dead, so bringing him up is pointless.
Damn.
Okay.
Marcus Garvey's been dead for about 100 years, man. I mean, you keep bringing him up.
Y'all still pushing this whole movement, man.
I'm not bringing up Marcus Garvey.
You talking about pan-Africanism?
When you're a pan-Africanist, you represent Garvey.
Yeah, you represent Marcus Garvey with that shit, man.
We have business in America. In two of our businesses, the primary clientele is white folks.
Yo, hey, listen. Are you trying to get Hispanics to go back to Africa? Because supposedly they had something to do with the transatlantic slave trade, right? Wasn't they involved in it too?
I don't know anything about that.
Africans went to Latin America and the Caribbean. They didn't come to America like that.
That's exactly. So are you trying to get
I told you in the
shit is
last
crazy.
time when I went on your show, only 92,000 Africans got brought allegedly into the United States, right?
Alquan, these are the dummies you hang with on a daily basis.
Come on, see, no personal insults. I like the facts only. And again, last night, but check it out. But last night I was 100% respectful to you, and I still got dissed by the end of my appearance. And that's not.
Alquan, let me ask you something. When you come to my channel, even though I may degrade you, I don't ask a bunch of frivolous questions.
Yeah,
well, the jokes are part of the trying to discredit what I'm saying. That's what that's all about.
And then you jockey around Dan Calloway and talk shit about him.
My man. Are you trying to get? Are you preaching to so-called Latinos to join this pan-African movement and to go back to Africa? Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
They African too.
Yeah, right. See, look, yo, I cannot stand you, motherfucker. Yo, I'm telling. Oh, excuse my language, Alquan.
So you want me to give you my address so you can come fight me?
Yeah,
nah, something's wrong with y'all, bro.
I got a question. So y'all want it both ways.
All right, hold on. Let Truth Patrol. Truth Patrol.
Y'all want it both ways, right?
Pan-Africanists so much.
Yeah.
Then why don't we make a designated location, meet up, and beat the shit out of each other?
No,
Well,
bro.
it only a one-way deal.
Damn, violence now? We just
Hey, they said they turn to violence when they don't know what to do.
Howard, you said, I don't care.
brother, you are a black
In the
American. Why would
name
you
of
want to beat up on a
pan-Africanism,
fellow black
Alquan,
American?
All right,
That's part of our ethnic.
hold on. Truthful Troll want to say something.
Alquan, let's get a mutual location. Let's get a location right now. Me and this brother go to a boxing gym in his town. If he can't stand Pan-Africanism, let's meet there. I'll fly there. And we can go
Wow, bro. Yo, what you what?
Yeah,
Hey, look, what you what? 16 or 17?
You got too much of this. You got too much of this vitriol.
Now, Ray. Now, Brandon said he had a fight with 3 Mexicans and knocked them all out
Listen,
at the same time.
so maybe he wants the opportunity to take a shot at a Pan-Africanism. I'll give it to you. There's no hate in my heart. There's no anger towards you.
Actually, is you hate your grandma.
So
you called your grandma a self-hater and ashamed of being raped by white people.
Damn.
That's from your own mouth. You said that you a rape baby and you ashamed of being African because your grandma didn't pass African culture to you.
I'm ashamed of being
raped by white. That's your own words, not mine. Your own words.
I said I'm ashamed of being African.
Yeah, you said your grandma.
Hey, my man, listen. In my Alquan voice, what is an African?
Bro, listen.
Bro, listen.
You're not an African.
Wait. Answer his question. What is an African by definition in a white man's dictionary?
So they can't answer that one, man. They can't answer that one.
But not
terrible, man.
You're not an African.
If all life started in Africa, this is what y'all push. Why don't, like the brother just asked you earlier, why don't y'all consider all life? Like, why y'all don't feel like all people should be Pan-African? Like, why is it just directed toward us? Why not
right.
Why all come from there, right? Why not the Germans and the Russians?
All life from
Africa. And you never explained.
Right?
First of all,
hold up. One more thing. You never explained why you said that we should go to Africa but study Asian languages. This is what you said.
All right, let him answer that one first.
Why should we study Asian languages in Africa?
What? Okay,
ancient Chinese secret.
Listen. I know crack hit real hard in the 80s, so let me say this one more time.
Oh,
bro, you tweaking, man.
Now let him go. He's by himself, so you gotta, let him go.
What I just said. I said learning Mandarin Chinese is more beneficial than learning a Native American language. That's what I said.
You also said they study it all over the world, even in Africa.
Let me finish my answer. So I said, if the brother said he was going to empower people by teaching them a language, Native American language, I said it would be more empowering if he wanted to truly empower his people by teaching them a language.
Why is that?
Big African, right?
Why is that? Let me ask you.
He's not an African
name, right?
But let me get right quick, Tyrone. I
can't even answer.
Yeah. You said. I heard what you said. You said it'll be more empowering for us to learn Mandarin. Why is that?
I was just finishing up, backing up what you were saying.
Yeah. Why is that?
Listen. You guys said you're
bro, you poison, bro.
Let him go.
Listen, you guys said you're not African. So what I said was, if he wants to empower his people by teaching them a language, it will be more conducive to progress and empowerment for him to teach them Mandarin Chinese.
Yes,
a mongoloid. You want me to speak alien?
All right, we got somebody else popping up here. I'm not familiar with this person. Maybe this is somebody that might help Brandon out. Let's see what he can do. That's his partner. That's his partner.
Yo, I'm a native, bro. I'm a native, man. I'm a formed pan-Africanist.
Okay, now hold up.
I'm a native, bro. I'm a native, man.
Yeah, Hawk, you got feedback. I think you need some headphones or something.
Bro,
your feedback is strong.
I might have to get off.
Yeah, your feedback is very strong. Yeah, Hawk, you got feedback.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, the feedback.
You gotta stop the playback.
I'm gonna have to get my stuff straight then.
I think he said
echo, bro.
take the pause the YouTube.
All right.
Pause. Yeah, the feedback.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to get my.
There you go.
I think you got that. Now, before you go, let me just say this because Vanessa says she want to hear Brandon rant about my being faceless again. She said it was funny.
Well, what we noticed is all you guys are faceless guys. Like, no one shows their face. I mean,
Yo,
my face.
You seen my face before.
Yeah. I mean, but faces, it's about the content. Now, my man Hawk had his thing right now. Now it says device is not connected.
Hey, boss. I don't know your name.
Yeah, and hopefully you can face these questions that we got for you.
My man, right? What's your thoughts on doing all that self-infliction on their face and all that cutting and shit over there?
That's their culture.
So is it cool for us, the Negro, to amalgamate in that type of behavior?
We don't practice that culture.
Who is we?
The Negro
You playing games? Nah. It's over.
The Negro in America doesn't practice that culture. There are tribes in Africa.
So you want us to amalgamate with people that self-inflict?
Listen, you just asked me a question. There are tribes in Africa that self-inflict, put marks on their face, and then there are tribes that do not.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Is that sanitary for a human?
Another question.
Yo,
If you were
brother,
so I'm gonna kick you, then you gotta come back in.
They asked the question. You gotta let me answer the question. I don't run his damn mouth in the background. Everybody listen to him.
All right, before you do that, Hawk Solo says your mic. I guess you did something to disconnect your mic or something.
Listen, brother. Why are you asking me about what those people in that tribe choose to do?
Because you're trying to amalgamate these people with another people that's totally different.
No, I'm not.
It is.
I am simply trying to tell people that
to
we
wear a
have
costume.
Opportunity.
Wait. What people are you talking to first?
Wakanda. You talking about Wakanda, brother?
The people who identify as pan-African.
So can a Mexican identify as a pan-African?
No, he cannot.
Why not?
Because he's not African.
How you know?
They're not.
No,
Got him. See, we got him out. We got him out. It's over.
They're not. They said Napoleon bought Sudanese slaves to Mexico.
I don't care what they say. He brought
No kid now.
You called us Negroes a few seconds ago. I got a question. Was that term Negro, was that first applied to Indian or African?
Brother, why are you just talking when we answer the question?
Either way, you gonna lie about it.
I was asking. You called us Negroes. I asked you, was the Negro first applied to an African or
brother?
Indian?
He said Negro, so I said Negro.
Well, all right, now here's a question then. How come Caribbeans were never considered Negroes?
Can I ask you, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
What are you gonna do with all this useless information you regurgitate?
Say it again?
How are you gonna use this information that you got to produce something?
I heard you say useless, and then you switched it up.
Well, it's really useless information. You don't do nothing with it.
Hold on, wait. How's the DNA kit gonna help you out in getting restitution?
R.P. the Honorable Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
I'm not looking for restitution, Tyrone.
You're not looking for any type of reparation?
I don't give a damn about reparations.
Oh, you heard it, folks. He don't care about no reparations.
Your partner got to get his stuff together because you're gonna need some help, man.
Look,
Roland Martin Jr. I'm telling you.
Yo, Monet.
But you really better pray that D. Darrell show up because that's the man that's gonna save you.
Listen, hardcore.
Even though he can't handle it, but then again, he's not gonna show up because he said he's gonna produce the evidence this time.
Nobody can save me.
Does Africa?
Listen,
you would have shown them on the screen.
Resumes any day. I guarantee you, I've done more for Black Americans in America than any of you combined.
All right, give us a few examples. Give us a few examples. Give us a few examples of what you've done.
Okay, I have an organization
Patronize Africans.
Can Tyrone stop interrupting me, brother?
I want to hear this. I want to hear this.
Tyrone ain't said nothing useful the whole time he's been on here.
No.
Don't engage with arguments. So you give him time to think now. Let him.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Todd, chill. Todd, fall back.
Listen, bro. Here's the thing. In America, I have an organization called Like Minds. Like Minds has several programs right now in America, in California, where we do everything from helping people, Black businesses.
Arts and crafts?
No, let him go.
All right, I'm gonna head out, man. I'll quiet. If you want to bring me on here one-on-one to interview me, we can do that. But the rest of this joking stuff.
Well, you do that with us. You do that to us, though. When we come on,
brother, this guy, listen. But here's
Hey, he gonna cry in the car.
If you ask me,
but bro, we didn't shut off your mic.
What's your plan?
Okay. Listen.
I can give you a plan and a strategy.
Okay, what's your plan? What's your plan and solution for Black America?
I bet it's going back to Africa. I know that.
Hold up, but let him answer. What's your plan and solution for Black America?
Here's the reality with Black America.
No. What's your plan and solution for Black America?
I'm just telling you. If you get,
I bet it's something that Larry Elder would say.
Black America. All right.
All right, let him go.
Y'all, see, this is all a joke.
All right, go ahead. What's your plan for Black America? Not Africans, but Black America.
Okay. Black America, first and foremost, needs to stop voting for Democrats based on empty promises. So I believe that
here's your backup. He showed up again.
So either Black America is going to have to start their own political party or collectively become independent candidates to where we can go to both sides of the aisle.
Alquan, I need a question to my man after he done.
Hold on. Let him flow. Let him flow. I don't want to say that he didn't get his opportunity.
Black
we respect
America.
you. We respect you in our circle.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Black America needs to put themselves in a position where they can go to both sides of the aisle politically and negotiate for their interests, right? Do I think Black Americans deserve reparations? Well, yeah, I do. Do I think we are using the right strategy to gain reparations? No, because we're saying we want reparations while voting for a group, a party that has already went on record saying they would never give us reparations. So for Black America, one, we need to go back to learning trades and skills that people will pay us for. Two, we need to start voting politically for our best interest, not so we can be a part of the club, the Democratic Social Club, and get nothing in return. So that's the solution for them.
Okay, so in other words, you don't have any solution. It's the vote and trust the white man. That's what you're trying to tell us.
And trust the Native American instead of looking out for our.
No, I heard what you said. You said stop voting Democrat and vote Republican.
And trust the white man.
What I said,
Native Americans in the asshole like he does.
You're the host of this show, so you should at least be honest. I said Black people need to learn skills.
You just said vote and trust the white man. That's what you said, bro.
Yeah, that was your main thing.
Are you guys serious?
Bro, what's
Hey, yo, Elquan, I would like to ask the brother, should we move to Africa and vote Republican?
Okay, let Truth for Troll go, and then Lionel is next.
Should we move to Africa and then vote Republican, or vote Republican and then move to Africa?
All right, I'm out of here.
This shit is crazy.
All right, Lionel got something.
Ask me about what you wanted to.
What's going on now?
All right, everybody, let's ask some serious questions. All right, Lionel, he's new. He's serious. All right, everybody, let Lionel.
You claim to be serious, but you let a bunch of kids on your panel run interference.
All right, here's a grown man. Lionel's a grown man.
Hey, what's going on?
But they acted like little kids.
All right, but now Lionel, he's new.
America never gonna go forward.
Lionel's new. Let him rock. Lionel's new. He's new.
But just know.
Everybody else is muted. Everybody else is muted.
Just know, these guys are immature, and these are the guys who it's gonna take to build Black America. So while y'all joking on me, the only person who's joking is laughing is the white man at y'all, because y'all think everything.
He's not the only one.
That's why people want to leave America and go to Africa. Because people in America who are serious about their life.
You got a lot of Africans coming here to the United States. Staying in Africa, come on. It's true. I know plenty of them like that.
Then you got Black folks who want
Let me ask you one question. Hey, what's going on out there?
Yeah, what's up? All right, so
have you ever seen the movie Friday?
Yeah.
Remember when Smokey told Cube, "Oh, Big Worm was just playing," and then Ice Cube said he had a gun, didn't he? He said, "Yeah." He said, "Who you know that play like that? Your enemy is not playing." So while y'all sitting up joking and laughing, this is why we got to get away from y'all.
Yeah, but you don't need help from us in order to move to Africa. That's on you.
White folks joking now too.
But here we go.
I'm worried about what white folks doing because they on top of
You just said.
Hold up, sir.
But check it out. Hold up. We got Lionel. He want to get something in real quick.
What's going on there?
What's up? You got a little bit of feedback too, by the way. Hello?
All it is a joke.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Lionel, I got a question for you.
Yeah. Hey, I just got an opinion. Let me say this is personal experience. I don't.
Now I do hear like echo from you, Lionel.
Hold on. Let me.
This guy got to go back to the reservation and get a better mic.
Nah, see now you said no jokes. Now you see. Damn, that's heavy feedback right there. Okay, I guess he's coming back.
The whole point is, man, y'all not ready to do nothing because y'all still in the adolescent phase of life. It's all a joke. Hee ha ha. Meanwhile, you getting hold in America, bro.
So the solution is to go
in Africa.
So the solution is.
What the solution is?
So the solution is to go to Africa.
No, go learn trade. Go get skills that people will pay you for. Like my boy right now. My boy is he's in school becoming a carpenter, right? Like,
but is he taking that carpenter stuff to Africa?
Listen, brother, he's not even a pan-Africanist. He doesn't even care about Africa, but he's going to school to be a carpenter because he wants to start a company where he builds houses. He wants to start a construction company. That's what Black America needs to do.
Do you own that construction company, sir?
Black America needs to build institutions that train our people to do the jobs that people will pay us for.
Now, why?
Hold on, I'm a little confused. I'm confused here, sir. You guys say go to Africa all the time, and now you're saying stay here and build a trade and build America up. I mean, which one is it, man?
This is for the people who want to stay in America. Like, okay,
that's the overwhelming majority.
Okay,
but your business is not with America. You love Africa, right?
Okay, Lionel's back.
Wait a minute. Yeah. One thing you guys don't realize.
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey was inspired by Booker T. Washington.
Actually, he was inspired by think tanks in London.
Marcus Garvey dead. We ain't worried about him. Let's move on.
Right.
He was a knight of Columbus, right?
Why is everything coming to a joke?
Hey, wait. I'm not joking.
Before we get my man upset, let Lionel ask his questions just in case my man wants to dip out.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, everybody?
What's going on, Lionel?
Hey, I'm doing good. Hey,
you have headphones on, Lionel?
No, I took the Bluetooth off.
Yeah, I still got a little feedback. You got YouTube going too, or?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube as well. Look like I'm
yeah. Pause that YouTube.
Definitely.
Man, look, Marcus Garvey was inspired by Booker T. Washington.
Nah, you don't have to come off. Just pause YouTube.
Was not a pan-Africanist. Booker T. Washington advocated for Black people to develop skills that people would pay them for so that they could be in control of their own economic future and basically have a permanent position within society where people depended on what they knew.
I'll bring you back on in a second, Ray.
Black people need to do the same thing if they want to stay in America.
I'm gonna have to start paying for this shit.
So can
I ask you this?
Hold on, Tyrone. Hold on, Tyrone.
Look, black people want to play games, joke around, hardcore. You want people to take you serious, but you got a bunch of brothers that just want to joke around.
Truth be told, they're trying to follow your lead. That's what you encourage.
Jabali, wait, I'm not joking. I'm not joking this out. I'm being serious. I'm being dead serious. I'm just telling you facts. What Marcus Garvey was.
Give you an example. This brother Tyrone, he's all about genealogy.
Yeah.
Tyrone, I'll support you. These other two brothers,
not too much. It sounds a little better so far.
They sitting up asking silly questions that don't mean nothing. Meanwhile, they getting marginalized and castrated economically in America. Where do these brothers live, bro? Where do these brothers live? So when you guys clown and try to talk about me, you guys need to look at why are we more worried about
I'm a carpenter in Tampa Bay, Florida, man.
All right, so
before we do that, let Lionel, let's make sure he can get his questions in real quick. And then Hot. Yeah.
I'm just gonna
wait, pause. So 1 second. Somebody else just popped up. Now all facts. Man, hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take Hawk out just for 1 second. I'm gonna bring you right back because I guess I just gotta say something to this other guy that popped up real quick. Yeah, now all facts. What the fuck you want, man?
Somebody just said we had all that and somebody burnt it down. You can't be saying stay in America. Then when you say build in America, well, they just gonna burn it down.
Hold on, Brandon, 1 second. What do you want, all facts?
Let me ask y'all.
Hold on. See, this motherfucker coming, then he's just gonna dip out. That's the one. That's for the people to know. That's the guy. Hold on. That's the guy that helped take down the other channel I had. That fucker. He's banned from this channel.
He's a saboteur, huh?
Yep.
Listen, I gotta go watch the fight. Let me tell you.
Oh shit! I forgot all about that shit.
No, Wilder.
Let me put something on you. You got. If we say build in America, y'all gonna say, oh, they burned down Black Wall Street. So let's not build. If we say go to Africa, y'all gonna say Africa don't like you and you not Africa.
Guess what? Let me cut that short.
But Tyrone, Tyrone, real quick. Let's let. I'm sorry for that interruption with that guy. But let Lionel get his question. Oh well.
About to watch the fight.
He was already in one. Money. He was already in one. All right, so we'll let Lionel. Lionel can say what you guys say. Then Hawk, if you want to stick around,
what's going on to the room, everybody?
What's
going on, brother?
Yeah.
All right, good. That's good. Hey, I just wanted to tell you something, man. I've been listening all night. I'm here right now, but I'm gonna make this brief. I'm gonna tell him. I wish he'd listen right now. All this stuff about Africans and Pan-Africans, this stuff is a big joke. I used to be a part of that type of stuff. And then I just woke up as years go by. But my experience dealing with Africans, especially those directly from the continent, they do not look at us as the same people, whether they're Pan-African or not. No, they come here for opportunity. They did not come here to look for no long-lost relative at all. They come from where it's not good where they from, so they look at America as the great golden opportunity. So basically, that's what they're gonna come here for. They're not coming here to unite with us. You can forget about it. And then if we go over there, they're gonna look at us as a cash cow. That's all there is to it. I know plenty of guys who was into pan-Africanism, and they told me some stories. So this whole thing, what they're talking about, it's not really all that. It's all about money. That's basically what it's about. And I just wish he could really see that and open his own eyes, but obviously he's not going to do it. He's too conditioned and brainwashed to see it.
Yeah, but maybe one day, I guess maybe you could do a one-on-one without his muting and over-talking. Let's see.
I got some stories. I got some experiences to tell this dude, and he will not like it.
No, he won't.
No, he won't like it. I'll give you one quick example. There was a guy when I was in their military. I admit that. Now, I was stationed in Northern Virginia. Now there was a guy from Ghana. Okay, pretty good barber, cut pretty good. So I needed a cut. So I went down Route One, stopped at the shop, introduced myself, and did a pretty good job. So 2 weeks later, I come back to the shop. Now, mind you, there were two brothers from here. They were barbers as well. But when I walked in, a lot of guys from Ghana was standing, just sitting there, just talking. They did not even come and approach the two other guys for a cut. They were waiting on this guy for a haircut, either whether they were just talking or they're just waiting for a cut. And many of these guys were waiting for a cut because looking at their hair, it was bad. However, I come in, like I said, and I look at the other two guys, and I'm waiting for the Ghana guy to cut my hair. So the other guy, he got frustrated and left. So me and the other dude, we looked at each other. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give this guy my business. So I went on and sat in the brother's chair, and we were just talking on the slide about how they are. And he told me, he said, man, they don't like us. I said, really? He said, yeah, man, they don't like us at all. They see us as different from them. So that's one of my experiences itself.
All right. Now, let me, I hate to do this. I'm just curious. I'm going to let you go, Hawk, right after this little intervention right here that we have here. I just want to hear what this man could possibly have to say. Okay. What do you have to say, man?
Many things, ladies and gentlemen.
You're on All Facts. What do you have to say, man?
All that type of stuff, the hatred.
Okay. So we could do the. Never mind. We're gonna do it like this. We're gonna do. This is a world premiere. Ban from the studio for this guy.
Should have been banned, man. Man, he stopped your last channel, man. That's messed up, bro.
Yeah. Cocksucker.
Black folks, yeah.
All right,
never learn.
It's on you, All
right. Yeah, I wasn't coming to save him, man. There's no savior. I'm not his savior.
Hey,
what's up?
Could I ask you a question?
Yeah, no problem, bro.
What states in America are so-called Africans oppressed in?
That's a good question. I would say, I don't think they're oppressed like we are. However, in the Northeast and parts of New York, some parts in the South, where there's economic poverty, everybody's struggling. They're struggling, but it's not the oppression.
So check it out. Mm-hmm. Let's say they are a little bit oppressed in the Northeast of America, right? Right. Wouldn't that be like a volunteer oppression, being that they asked to come here?
Definitely, they move. So
would you consider yourself a so-called pan-Africanist?
I'm a reformed. I'm an indigenous, but I was pan-African for most of my young adult life. Okay. However, in 2005, my awakening began, but I woke up like 5 years ago all the way. Okay. But
I got one more for you, boss. I got one more for you.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the Negro should segregate from all Hispanics because these people are beginning to wear our attire? And our young children are beginning to be turned on by them because they are taking on your identity. So my question to you is, I know it's loaded, but do you feel like the so-called Negro in America should segregate from everyone who isn't a so-called Negro or labeled as a Black American?
There should be a psychological barrier. Because, like you just said, because they're taking on the appearance, they're tethering to what we have, the swag, the style that we came up with. So it's going to be hard to differentiate. But I think there has to be a psychological barrier because they had that psychological barrier.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what fucked me up in 2009. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I went to a parade in an Eastern Parkway parade in New York. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I see Caribbeans everywhere.
Right.
Everybody got a flag, and I'm saying to myself, where the fuck is our shit at? Excuse my language, Al. But these people aren't oppressed, and my solutions are to segregate, and we must arm ourselves with the truth or
Definitely.
perish.
Well, listen, I have an interesting story. Like it's, I guess it goes back 3 generations. I'm 3/3 Black American and 3/4 Black American, 1/4 Bahamian, and that 1/4 Bahamian ruined my family because they think they're better than us. My grandfather is from Harlem. His mom, my grandmama, God rest her soul, she passed away at 37, breast cancer. She's from the Bahamas. They got married. They went to Hampton together. They got married, but the Bahamian side of the family hated the American side. They thought they were better, even though he was educated. This man ended up becoming a doctorate in mathematics. They still thought they were better than him because they're islanders. He's a Negro slave family from South Carolina. They ended up causing a divorce. They got divorced. My granddad went on to teach at Grambling, other colleges. They kept my father, auntie, and uncle from him for many, many years, even after my grandma died, because they felt that they can raise them better in the island environment. That right there was when I was taught that, I started to learn that it's a division. There's no pan-African. There's no Caribbean and Black coalition.
Indeed, I got one more for you. So, being that you can't blame a child for, let's say, coming out half.
I'm sorry, Ray.
Right.
Before you do that, let me just say this real quick. You see this on the screen right here? So this is that all facts guy. This fucker got the other channel taken down, and we were rolling on the other channel. And now he got kicked off of the other channel that I used to be on. They don't want his ass around anymore. So now he comes around here trying to start shit again. He's trolling. And in case you don't know, this is
he black?
Yeah, this is you ever heard of Beasley? That troll Beasley that Uncle Shug just outed recently, as far as his gruesome looks. This guy is down with him. See, they're fucking trolls, mentally ill faggots, mentally ill cocksuckers. They ain't got nothing else to do with their life, And he says he's flagging the video. Why would you want to do that? You come here doing your crack cocaine, and now you want to come over here starting shit. You already got the other channel taken down now.
They hate progress.
Yeah, I mean, get the fuck on. I'm sorry. I had to vent.
It's all good. And I want to say this to the chat, man. I really appreciate y'all, and I'm not sure what's going on, because if we know where other Negroes go during gentrification, and that's seeking cheaper rent, where does so-called non-Negroes go when it's gentrification time? So these people about to follow us consistently and eternally. This is So
what do you mean by segregation? Like, how do you propose we segregate? It already is kind of a segregation.
Listen, check it out. Before Martin Luther King.
Oh, so you mean segregated from every culture? Okay, not just Caribbean.
You stay there. Listen, we could trade.
Right.
I don't gotta hate you.
Okay, right.
But that don't mean I want to have intercourse with your females.
Right.
I
agree. That's when we had our most progress.
And see, my issue with the Negro is he don't know how to stay away from these goddamn Latinos, man. Leave them alone, man.
That's a big issue.
Leave them alone. And then you're going to cause the child to have to pick a side.
Confusion.
And then, listen, man, the county jails are segregated. Ain't nobody saying that.
Ooh,
listen. Check it out. Hispanics could cut our hair, right? But we can't cut their hair because we have no experience cutting their fucking hair. They got, come on, man. Bro, people say, you can't get mad at them for working together. But listen, they're not being systematically tampered with to not get along.
Yeah.
So that's true, man.
Peace to the chat, man. We gotta segregate, leave them females alone. I know it's gonna be hard not to deal with Caribbeans because they look so much like us, but man, listen, man, it's up, man. We at the end of our ropes, man, and motherfuckers better suit up and boot up out here, man. I don't know what y'all doing, but when y'all catch these people with flip flops on, you go in their pockets straight like that. Peace to the chat.
Peace, bro.
I agree, but I don't understand why that Brandon left.
The heat was too much.
He was on the hot seat, man.
Yeah.
But listen, any Pan-African can wake up because I was once a strong Pan-African. Any Pan-African can wake up, man. Yep. It's just gonna take time. You have to undo that conditioning of hundreds of years of lies. And one thing somebody told me years ago, Africa, one of the root words for Africa is Furkan. It's the Arabic word Furkan. And that means to divide. And they've used that word to divide us from our land here. They had us twisted.
They be putting curses on us, man. Like the word black. Negroes still stuck on the word black.
Right.
Like Jason Black, for instance. Like I tried to go on his channel to build and show him some knowledge, but he didn't want to even listen. He just cut off my mic before I could even say what I had to say, which was ask him, since you're on the Indigenous American paradigm and want to segregate from the Caribbean and the African now, how come why shouldn't we do what they've done to us, which is promote our Indigenous American heritage?
Damn, I was about to tune into that fight, but apparently they knocked one of my sites down. God damn.
What you say, Alphon?
I was gonna look at that fight, but they knocked one of the sites down that I watched my sports at. Let's fuck up my football on my ESPN because I can't get that.
You ain't got no DVR or something to record?
No, I can see every other game, but the ESPN games.
Damn, man.
I saw them before, but because I found a new site, but then they just took the shit off. I guess because of this Wilder fight, man. Damn.
Yeah.
Who fighting?
Wilder Fury.
I was gonna see that. I just knew I was gonna watch it, but I can't. Well, YouTube will have it up the replay. So
I was ready to tear Brandon to shreds because that shit got
can't stand the heat, man. But he definitely sound like an African though. He want to come to America to make that money. That's all the small talk. You a true African. Yes, indeed. Looking like Idi Amin, man. Come on.
Democrat.
Oh, you know what? I think I got you confused. I thought you were his buddy.
Yeah, I wasn't coming to his rescue. I'm one of your followers, man. I've been following you for years. I'm J.O. Boogie, but I just got hot solo on it.
Okay, because Taron, doesn't he look like that guy that was on Brandon's channel that time?
Nah, man. I'm indigenous, man.
Okay. Because he had the guy that he refers to as his historian and tech guy.
No African wingman. No, I had to break down my conditioning, and I preach it around everywhere I go now, man.
Okay, well, it's the good thing he did leave then, because he would really be outnumbered.
He's about to feel that heat, man.
You know he was trying to yell over people and stuff like that. He wasn't even talking.
Nah, he got really emotional, man. Real emotional. Yeah. But they definitely have succeeded in wiping us off, man.
Check this comment out. Check this comment out on the screen.
That's funny.
My answer is hell yeah. Shit, I'm tired of the goddamn British. You know I'm tired of them.
Take him out. He from Alabama, man. He from Alabama. He think he African. You from Alabama, boy. Get out of here.
Better yet, St. Louis.
Oh, St. Louis, wherever he from.
I mean, damn, if Tyson wins again, goddamn, he'll be the tallest champion for a while. And Wilder is tall himself, taller than average tall champions. So, I mean, this shit is crazy.
Definitely.
I was about to get on him about the Moors, where he said that, Moors were enslaved.
Oh, yeah, we ain't even get on that yet. Damn.
That's a part of their conditioning too, to discount whatever happened with the Moors, call them white, it's ridiculous, man.
Slaves and stuff like that. Look at how they to the Congolese, man.
That's what Brother Larry, Professor Larry says, because we've been going back and forth for a few months with this. I invited him to come on. I knew he was gonna be too scared. If he ain't in a controlled side net environment, he ain't coming on.
Oh yeah. But it was something deep that he said. His name Brandon, the guy earlier.
Yeah.
You know that we should learn Mandarin. Africa has been colonized by many nations. Why would we claim that? They weak. From the Germans, everybody. The Dutch, everything. I mean, they are totally broken. Now China's up in there exploiting everything they got while they eat rats on the side of the road. Come on, man. It's bad,
don't forget India too.
Oh yeah, India's in there. Come on, man.
Yep.
It's just bad, man.
Lebanese and Western Africa too.
Yeah.
Just like Lebanese in the Caribbean too.
Guess what?
Wow.
Today they talking about Lebanese in the dark, and they fighting. They sending like people from Britain or somewhere into Ghana to get some fuel.
Was like some saboteurs or some special ops or something like that.
Yeah, to repower Lebanon.
Shit, they do that kind of shit, man.
They just look at Africa like a bowl of food. They eat.
That's why they need Hannibal. But of course, to the pan-Africanists, Hannibal was a white man.
Insane. I was pan-Africanist and I knew Hannibal was black. I mean, come on, what is wrong with these people?
Yeah, I mean, they say Berbers are white.
They claim Ethiopians white now.
That's insane. That's insane right there. They moving it further and further down. They keep shifting that goalpost.
Really, all they're doing is reinforcing what the white man's been saying all this
year. Literally look at a dark-skinned East Indian like Mindy Kaling and her brother who infiltrated colleges to look like one of us and to be like one of us, and they'll say that they not black.
Insane. I'm brown. Brown, you darker than us. Get out of here. Yeah. Brown.
Like I said, all he had to do was shave his head. Now he's a black man. I mean, there ain't no disguise.
You know, this dude used another. He gave a shout out to the dude who created DNA, and then shitted on the man's work at the same time.
That's what he does, though.
Man.
And then he said we was being childish, like, and I get it though, because we laugh when we ask these questions, but they don't hit themselves. Like, you gotta lie if you back in this transatlantic slave trade, because like I said, I only ask people one question to prove that it's not true. If there was segregation and we did not go to their school systems, why did it take integration for us to hear that we come from Africa?
Absolutely.
Why did it take us to go to their school system? To why did it take that, man?
Total indoctrination, bro.
As a matter
and you know, I think a lot of this. No one is eating rat in Africa. That's a lie. They eat monkey, they eat rat. I mean,
read the rest of that shit.
Oh, we're still eating bush meat and the white man.
I will say that that my great grandma she'll cook a nutria rat. I ain't even playing.
Right? But y'all from Louisiana?
They're feeding corn. Huh?
Y'all from Louisiana? Nutria rat? Okay.
My great grandma, man, she'll whip up a nutria rat. She passed away now though. Raccoon, man, anything. Feed them grits, corn, all that stuff. I ate it as a child apparently.
Is that an actual rat or a different type of animal?
No, it's a nutria.
It's not. It's not really a rat. It's nutria. Yeah.
Okay. I think they don't even eat like trash and shit.
They don't. No, it's not like sewer rats. No,
vegetables and shit like that. Yeah, it's not no sewer rat. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But you can look it up. People eat that throughout the South. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody though. That's it's like chitlins. I ain't eating no damn chitlins, but my brother eats that shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit, man, whip them up. House be smelling like straight ass, man.
Yeah. That's why you got to put vinegar on that shit to kill shit.
And what
over the weekend, I went to Warwick
Park. On that video where UB News was talking about the boule and the significance and the history of pan-Africanism, and it's literally he went over the true history behind pan-Africans. Like most of these pan-African scholars that are put in front of us were taught by Jewish people or think tanks in London.
Yeah, that was a powerful video. I don't know about his Egypt and Texas. I don't know about that one, but I know about the boule one.
Because that one is kind of pseudo to me as well. I just focus on the stuff that's relevant to us with the how did pan-Africanism get into our circles when no one was thinking about this during us being prisoners of war.
And you notice how the little clip I played last night with Brandon, when I talked about boule and Freemasonry, then that's when I got called mentally ill, of course.
Oh, you gotta get prime cuts for that. I want to see that prime.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and put that up. I did play it. I played it tonight though on here.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Go back and watch that one.
And that's why I was like, damn, after I played it, then he pops up. I said, oh, that's why I give him a point for popping up. You know, these other people, they don't pop up when they talk.
They run.
So at least he showed up.
You know, I think a big barrier to more of our people waking up that we're indigenous here is to admit that our ancestors may have been wrong. Like Malcolm X may have been wrong. Muhammad Ali may have been wrong. I mean, we can't, everything they did wasn't gold. Everything they did wasn't perfect. And them saying that we were from Africa may have been that one thing that was wrong. We have to just admit that, you know, admit that we're wrong. Everybody plays the fool, like the old school song said, you know?
Right.
It's a pride thing that's keeping us from waking up and, you know.
Either that or it's a coon agent thing.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely a coon agent thing. That's definitely a boule ploy, you know.
Yeah, it is.
One thing I did agree with Martin Luther King that he said before he got killed or whatever. He said, I think he said 400 years later, the Negro is still exiled in his own land.
Definitely.
That's true.
That's what came out of his mouth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I also learned what colonization is. Colonization is not going to an area and like taking over physically. Colonization is going to an area and becoming the influence of what's taught to that people. Like the
language.
When I found out the pan-African shit was bullshit when it got something, the Colonization Act, the Negro colonized, it was something like that. And the shit, like you can read it in black and white. They was talking about how and Marcus Garvey was a part of the shit too. It was like a bunch of people that had a plan to convince us to go to Africa.
Yeah,
that's
the
how
Knights
all of
of
that,
Columbus,
so that they could
the American Colonization Society, and the Royal Geographic
Society. Yeah, that shit there. That shit there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, London.
Well, they worship Marcus Garvey. Stop the Garvey worship.
Yeah, that
get us a long way.
That led up to Marcus Garvey.
Garvey got his whole back to Africa idea from the American Colonization Society. He didn't come up with the Liberian movement.
Right.
The other day,
that whole entire script by a bunch of people in London. Like, the man didn't actually go to Africa. He went to Great Britain and died there. Whereas you had W.E.B. Du Bois, who was also sharing the same ideology.
That's irony.
Marcus Garvey, and he actually went to Ghana and died there.
That's irony. That's ironic, you know what I mean? They both had pan-African ideology, but Marcus wouldn't step foot on African soil, He took money from the people. People forget that. He was the polite of polite. He took money from the people. He was the Tariq Nasheed of that time to build that the Black Star Line and never materialized.
He was selling books and all kinds of shit.
About this, what's that YouTuber that calls out black women all the time? He brought up an interesting point. He talked about the WB
Kevin Samuels,
Marcus Garvey thing, and we always hold this colorism thing with our movements. Like, the light-skinned brother actually did the pan-Africanist thing, which was go back to Africa and die there.
That's deep. That's the irony of it all.
You got a dark-skinned Negro that's
and the craziest part is
Africa, but he not running to Africa himself and not
a charlatan.
Africa and building with Africa for himself. Like, why does he need an escort?
And why should we be building? Why should the people who, according to them, don't know who we are, so we should take DNA tests? And even though they claim we don't know who we are, and they claim that we have nothing, we should take our broke asses who don't even have no awareness of self and go rebuild Africa. Just listen to that. Listen to
that.
That's
right
insane. Yeah.
They say, black man, you have no infrastructure. You have no sense of culture, but yet the culture you do have is African. You know what I'm saying? Even though you can't find the shit nowhere over there, except for the dudes who I would say try to imitate hip hop and shit like that.
Right.
But you know, it don't make no damn sense. Why should we go over there and build? If we gotta go build over there, that means we owe them.
Right. Yeah, and like I was telling before Brandon left, I was telling him about why don't we like make our own, since y'all are interested in DNA like that, why don't you make your own DNA company and dig up bones over here of our ancestors, get the deeds or ask permission from Black Americans, could you go inside these or ask one of these Native Americans, could you go into these Indian mound burial grounds or go into these abandoned slave graveyards and do testing on some of our own close relatives?
Yeah, you asked him that earlier.
If we are related to any of these Africans, or if Africans are related to us. They don't do that. They can't like go into Africa and say, "Oh, hey, Nigerian, the Cassine people," like D. Darrell claims he's from. Hey, Cassine man, you are related to a bunch of Gullah Geechee people, or the Accomack people, or the Chittimancha people of America. They don't do that with DNA tests. They want to get you with their out of Africa theory methodology.
That boy said he went over there to Africa and he kicked it with a certain tribe, and they put him down in the set and gave him a name. And he was like, I'm going to rep this. You know, even though while saying his people in Africa was a whole different people, and he had another name from another tribe, you know, what made that name better than that one? And, you know, why should we be learning Asian language? Even though I know the answer to that already, because Asian been kicking Africa ass for a minute and taking over.
No, not even a minute, a millennia.
It's also weird that a pan-African would suggest that too, you know?
Ain't that a bitch?
That means you must be pro-Chinese and shit.
He didn't say learn Swahili. He said learn Mandarin, because trade with China.
Mandarin
China
Chinese.
ain't got shit to offer to America. China gets everything out of America.
Yeah, let me say this too. Here's my Facebook page. I'd advise people to whatever it is, follow, what have you, because we got that clown lurking around. I don't know what the hell brought his ass around here, but obviously, you know, my man is probably gonna be up to something pretty soon. I got a backup channel already set to roll anyway, so believe me, I know how to circumvent the Google system, so that guy could do what he wants to do. Nothing better to do. He's supposed to be some goddamn computer IT manager, but he always sounds drunk and crazy. And he's a goddamn troll. Nobody's entrusting him in none of that shit. Comes around here with all this bullshit. After all this time, he wants to come back.
And speaking of which, I want that guy, Dollywood guy, to come up and explain himself over there snitching to Brandon and what's that other guy that was on that video that was sneak dissing me and you, and he was talking about how we were disrespecting Africa and we were saying bad things about Africa and black people, and that they should separate from us because we're teaching the wrong things. In America.
Not to cut y'all off. I went on Psychopathia because he was cool. You know, him and Elquan that did a show not too long ago. So I'm just chilling on over last weekend. Not thinking nothing of it.
Oh yeah, I saw you on there. Yeah.
Yeah, man, they jumped my ass, and I wanted to write you. Like they had me wanting to write you the next day. I said, man, I gotta ask this dude, how the hell do he be dealing? Because on TRS, that's how I found Elquan. It wasn't. I was just at work looking for a podcast to listen to one day, and I heard this dude talking. And so even the shit that he put up on about the gay shit and all, I was watching that show, and they taking that shit completely out of context. Y'all was talking about something, you know. But anyways, like the so I'm on there, and they asked me a question, and they said, "What does the black man have to offer to America?" If you know, and I said, well, didn't they already steal everything from the fucking Indians? We already showed them everything. We showed them how to fish. We showed them where to grow shit. We showed them infrastructure. We showed them how to frame walls. What didn't we? You know, I think Tyrone and Elquan already said they stole sassafras, which is Kool-Aid. I didn't even know that shit. You know, I mean, goddamn. You dig? And
Tasha, she put that shit out.
You know, if we not the man over here, then why are we the most popular motherfucker in school?
Right.
Matter of fact, let me interject with that one, because Miss Lisa put in an interesting idea in that point. Because how are like Europeans coming over here? They didn't know how to cook their own food, and they resorted to cannibalism. And over here and
too bad Brandon left. D. Darrell's in the house.
What up, D. Darrell?
Let me hit the link. Damn, too bad Brandon. Brandon could have had some back. Oh wait, that ain't that's the wrong.
He can hold his own. The truth should be able to hold his own. That's the problem.
Yeah, D Durrell ain't scared.
That's what's up.
He damn sure ain't scared.
Yeah. I give him that. My man, calm. He'll take on. He's like me, man. Take on 10, 20. You know.
Yeah. He
Black intelligence. Yeah.
Well, I think you want to come for me and Aboriginal power.
Nah, he ain't ready for him. Now let's see if he got. Now, D. Durrell, he's not gonna pop. He said, "Give me a second." I hope he's coming with that evidence that he said he was coming with. If he rocks the house with that,
boy said he was bringing his laptop next time.
Yeah. If he rocks the house with that, I really love to see it. And we'll see if Brandon pops back up. If he has some support, we'll see that. I keep telling these pan-Africans, D. Durrell is the man. That's the man you better contact if you want some good back.
Yeah, but your boy Psychopathia said that we need gatekeepers.
They sure have that.
Yeah. That was an interesting ass. They was talking about military and shit. He had some woman on the show. They was all ex-military and shit. And you know, it was like we need gatekeepers. Now my grandpa was ex-military, but he was
what are
graphic
they
for
going to
Vietnam.
do with this military? Are they going to colonize a place in Africa?
You know,
gotta start World War III.
Like,
they won't let us do that.
That's pretty much what everybody go to Africa and do.
You remember last time they did that, Liberian civil wars happened, so they don't like us going over there trying to colonize. They fight all with every tooth and nail, you know.
Yeah, with the psychopathist, man, you got to stay up on every word that they say. You got to be sharp with them.
You'll duck and dodge and
put
it back on to you.
Yeah, and they told me my screenshotted sources wasn't good enough. I'm giving them websites, all kind of shit. They're like, nah, man.
And then he called it abo nonsense, right?
Man, motherfuckers didn't show me one source, man.
Yeah, that's how it works, man. He's coming up in a second. Says all access. I'm trying to find if I can find this Wilder fight. Somebody on YouTube said they got it. I don't think it's real.
Let me see if I can find it.
I don't even think you could go to Africa and find a brother named Durrell.
They said buy it. $89. Man, goddamn. WBC boxing. Nah, they just say somebody usually comes with a bootleg shit on YouTube. No, they just watching. Damn, they took my channel down. See, I'll do the same thing, man. If I want to make sure I get paid, shit, fuck that.
You have then you make it up to like 20,000 some followers on that channel.
Yeah, something like that. I was getting there, man. And then that Big J and that damn All Facts guy. See, they don't have the good thing. They don't have a vehicle to use people to hate on this channel now, so they got to do it all on their own now.
What about that Meatball?
Oh yeah, man.
Was he in on it too?
Nah. That's the one thing I can say about Meatball. He doesn't like that false flagging bullshit. He hates that shit. He's better than they are because he's not with that shit. He might talk shit, but he ain't with that shit.
Man, I was at work. I was watching some video, man, and that bitch just started like buffering, and I'm like, man, what the hell? So I back out the video, and then the whole damn channel was gone. I like this dude, like, man, what you got this channel down?
Ooh, bro. Like, it's real time censorship nowadays, boy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I hate that.
Man, you know what?
I never see this shit down.
Hey, Quan, did y'all touch on the Chappelle show getting pulled from Netflix?
Nah, but I was talking about that with Brandon last night. And that was part of our conversation. And,
okay. Man, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that kind of thing.
I didn't even see the special.
I was lucky to see it a few days ago before they pulled it. You know, it was definitely worth the watch, but censorship is like, it's crazy right now. Modern day book burning, man.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And you got to worry about what happens after that.
Man, that's deep.
Oh yeah, indeed, I had to change the punch-in settings, because we had a troll. So I had to change the settings on that. And in order to get rid of his ass, I had to make sure people verify. That's what they told me. So I had to get rid of him because that guy is going to keep on coming back. That guy is a fucking nuisance.
But when you put the mic on him, he didn't say anything. What happened with that?
Yeah, that's what I'm like. At least say what you got to say real quick.
You got some weirdos out here, man.
I mean, he was pissing me off to the point, man. I was like, man, I was going to go down to Baltimore and see what I could find and what that is.
Oh, man.
Because I've been to Baltimore a few times, so I know my way around there. So. What's going on? What's going on, D. Durrell?
What's going on, brother?
What's happening, brother?
Let's get it cracking. So let me. It's time for another defeat for the so-called Aboriginals. So-called Aboriginals with no proof of anything. But okay, let's get it going.
What you got? What'd you bring today?
You produced a slave ship?
No. So the slave. I'm gonna say this again, like I said before. You all have yet to prove anything of subsequence.
Bro, you didn't prove
you're using old and outdated, unverifiable Mesoamerican information like the last time. I've asked you all to identify language, culture. You've yet to do that. You can't even give me a census of how many people. And this is another thing. And because see, I've never in my discussions with you ever debated the fact that there were Negroid looking people that lived in North or South America. I just beg of you to tell me how many. Nobody can give me a sense of an estimate of how many people. You can't tell me the language, the culture, the arts. You can do none of that. You all have failed to do any
he
of
just
that.
brought up Lima. He brought up Pocatello.
I'm sure he might show up in a minute. But check this out, D. Durrell. Did you come with that bag?
That what?
That bag of evidence?
You gonna get us with
bag of evidence for what?
Yeah, you said you was gonna have your laptop ready.
What you mean? What you said, that was, how long ago was that? That was a few weeks ago. I told you that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was ready last weekend, but you didn't go live.
The New York Jets of pan-Africanism. You unprepared, man.
well, the thing about it is this. Let's look at it from this standpoint. You all are the ones who are going against the grain historically. I'm staying with the sequence. So the onus is on you to prove. I don't have to prove anything because there's more books verifying my state of.
Yeah, your white master has your back.
You all are the one pulling some type of artificial history out of your asses. It ain't me. I'm just going in line with already being published. You the one pulling out fake history. I'm just stating what's been written.
If you're telling us you come from Africa,
what's been written has been lies.
No, prove that it's a lie. I can. Man. You can't prove me what you can't show me what you're saying is the truth.
Oh, bro.
So you're gonna tell me what I said was a lie.
Yeah, Ray-Ray's got me confused now.
You can't prove what you're saying is truthful.
You denied our sources.
Okay, answer this question, Anquan. Can you please tell me? Can you give me an estimate of how many Aboriginals that look like the people that's on this screen, and including myself? Can anybody give me some type of population census estimate of how many people of Aboriginal descent that you so-called claim that you're descendants of? What was the population of that? What was an estimate? Can anybody give me
plenty of them
for what year? What period? Time period?
I guess he's talking about like 1600s.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say, could you give me pre-colonial, before the onset of the European coming to the Americas?
What you say?
We weren't doing census.
Yeah.
It's a simple answer,
yeah,
man.
they wasn't taking the census yet, bro.
Okay. So you mean so what you telling me is that you don't have the evidence? Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's not evidence. That's like.
I'm going to go further. Hold on. Let's go even further.
That's like asking somebody, what's the plans for the HDTV from 6,000 years ago?
No, hold on. Wait a minute. No. Let's stay on topic. See, there we go. Moving the goalposts once again. When you can't answer a question, now we want to talk about something else.
I mean, you asking an outlandish question, man.
We went from talking about fake Aboriginal historical information to talking about African culture and derail where your relatives and all this other BS. But I'm asking you to stay on topic. Can we stay focused on the topic?
If you saying that I was, if you saying that our people come from Africa, why would it be bullshit to ask for our people that in Africa?
Was defeated because you couldn't prove that you descend from the Cassine people.
I can't what?
Brought up a DNA kit and said that, oh, I must be related to these people because I did a whole lot of research on a bunch of tribes that was given to me on a list of random shit that Rick Kittles or somebody in a DNA company gave.
So what you're gonna tell me is that DNA testing is not legitimate.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, so that means hold on, wait. So okay, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. So since DNA testing is not legitimate, that means the hundreds and thousands of black men who have been released due to falsely being accused of crimes that they didn't do. That mean their asses need to be back in jail. Because that DNA testing just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not legitimate then. So let's put those brothers back in jail. Let's put them back in jail since the DNA testing didn't work. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. No, DNA is DNA.
No, not really.
No, it's not. Y'all have magical DNA that can tell us what nation we're from.
So are we gonna have a serious discussion, or are we just gonna?
I'm listening to you, brother.
Has nothing to do with legal DNA tests.
Legal DNA. What is legal DNA?
Legal DNA, forensics DNA, forensics.
Bruh, DNA has nothing to do with culture. You can't buy.
Wait a minute, Tyrone. Are you serious?
He has jazz in his DNA. Come on, man.
What's the difference? Tell me what's the difference from you extrapolating a hair sample and tying it to something.
To your recent living and recent deceased relatives. It can't point you to
do you have DNA evidence, man? Anquan, do you have DNA evidence of being Aboriginal?
Can
you all show and prove to me your DNA tied to being Aboriginal?
Well, we don't need that. Number one.
You don't need it, huh?
I was going to explain. It's because number one,
you didn't need to say you were pan-African 100 years ago.
Wait a minute, you don't need it, huh?
But listen, the white man, he changes the labels to things. He's not going to show us as Native Americans, just like he's not going to show black people as North Africans.
Are you serious?
I am serious.
Exactly.
So I'm glad you brought that up. So let's talk about the North African thing. So what's been the situation on that? Because I see that's the title.
Yeah, that is.
Brandon claims that it was always white and that white people are Aborigines.
Right.
And that's a bullshit.
White people in North Africa?
Yep.
Who said that?
That's a lot of pan-Africans say that.
No, that's not true.
And Professor Larry says that too.
No. Why would they say that?
Because they're
Some
stupid.
Some of them say it, yeah.
So are they understanding how North Africa became Arabized?
Well, before that, they think that the Berbers were white.
The Berbers. How could the Berbers be white when the Berbers came? The Berbers were seen as foreign, as invaders. If you invaded Spain, how can you be an original person of that land if you invaded it? That doesn't even make sense. That's illogical. That doesn't even make sense.
Europe already had indigenous black people before pale people existed.
Okay. Here we go with that again.
You got the Cheddar Man, for example.
Okay, you don't believe that, huh?
No, I'm not. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, listen. And as I've told you all before, so let me reiterate for those that are new and for those that don't understand history. It is true, okay, that African.
You see this lady right here?
What?
You see this lady right here?
Sexual chocolate?
Yeah.
This is an indigenous black Tunisian woman right here.
Okay.
Fighting for rights against the Ottoman Turk government because they discriminated against real Africans in Africa.
Yes. Right.
So they are African, and she looks African, right?
She is African.
Yeah, and this is North Africa, right?
Right.
You see that flag?
She's Tunisian.
Yep,
okay.
See that flag? We mean okay. You guys act like this is doesn't exist. So I'm just
no. I didn't say. I already understand. I understand the history of Tunisia and Mediterranean and Libya, and so I understand that's they're African people. The original people of that land were not Arab.
Right.
So I don't understand that. We don't really have a disagreement on that.
Okay, at least that's good.
Now, what I
do you differentiate between Turk and Arab?
Excuse me.
I don't think Pan-Africanists differentiate between Turk and Arab. Those are two different things.
Turks are Arab. What are you talking about?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
And I can tell
they're not Semitic.
Hold up,
They may have intermixed, but they're not. They're
the
not.
equalizer is that Turks are not Arabs. They
okay, give
hold on, listen to Tyrone.
No, hold on, but I'm asking you this. Give me the differences.
The languages.
Mongoloid group, bro.
Yeah, they're Mongoloid.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that language and number one, Turks aren't even from the Middle East or the Mediterranean at all.
Okay, where are Turks from?
They're originally from like Mongolia, Siberia area.
Right, they migrated down into Turkey.
But you do understand that Turks were also mixed too?
Yeah, mixed white, mainly white Mongol.
Exactly. So I don't understand what's the purpose of this.
Original Arabs.
If you meet a so-called Arab in Egypt with name El Mesidi, El Tariq, they're not Arab, they're Turkish, is what I'm saying. They look pale white.
Okay, but you do understand that Arabs are considered Caucasian, right? Do you understand that, right?
There are a lot of black Arabs, man.
The funny part is,
but the original Arab was not of African descent.
Well, he was black, and it's right next door. The funny part is they won't call Turks white, but they'll call Arabs white, which I find pretty odd.
Insane.
Well,
obvious phenotype.
Arabs are Caucasian.
Well, no. See, what you're seeing are actually Turks that because the Turks never left. They're running things. They're calling themselves Arabs. They got rebranded.
Right.
People can't accept that because every time you see on TV, they say, "Oh, Israelis and Arabs going at it." So you think, okay, well, I don't hear them saying Turks, so Turks must not be there. But just like you got people from Spain coming over here, now everybody else got turned into so-called Hispanics and so-called Latinos. Nobody thinks a Native American type, or Mongol type.
So are we going to disregard the East African slave trade that led to the Arab invasion of Northeast Africa? Are we going to ignore
keep
that?
In mind,
no, we're not going to disregard that. That's history.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, but those were black Arabs, though.
No, those were not black Arabs.
Okay,
yeah, they were.
They were not.
I'm about to show you in a minute.
Those were Africans who basically converted to Islam to get out of slavery.
Wait a minute, D-Darrell, because West Africans, they don't say that they're indigenous to Africa. They say that they are Asiatic nomads from Hindustan, Persia, Yemen.
I have never heard West Africans say that. Where did you get that from?
West Africans.
There are some tribes.
Safa Karu himself, he has footage of
I hate when I see that.
in their griot. Like,
brother, I interact with Africans all the time. I've never heard West Africans say anything about them not being indigenous to Africa. I want to know where you get this information from, because this is like y'all making up stuff just to say, okay, I got something I can argue about.
You see this right here?
Making no sense, man.
You see on the top, every time you see these type of people, these aren't Arabs, these are Mongol Turks. But the white man will use these pictures to represent Arabs because they know most of us can't read Arabic, and we think turbans and Islam must be Arabs. But everybody knows when they see these Mongoloid eyes, they're like, this shit don't seem to add up. It's the white man's deception, because the white man claims that because of Islam you can't reproduce a human figure. But what is this?
Right.
Okay. To my knowledge, until I see further research, I've always considered Turks as being Arab. I'm not going to say that you're not giving proper information. I'm going to have to do further research.
Well,
that's all I'm going to say at this point.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but you don't even know the basics if you have to look that up, man, because that's basic level stuff.
No, it's not basic.
Well, I mean, don't discount what
because
a lot of
it's
Pan-Africans
very
don't know.
difficult for me to believe that you all think that there was a majority of population of African-looking people that lived in North and South America, and they were aboriginal to the Americas.
Yeah, but D. Durrell.
But you can't give me a population. You can't even give me an estimate.
Yeah, but that's inconsequential. I mean,
it's consequential to what?
to who was who? That's what we need.
Who is who?
They don't have a census of the Mongolians that was here. The Mongol style.
You see, D. Durrell, you see this right here?
Right.
See that hair? There ain't no mistaking that hair now.
You can't front on a twist, bro.
Right.
That's Yemen, 715 BC.
Yemen was definitely black.
Yes, but hold on. I never argued the fact that there were melanated people that lived across every continent. I never stated that.
Why y'all arguing that we weren't here then?
No. That's not my argument. My argument is that we were not there in mass population, and they got consumed by the other Aboriginal people that are the other people that were in those lands. That's my argument in regards to the Aboriginal position that you all take. Is that yes, the Almacs were here, but the Almacs were not here in a large number. That's why they got consumed by what is called the modern day, what we consider the Native American. They got consumed genetically by them.
I mean, you could say they got transformed. You can still see remnants of blackness. Now, this picture right here of an Arab on a camel, this is what my forever said is straight hair, while other people said it's dreads, but you can see it's thick versus stringy hair on hair and actually curly, bushy. So those do look like dreads, and whatever the case is, that's a stiff hairstyle.
Is that Assyrian art? What is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, African. When you look at hair texture,
they said that they come from that culture.
So here, you're Turks right here.
Definitely.
Yeah, but hair texture is a variation. That can be a variant of climate and the group of people that you're in. So that it doesn't mean you necessarily have to have kinky hair to be black.
Oh, right. Well, every time you take a shower, I guess your hair changes due to climate, right?
Wait a minute, brother. What does hair got to do with climate?
I know that's what you just said.
That's not what I stated. I said climate. Climate and taking a shower is not.
No, you're changing the climate.
You taking a shower is not changing the climate.
Because it has to change your hair. So
it doesn't change your hair.
If it gets hot and steamy, it gets hot and steamy. That's changing the climate.
That's not changing the climate. Stop it.
Now look at this guy. This Muhammad Ali.
Now we're playing word games.
Muhammad Ali Pasha. That's Turkish words.
Pasha,
but this guy was from Albania in Europe. Now Albania is practically a de facto Islamic state in Europe. As a vestige from the Ottoman Empire.
Okay.
Now see this guy right here.
The Ottoman Empire wasn't Arab.
Yeah, you take the fez off, put a turban on this guy, and he looks like a modern day so-called Arab, which are actually Turks.
Hold up, Alquan, let me interject with this video because here's an African that says that he comes from that culture.
Hold on a second. Let me here you go, some more. Let me get back on this. I hate when this thing happens. I wish they had something to change this shit around.
You want to know some Africans that say that they from Asia?
There are Africans that have lived in Asia. That's not out of the ordinary.
So he's aboriginal to Asia.
Okay.
Asiatic black man.
I actually seen that guy talk crazy before, so I'm very aware of him. So I know him.
Talking crazy.
I kind of heard that you all would reference him. But okay. Matter of fact, I seen him trying to debate people. And he was lost for words in the process.
have religions. Kenn waru waxtaane Lebu rek nga ñëw rek commencé Sénégal parce que Lebu commencé au Sénégal. So it doesn't mean, for example, if you're talking about Lebu, you cannot only start in Senegal, because Lebu doesn't come from Senegal. Parce que suñu maam yi dañuy wax ne Lebu mu commencé Inde. Because his ancestors they said Lebu is from India. Parce que Lebu yi dëkkoon nañu Inde.
India, huh? It's like that Tamil guy said.
And one more.
Here in Kenya, we are indigenous community because we have been here for a long time. But we came originally from Yemen, then came to Africa. Crossed the Red Sea. Others crossed the Red Sea and settled in Ethiopia, where many settled, after which we dispersed. Others ended up in Kenya.
Can't deny that.
Presently, Waata are found in the coast region from Tana River, Lamu, even though in relatively few members, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita. That's where they are found. In the northern areas of Marsabit and Isiolo, I also found Waata.
Can't deny that. Now, look at this. The Ottoman Empire lasted quite a while, but when it ended in 1922, Turks and their mixed children became known as Arabs because they never left, and you can't find video, you can't find nothing where they had an exodus because Turkey is not even their original homeland, but still they made Turkey. And I think that's what confuses a lot of people because Ottoman Turks in the country of Turkey, so people think that's where Turks come from, and that's where Turks should be at versus the so-called Arab countries.
And I agree with that. But in stating that, we cannot ignore the fact that the Turks basically became a large percentage of them converted to Islam, and they basically intermeshed with Arab culture.
Yeah, but they did change it over into their own style, and they run Mecca and Medina. Modern Islam, as we know it, is reinterpreted through them because they controlled it. Arabs never got it back. Arabs.
But Turks in itself, when you look at the region in which they came from, in which they're originally from Central Asia, and so you're talking about the fact that these are people who are basically having a European and a Mongolian mixture. Is that correct?
Right. And so Mongolian being the main one because that's the language.
Yes, because my thing was that, I mean, if I'm looking at this correctly, I mean, the area where they come from is pretty much like what southwest of China,
or north of it, Mongolia.
Yeah, so these people were a people of mixed. I could say they're a mixture of European and Mongolian that eventually intermingled with Arabic people. So these are, even though they may not be the original people of that land, they pretty much integrated into culture.
Well, I mean, basically, as the Mongols controlled a lot of what is now Russia and the former Soviet Union. You know, you watch that AT&T commercial with that girl with the big titties? Huh?
I don't know which one.
Is the girl, you know, the AT&T commercial? They keep showing it over and over again.
I can't. I don't know.
Well, come on, you can't. Come on, everybody. They create that.
It's kind of shining on the screen. Could you?
They wear that shit out. But she's from Uzbekistan.
Oh, okay.
And she is actually Jewish too, by the way.
Okay.
I had to look her up because I said that girl got some big titties. I want to know who she is.
Big old bitties.
Israel, what do you got to say about this?
What about it?
You said that there was no niggas over here.
No niggas where?
Ain't those nigga features?
Guy on the right. I don't know about the guy on the left.
You don't see them super cool lips? That nigga nose?
So,
Them nigga eyes?
but these people are people that are mixed.
I mean, the dude on the left kind of look like he mixed with a little bit of Bill
Mixed
Withers.
with what?
Yeah. But see, this is the thing, guys. I never said that there was never an African presence in these areas.
Wait,
And see,
why they
you
gotta
all
be
have the
African?
problem,
They
like
be
with the
African
ex-point with the out of Africa theory.
Yo,
So
check
if you have a problem with the out of Africa theory, then you're assuming you're assuming that melanated people just popped up in these continents out the middle of nowhere organically, which is not historically true.
Actually, our problem with the out of Africa theory, like you just said, is that theory mean that it's not fact. That mean that science has yet to be proven as true. That's why it's still to this day called a theory.
That's Darwin.
And it should be
So where do those people come
it
from?
It should be called a fucking lie, is what it
So
should
where do they
be
come
called.
from?
Huh?
See right here.
They just came from the ground. You believe they just came from out of the dirt, out the ashes, and
my
they
man
just became human?
My man right here be dropping that science right here.
Where the African people come from?
These are all bones that they
African
found
people
that's
come from
older
Northeast
than
Africa.
That's from the
No, I'm
Americas.
saying, did they grow out the ground?
They found these.
Nobody can ever know
bones
that.
in
They just say
From
evolved
the
from
areas
monkeys.
of Ethiopia, I've already talked about the areas of Ethiopia.
Now, you just
Guess
Tanzania.
what? Omo one.
Those were the
debunked.
oldest
Our theory is
evidence
older
of
than
African
Omo
people.
one.
African
All right,
people,
well, let me
due
ask
to
you
climate change, left Africa and they went to Asia, and they went through Southern and Central Asia, and they began to settle there.
But D.
And
Darrell,
so
what about
forth.
these pictures?
What about the
Yeah,
Negro?
I just gotta show this real quick.
And they created boat-like vehicles to go to South and to South and North America.
This girl right here working with some titties, though. You can't deny that, though.
What about
AT&T girl. Who would have ever guessed she was from fucking Uzbekistan?
Wow.
Who would have guessed that shit?
Uzbekistan.
That they found here in America that dates back allegedly to them over 12,000 years ago.
She not working with much else but the tickle bitties.
Yeah, she got a little ass on her too, though.
Oh, she does. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so she one of them little pogs.
Yo, Darrell, would you hit that?
You know he would.
Would I? Nah, I'm African, bro. I'm pro black. I'm a pan-African. We don't indulge in those activities.
Oh, if you're a pan-African, that means you'll marry her if you're a pan-African.
In the tradition of all our great pan-Africans.
So you can see a little bit of her mongoloid activity, but she's small hat and those titties. She came to you with those titties popped out. You're gonna be like, "Fuck Africa."
Nah, I doubt it. I'm good.
I got a question.
But thank you.
Yo, D. Darrell, you said you pro-black. Is Africa pro-black?
No.
Would you?
Most of Africa is not pro-black.
pro-black.
Most of Africa is not pro-black. That's why they're in the position. That's why Africa's in the situation it's in now.
Now look at this beautiful thing that I just got. Y'all see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
What kind of clothes were they wearing?
Now you gotta do it again. Your phone went off.
You can't tell me what type of clothes the Almacs were wearing. I'm waiting on that answer. When are you gonna tell me the clothes that the Almacs were wearing?
We could tell you the attire, show you the attire they were wearing.
Tell me the clothing. You can't tell me the food, the clothing, the tools they use. Nothing that define the culture. Nobody can clearly articulate that for me.
At the bottom is Caribbean. So what is the African culture? In designing these dresses?
And we
still
and like, what are you talking about?
The design of the dresses.
Yeah, you said that Africans came over here.
You know what?
I can barely see that. I can't even see it. So I don't.
Hit the move the phone a little flatter, I guess, to the camera angle.
It's slanted. Yeah.
Okay, what about it?
Yeah, it's African clothes. Did the African design this?
Okay. So what's the point?
You said that Africans got brought over here, right? They would have brought their culture here.
Oh, that's a good point.
You mean
Good point.
to the Americas?
Yeah,
Of course they bring your culture. Of course you bring your culture with you. That's natural.
Show us some African stuff, bro. I'm showing you the culture.
Well, that looks like Africans in the picture.
You said all our culture is African, right? Why is the Gullah Geechee wearing Seminole clothes?
The Gullah, do you understand the Gullah Geechee are of African descent?
If they were, why ain't they wearing
I know Gullah Geechees from South Carolina. What are you talking about?
But yeah, it's a question though.
The Gullah Geechee culture derives from West Africa.
Bro. This not African garb.
Yes, it is.
How so?
I know the Gullah Geechee told me that themselves.
It's African garb, really? So
yes.
African gonna come over here and
the
teach us how to dress.
The Gullah Geechee of South Carolina and those little islands or whatever, their culture derives from West Africa.
Oh, so did the Indian learn how to build these? Because this is what the African would have brought with him, right? He would have smuggled that up his asshole.
Well, in truth, Tyron, I gotta admit, they wouldn't have bought those because they're supposed to have been knocked over the head and taken as slaves. So,
well, they were. So you're gonna sit here and say that the transatlantic slave trade never happened.
What is
the way you believe?
Are you going to be that irresponsible to say something that dangerous?
What is your
is that what you're telling me?
What is your source to prove that happened?
Right.
So you all think you are going to sit here and think that the Europeans just came here and conquered millions of Negroid looking people on North and South America.
Nah,
that's what they did.
No, you saying that this is the story that y'all. I'm gonna go along with what y'all saying, right? I don't even know, and since you asked me how many Negroes passing for Indians was over here before they did a census or whatever, how many white boys did it take to conquer the savage ass, warring ass Indians who kick ass in war and then go to Africa and do the same thing to them, then bring those niggas over here?
Okay, you want me to answer that question?
By the millions, yeah. How many white boys?
You want me to? It didn't take many because they had advanced weapons that didn't require a large amount of people.
Like what advanced weapons?
The guns.
Yeah, but you know those guns took a while to load and one shot.
No. Yeah, compare. So come on, Antoine. You gonna compare a goddamn bow and arrow to a gun?
Hey, put it like this. Put it like this.
Y'all reaching.
Put it like this. Hold up. Put it like this. 20 bow and arrows to one shot. And bow and arrows do penetrate the skull, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
Brother, are you gonna sit here and tell me you gonna bring a bow and arrow to a gunfight and you gonna tell me that the bow and arrow gonna win?
The bow and arrow penetrates the skull. Matter of fact,
when the gun itself can shoot from a farther distance than the bow and arrow?
No, not those guns.
Are you serious?
And on top of that, some of those bow and arrows can penetrate armor from back then too.
They were
okay. I agree with that.
Like that, man.
But it didn't take a large amount of European people to conquer with advanced with superior weaponry. That's how the European was able to conquer and colonize. Because they had inferior weapons.
Shit, I don't like what I'm hearing on ESPN. D. Durrell, what you got on that Wilder stuff?
I didn't vote. I care, man. I'm actually tired of seeing them fighting, man. I don't even care who wins.
And from what I'm reading, they're saying Wilder's taking a beating and showing guts and almost falling over when he throws.
Oh wow.
That's from round 8 and
Wilder
9.
knocked down 4 times.
What? Damn, if he can't beat Fury, Fury might reign for a while. Shit. Shit. Because fuck.
Now this leads us back to your argument about hair and climate.
Okay.
Because this is the silly pseudo shit that y'all bring up. Like,
okay, what?
The post
silly?
says,
he said Wilder got knocked out.
Dark
Damn.
skin pigmentation and short nasal passages are not optional for survival of North America. That's bullshit because you got the American bison and you got the alpaca. And do you see a lot of African animals with nappy hair?
Well, 2 out of 3 times. That's an ass whooping. Shit.
Did I see what?
Did you hear what I said?
Now go ahead, repeat it. I didn't, because Anquan was speaking about the fight.
Because this meme that I just posted on the screen, it basically was talking about that nappy hair and wide noses, people with wide noses and nappy hair couldn't survive in North America because the Wormian Ice Age or the climate over here. If that's the case, could you explain the American bison versus the African chimpanzee or any animal in Africa with that doesn't have any nappy hair, but they all got straight hair?
Why wouldn't African people survive in their own native land? I don't get that.
No, I just said, why couldn't alleged Negroes be from America or have evolved in America if you got people universally with nappy hair and straight hair?
Okay, I mean, African people are very, very diverse people. I mean, you got African people with straight
why would
hair.
they be African
All
though?
Africans don't have wide noses. I
What
mean,
was Africa before the name was given to Africa? How can you be an African if there was no Africa when the first man arose?
well, the first human being came out of Africa. So I don't get what you
Who was that
think
first
about
human
that,
being?
huh?
Who was that first human being?
We already had this discussion. I gotta re-educate you again, Tyrone.
Was it Lucy? Because that's ape.
No, that's not. You keep saying ape. You keep talking about this ape shit. What is up with you with this?
That's your basis behind
Okay,
how
how are you going to distinguish between the Homo sapiens sapien or the Homo erectus and so forth? How are you going to distinguish between whether or not they were an ape or were a human being? Can you please?
They already told you.
No. Explain that to me, Tyrone.
Lucy was an ape.
How? Give me the differences that differentiate her from a human being.
It wasn't even a human. It wasn't even a human bone. It was an ape bone.
How?
It was a fucking ape bone, bro.
No, explain to me the difference.
Because what's the word for the bone that connects to your spinal cord and your hips? What's that bone called?
I'm asking you're gonna have to explain that because you're the one coming up with this.
The bone that connects to your spine, and that's your hip bone.
Okay.
And pelvis bone that connects all that. It wasn't shaped like a human's. It was shaped like an ape's.
Okay, so can you explain the usage of tools and technology by that species of human? Can you explain that? The cognitive development of that species separates them from an animal. Animals don't use tools. Human beings use tools.
Yeah, animals do use tools. Birds
like what?
Tools.
Name me a tool. When have you ever seen an animal use a tool? Invent their own tools?
You have birds that use tools.
Oh yeah.
You have dogs that use tools.
Like what?
Have apes that use tools.
Like apes use them as weapons and stuff, clubs.
Are you serious?
They throw rocks. Those are tools.
So you're telling me you seen an ape create a bow and arrow or create a sword or some shit or something to capture?
No, they're not that intelligent.
They use sophisticated intelligence to capture their prey.
No less, but they still use tools. They have intelligence.
So can you explain the presence of that type of species in which they found advanced tools? Apes do not create advanced tools.
Oh, now it's advanced tools now.
Huh?
Now it's advanced tools now.
Yeah, for that period of time.
DNA shit, but scientists actually use DNA to figure out the intelligence of apes.
Well, I thought you said DNA don't matter. So now we're going to use DNA when it fits your narrative. But when I talk about DNA, it don't mean anything. But then now you want to revert back to the DNA stuff. Okay, make sense. Okay.
Yo, D, let me ask you a more serious question, man.
So we're gonna pick and choose. Go ahead.
What landmass, right? What landmass are territory? What landmass are Asians and Mexicans indigenous to?
What landmass is Mexicans indigenous to?
And Asians. Mexicans and Asians. Just using them as an example.
Asians. Well, the thing about
and
it
I'm gonna
is,
also throw in Russians.
Asians are indigenous to Asia.
Okay.
That makes no sense.
Okay.
I mean, why are we calling them Asians?
So
wait a minute. Wait a minute, man. This is ridiculous.
Nah,
so
the reason that
you're gonna ask me.
Nah, because
you're gonna ask me
if all all right. If they indigenous to over there, right? Asians indigenous to Asia.
Oh yeah, remember True Patrol? We just had this discussion last time.
We got the man with the knowledge on. I don't know his name, but he got the knowledge.
If they indigenous to Asia,
what's up?
All life come from. Would you say?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that kind of voice.
Would you say that Asians originally come from Africa too? Are they oldest ancestors from Africa and moved to Asia and Mexico? Would you agree with that?
All human beings the genealogy of human beings, everything starts in Africa and then it's spread throughout the world.
According to the white man, right?
Everybody to a certain extent is going to have an origin that's going to which the foundation is African.
If that so according to your logic, hold on.
I got one more thing to say. If that is the case, if that's the case, then what makes the black man in America more important to Africa than all other people that all come from Africa?
What makes them more important? Who said they were more important?
Why not go get our Asian brothers, our German brothers, our Mexican brothers, you know what I'm saying, and all be pan-African? Why is it only directed to the black man's dollar?
Okay, you want me to explain that?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, when we're talking about the genesis of human beings, it's automatically African in its origin. Now, as the African went into other cultures and other continents and so forth, there was a transformation. There was a genetic transformation and mutation that occurred based on the conditions of that climate, and through time that they genetically began to look different. That's of the Asian culture, European, and etc. But all human life originated in Africa and it spread out throughout the other continents. What makes a difference is that once these human beings genetically and culturally were cut off from Africa and they developed their own way of doing things, and physical characteristics are different, and also as it relates to culture, they no longer define and don't find it advantageous to say that they are African. So when it comes to the American black man, that saying, why are we more important? We're more important because we're more closely linked to a continent in which we were stolen from and brought to America, and we physically and the physical characteristics and so on are more in line of that of people of Africa, because that's where we descended from.
Now,
that can't be, but we're gonna let Truthful Troll finish up, then we're gonna let my Hebrew brother come on.
All right, so by that logic, right? Since those people went on about their business.
Hold on, Tyron. Let Truthful Troll finish that up.
So since you're saying that they get to be left alone and pretty much, no African bullshit pointed their way because they developed themselves as a people somewhere else. This is what you just said. Why?
No, but they also genetically look different. They mutated.
Oh, so we look like those in Africa right now. Black
Americans
and Africans we don't look different.
No, we don't. We don't look different.
Boy.
I
mean, I look no different than any other African person that I've seen.
But you didn't look like that Tunisian woman.
I didn't really, Anquan. We're gonna play jokes now. We're gonna play games.
So that's not a game.
So does Tyrone look like Brother Polite?
Okay. So now we want to make jokey jokes.
I'm not
So
joking,
as if, again, just as I talked about, because Brother Anquan tried to trip me up a month ago with a similar question about what is African culture, and he tried to allude to the same thing. And so my question is, just like in any group of human being, and as far as the geno pool that they come from, there will be variations that make up the range of what is African. Yes, and we just talked about we talked about nose. We talked about nose size and width and length. We talked about hair texture. We're talking about level of melanation, color of skin, and so forth. All of that in itself is uniquely African. There's just variations of it. That's with any group of human beings. We all don't look alike. We're not a monolith.
Well, what culture in Africa would be best for Black people in America?
What culture would be better?
Which African culture would be best? Because there's a million cultures over there. Since you are pan-African, which African culture was best suit Blacks in America?
To be honest with
help
you,
us find oneness.
I'm gonna say this. I won't say one culture would be best for us, but what I'm gonna say is that whatever we esoterically decide is best for us, based on our own reality and what we choose to do naturally, that's what we would go with. I can't say one culture is better than the other.
I'll make it easier for you. What is pan-African culture?
Oh my God! This is
is that question not?
So now you all are pretending that you've never met a Pan-African before. So I gotta ask these elementary questions as if you ain't never talked to a Pan-African.
Nah, I ain't never heard a Pan-African ever touch on what is Pan-African culture.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay, so as we look at what is Pan-African culture, Pan-African culture actually is, in essence, derives from a state of mind of the unity of all African people globally. And in the fact that we're able to have the mindset and the understanding that we should be uniting as far as uplifting the total Black race or African race, everything that encompasses that is having pride in what is uniquely and originally African, and that goes as it relates to the family. It goes to how we dress, how we eat, our diet, our marital practice, our socialization, our behavior, our education, and also in that the understanding of the benefits of group economics amongst our people, that we support one another in order for us to gain power, to control our own reality, to have a sense of self-determination. That everything that's a derivative of what I stated involves the culture of Pan-African people.
Now that was a pretty slick answer. I could tell D. Durrell is one of those guys in a college classroom coming up with some bullshit when the.
See, hold on. See, wait a minute. He actually Anquan. See, that's the problem, Anquan. See, I understand you're not used to listening to a real Pan-African like me that has the knowledge. Now, every time I your little got you questions can't get me, then all of a sudden, oh no, see,
but D. Durrell, now we got a force. Now he came on the panel. We got our Hebrew brother now, so we're gonna let him say what he got to say now.
Okay, what's wrong with this one, Elquan?
Yeah, what's going on, brother? Hebrew? You know I don't know the name.
Yeah, my name is Zoyahu.
Okay, you know I ain't gonna remember that, but what's up?
I do have a question for Mr. D. Durrell.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so what is Africa? Because when I learned about when it comes to the name of Africa, I learned that came from the Romans. The goddess known as Dea Africa, because they had frescoes of this goddess in places like Pompeii. So what's the origin of Africa? That name.
Oh man, do we have to revisit this? Anquan Can you tell him the answer? Because didn't we have this discussion? Antoine, you all are asking the same repetitive questions, but I'm gonna go ahead and answer that. Okay, so this is the best y'all can do. Okay,
I guess you're gonna pull Al-Kibalon out your ass next.
no, hold on, wait a minute. No. We're not gonna do that.
Oh shit! Aboriginal power just showed up. Oh shit!
Okay, so brother, so when you ask me what is Africa, are you meaning as far as the name itself, as it defines a continent, a people? Like, what are you meaning specifically? Before I answer.
Yes, as far as the name.
Yeah, he waiting on the sources, man. He brought his sources this time.
Okay, so as it relates to the name, okay. Now, as I talked about this with Anquan, probably the first time, maybe a month or so ago, when I first came up to educate you all, I've spoken in regards to Africa itself, in pre-colonial times and so forth, or just classic African culture itself. Africa was more defined by region as opposed to a name for the whole culture. When you look at certain regions, Africa went by the name of Libya in some sorts. It went by Tai City. It went by Akibulam. Areas,
but we want to know what
Yoruba land. Every region, Africa was more defined.
Word for your land.
Okay, but listen, brother, but Africa was defined by region, not by land. Okay, now,
but D. Darrell, I want to know what your culture called your motherland.
What my culture called the motherland?
Yeah,
they called it Africa.
You said that you descend from the Cassine, right?
Yes.
What did they name Africa?
Africa.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. What the?
No, they did not. You bullshitting, man. What did they call?
I am not. Okay. But before Burkina,
did they call it Cassine?
Okay, now I got to go off into something else that not pertaining to the first question, but before the Burkina Faso, which at one time the original before that was Upper Volta, it was part of the Ghanaian. It was Burkina Faso was part of the Ghanaian Empire, and also was part of the Malayan Empire. Okay, so whatever they called that at that point, the region, that area, which, to be honest with you, many Africans that I know that are now in America and so forth stated that the region of West Africa should be called the Gold Coast, and whatever language they would say Gold Coast, that to me was a symbolistic name that basically would have been agreed upon, or would have been more agreeable to everybody in that region.
So does the Wagado Empire mean Gold Coast?
Does the what?
The Wagado, the Oyo, the Songhai,
the Songhai Empire and the Malayan Empire.
Does that all mean Gold Coast in their language?
No, it doesn't mean Gold Coast. But what I'm saying is that was an agreed upon name for that region by most of the people, not all the people, but most of them considered that area the Gold Coast. Now, tribally speaking, they may have, it could have sounded different based on the dialect, but the Gold Coast was what it was considered.
Yeah, from the European
pre-European invasion.
The Europeans' perspective, they didn't call it
no. This is coming from an African.
It's coming from a European who went there to get their gold.
No.
The name gold.
No, brother.
A small
that's incorrect.
Name.
That's incorrect. African people understand.
All jewels are named after small hats.
But African people understood how to mine gold before the European. The European didn't teach the African how to mine gold.
No, to the European, gold was called Nubia.
Yes.
And you want to know who else is called Nubia? Them Europeans that's on the Black Sea and Caspian Sea called the Nubians.
Okay. But what does it have to do with the Gold Coast?
Europeans named Africa in the West and Northwest, they called it after Nightshade Berry.
Okay.
So I want you to explain to me, how did the Kassim, where is the word in the Kassim language for Gold Coast?
I don't know the word because I don't speak Kassim. But there is a word for it. I could learn it. I could reference it and get it, but I don't know. I don't speak Kassim.
You don't know shit about that culture. So why you?
No, I know enough of it from an elementary time, brother.
You know about their clothing? Can you show us their clothing?
Can I show you the culture?
The clothing.
Are they sworn?
Yes, I can. Well, I can't show you on my phone, but I do have evidence of the culture. But when we look at the casino,
no, I said clothing.
Yeah, I can show you casino clothing.
Okay, now I want to see the Carolina Panthers won the Super Bowl type of clothes. I want to see some cultural shit made by them.
Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to show it through my screen because everybody want to show receipts tonight.
Yeah, you said you would bring
Hold on.
Next time
yeah, but I wasn't. I was expecting brother to go live. I don't know when Alcorn go live.
Usually on Saturdays. Now that's the way it seems.
Okay. So
while you're looking for that, I just want to get on your nerves right quick. You know the poncho is older than a dashiki.
Give me 1 second.
You said what now? You said a poncho?
Mm-hmm.
That's the clothing. That's tribal clothing.
Gullah Geechee. Who'd you say these people were again?
The Kassim people of Burkina Faso and northern Ghana.
Yeah, that looks like Berber Libyan clothing.
No, this is from Burkina Faso.
I'm saying that looks like Berber Libyan dress, Tuareg dress.
Nah, but it's
maybe they probably Fulani or something.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
This is Burkina Faso. Let me show you something else. Okay, this is a lady because one of the things that makes the Burkinabe or the Cassine very unique is that the women build the houses, and they have a special method of, and I'm gonna show you that in a second.
You said the women built the
all
houses?
over the world come to look at view the houses and the structures and the art of the house. This is another dress. This is typical, very classic African like wear. It's not that much different from any other tribe. Now let me show you the houses. Okay, since we want receipts today. So this is a Cassine home, tribal home that's built by the women. This is how the structure looks.
That's fly. Okay.
This is how the structure looks.
People ain't
okay.
Indian how to build that on the East Coast.
What?
You heard me, Al. Why didn't the Kassim?
Man, are you serious?
Indians living in chickees and places like log cabins and wigwams. Why didn't they teach Indians on the East and Southeast how to build structures like this?
Why didn't they?
Yes, why didn't they?
I don't know. I mean, how can I determine how people decided what they decided to teach another group of people?
Come on, D. Darrell.
Who am I to determine what another group of people decided to teach other people to survive?
A whole bunch of Africans greatly replaced a whole bunch of Indians in this hemisphere. Wouldn't these Africans bring in their stuff?
Actually, it was the direct opposite. It was a whole bunch of Native American looking people that replaced the Africans that were here in small numbers. As I've eloquently tried to tell you all every time we had an argument, the Almacs were not here in a large number. The Mississippian and all this other stuff that you threw out of your ass the last time, those people were here in small numbers. Those people were not here in large numbers. And you know it.
Bro, I'm not talking about Olmecs. I'm talking about people from our respective territory.
Like okay, here we go.
The Seminole, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw,
Yamasee.
Lenni Lenape.
All right, this is what I was looking for right here. Let me see.
West Toe.
This is what I was thinking about, the Wodabi. They look like them.
Yeah.
That's not the same.
Yeah.
I mean, in the clothing wise.
No, it's not. You reaching, man.
No, but I'm saying what you just showed.
Right there, boy.
Now these are Libyan tribes too, by the way. Hey,
Hot thing.
But somehow they not black.
Hot in Libya.
Alquani white.
The ancient Libyan related people. Enemies of ancient Egypt.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Come on, Alquine. We can do better than this.
Why? Because they look like they came out of the Warriors.
Come out to play.
Baseball Furies, right?
They got their ass beat. They was all and they got beat up by one dude.
This here, once I get it again.
Yeah, one more. Let me show you this. See, there's more Libyans. You see the hairdos just like in ancient Libyan Egypt style.
He got that Majai shit on his face.
This is the house built by a Burkina Faso, a Burkinabe or a Cassine woman. And these are the women standing outside of the house that they built. This is how the homes. And
now, why didn't they bring that house built?
That's the style of home.
Why is that not here?
From other different cultures. In other cultures, the women are not building the women are not building the houses, but in this culture, the women do so. So that it's unique. People from all the world come to see the homes that these women build.
Now, why ain't they building that over here with the materials that we have all the way over here, such as the Carolina red clay, the oak trees?
Okay. Well, every area gonna have their own unique resources. I mean, the human beings.
But he's saying where's the style of houses? That's what he's trying to say.
Okay. If an environment doesn't have red clay, how can they build red clay houses? People are going to
once they came here, they adapted
the resources in their environment.
Right, but they should still build the same type of homes, though, right?
What?
Yeah, the Chinese bring their pagodas here. They bring their style of housing over here.
Romans brought their designs everywhere.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but Romans, they had a more advanced culture.
That leads to my question for you, my brother.
African people are not
all right, so you're admitting they're primitive.
Hold on, wait a minute. No, I didn't.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
No, that's not what I said.
Out of Africa came from Darwin, didn't it? Am I correct?
African culture. But you have to understand.
Yeah, it did.
So it came from Darwin. What was Darwin's views on black people as a whole? Are we inferior to them?
He said that we came from apes, right?
Yeah, he said that we're closer to the apes.
How can we be inferior to anybody when we are genetically dominant? That don't even make sense.
Well, the theory that you espouse says that being that we're closer to Lucy, closer to the Lucy monkey or ape, that we are more or less inferior to the further tribes and cultures around the world, whether they be European, Indian, or whatever. We're inferior to them. Right. Man, your Darwin spewing is basically leading back to that we're inferior. We're docile and we needed to be put in those boats and brought here. If you believe that story, it's logistically impossible.
Right.
Did you hear me say that?
No, but you're espousing Darwin's views. Darwin view.
It's not even
we got to
Darwin's
deal with the
views, by the
specifics.
way. It's Joseph Banks.
Right. Yeah, they had a giant think tank that conspired. Yeah.
What you're doing is interpreting something
Christopher Stringer
you want me to say.
Okay.
So that you get to win your argument. I never stated that.
Well, let's say we came over here packed up on ships, boats, like sardines. You know, hundreds of thousands or millions at a time. What they fed them? What did they feed them?
What did they feed them?
Probably
Yeah,
fish,
you
right?
know that's a 6-month trip at that time.
Yes.
Well, according to the movie Goodbye Uncle Tom, they sat up there and gave them fish paste with yams and mashed up peas and shit, and they force fed them while they was diarrhea and
Yeah, force it in their mouth.
Oh man.
Now you know if you don't eat well after a while, you're gonna be pretty upset. You know.
Right.
You're gonna be like, man, I don't know where the fuck I'm going. These motherfuckers feeding me this type of shit. Fuck this. I got to get busy. You know.
And after being chained up
they
so
directly
long,
show them getting off the ship and then hanging them upside down by their legs and burning eucalyptus leaves. Now,
took
are you
their
gonna do
asses off
that
the
to
ship and
somebody
put them
with
right to
fucking
work.
venous ulcers and stuff like that? If you're familiar
Right.
with home health care, when you're taking care of elderly.
Oh yeah, definitely. They'll have bed sores,
bedridden,
blood clots, bed sores, everything.
Yeah,
Not only that,
ulcers, pressure ulcers.
You know, not only that, how could they be so big and strong after being tied down on the ship?
Right.
I know they had to quarantine. They said they quarantined them for like 40 days or something, but it makes no sense.
They would be looking anorexic, man.
They'll be anorexic, emaciated, sick.
Well, brothers, let's not discount the fact that when they came out the boat, they were not in the best conditions. Let's not act like they just came out just totally healthy, totally healthy and ready to function and do things.
They had
to recover from it.
In the field in the southern sun and get to work. It don't make no damn sense.
It does make sense. You just refuse to want to listen. You just refuse to want to deal with reality.
Do you culturally wrap beans and rice in your head? Do you braid rice into your hair?
Do I what?
Does the Kasim people braid culturally rice and black eyed peas seeds and okra seeds in their hair and smuggle it up?
Oh, you said they brought that here. Okay. We know it's gonna be a long ride. Let's bring the seeds.
Are y'all serious? Are y'all really serious? Are we gonna have a serious conversation?
But that's what the white man says, and that's what Pan-Africans back up.
No, you never heard me as a Pan-African say that.
Now, I heard others, and I did look that up, and the white man does.
I heard. I was taught that too. I was a Pan-African too at one time, Darrell. I converted over. You still have hope, man.
Well, what I can say is that I don't understand why you converted over, but that's your choice.
Yeah, my brother. I was a strong Pan-Africanist. I had to realize I was lied to, and humble myself, and just realize
to other people who are lying to you too, to be lied to again. What you gonna do a few years later when you find out what they telling you on the panel?
No, it wasn't that. It was a personal
decision. Go to something else.
I think I'm a free thinker, man.
We actually asked our relatives.
Man was a teenage Pan-African.
Right. Yeah, just like you.
You believe, or was that African novel type of narrative that we were given growing up?
Well, delusion might be worse than crack, man.
Well, I guess it's the good thing Brandon did dip out, because I don't think D. Jarrell would have been too much help for him. Bro.
He probably climbed behind that fight, hoping he had no money on Wilder, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Two L's tonight.
Who winning?
Wilder got knocked out, man.
11 rounds.
It's fucked up. I don't know who the hell is gonna beat that big ass guy now.
Oh. He about to reign like Rocky Marciano, bro.
I still think Klitschko was a better white champion.
Oh yeah, he was a better boxer. Yeah.
Oh yeah, both of the brothers were good.
Yeah. Damn, who the hell? Why was he 6'6" and Tyson Fury 6'8", 6'9", something like that?
Yeah,
those are some big ass dudes, man. I mean,
super heavyweight, man.
Mike Tyson type of guys ain't gonna be able to deal with nothing like that.
Oh no, he was 5'10".
Yeah, I think Tyson would have knocked both of their asses out.
Nah, he couldn't even reach their jaws.
How about Foreman, the original Foreman?
Oh yeah, he would have knocked the hell out of them.
They bums, man.
Because the one thing about Foreman never got knocked out. That's what people never realize.
No, he got knocked out by Ali. Ali got him.
Nah, that wasn't a knockout. That was a TKO.
Okay.
So,
yeah, they stopped the fight.
Yeah, but he never got knocked out.
I gotta research that one, man.
Yeah, I did. I was on some forum, and the guy said Foreman never got knocked out. I said I had to look that shit up.
know in the 90s,
I said he was right about that. He never got knocked out.
Wow.
So to me, that moves Foreman up the charts further.
Ray?
Huh?
What about Sugar Ray?
He got knocked out, I think. But he was nice though.
Yeah, what was that guy name? He fought Sugar Ray Leonard fought that guy from Honduras.
Duran.
Yeah, Duran, man. That first match, Duran ate his ass up in that first match. Now he beat him in the second one, but that first, man.
Yeah, Tommy Hearns was nice too.
Yeah, the Hitman. But damn, man, so that means Joshua got beat, which is good because I'm tired of these British people. But damn, man, this Fury guy, man, I don't know who. Unless they come with a guy. I mean, Wilder he didn't have true boxing skills, but he did have what it takes to knock a man out. But that Fury, man, that guy, I ain't gonna say he got a iron chin, but goddamn it, he could take getting knocked down though. Shit.
Right.
I don't know who the fuck got the skill to do it now, man. They're gonna have to come up with some. Whoever it is, got to be strong and got to have real boxing skills, man. Not that unorthodox style.
Right. If it's true that Wilder said he's from Africa, they can have him. You don't want him.
Yeah, that's why he lost. That's why he lost.
Hopkins. I'll keep.
Y'all silly, man.
I was just joking, bro.
But y'all forget, I just want a census, man. Just give me, was it 20,000, 30,000? I
think some people may have said they were.
Give me some numbers, man.
I think some people estimated 1.1 million in North America.
Are you serious?
Hey, man,
you losing your
somebody
money.
in the chat said it was.
Hey, yo, what do you think about this though? No.
Who?
1 second.
Lizzo.
Can't see
your boy said a couple of years back.
Who is that?
That's
your boy Seti.
What did he say?
He's talking about
he was sitting in the trap.
You don't remember that shit?
No, play it again. Play it over. All right, we didn't hear it from the beginning. We got that activity going on in the background. Oh, that.
yeah. I remember when he said that he sold
Africans in the trap.
Yeah, Jerry Uno says, D. Durrell, what about Little Big Nate? Why you hate him?
Why I hate him?
Was that Linda Jeffries?
Man, little Big Nate losing his guy. He another one that tried to debate me, then he lost his goddamn mind. But yeah, he hate me because he can't out debate me. So he actually, I never heard of a grown ass man trying to use his son to fight another man. But that's the kind of feminine.
I'll say this, D. Durrell, man. Even though you come with a lot of BS, sophisticated BS.
Really?
But it's better than what other people do because other people resort to name calling, over talking, and stuff.
Like that Brandon cat.
Yeah, are you familiar with that guy? Pan-Africanism Strikes Back.
Yeah, I've heard of him before.
Yeah, he was on here earlier. Now, see, my man gets into that name calling and lying and stuff like that.
He needed you to combat us.
Yeah.
Now I'm not gonna do the name calling. I'm just gonna give you I'm gonna give you the info, the truth, the real. Now, if you don't want to agree with it, but also my debate style, you're gonna have to come with the truth. See, when you come with not like your brother Tyrone can't giving me outdated Mesoamerican information, ain't gonna cut it.
but you can't really ask for stuff like census counts and all that kind of stuff, man.
Why not?
Why
not? Yeah, okay.
Because that's a white man's construct. Simple question.
Wait a minute. Did y'all ask me where the boat said, D. Durrell? Remember that?
What's that?
Yeah, we asked.
Where the boats, D. Durrell? Where the proof of the boats?
Yeah,
so y'all want me to give you the proof of the boats, but y'all can't give me.
Yeah, but that should exist though. That's the key thing. That's the linchpin.
Absolutely.
Where is the census?
How about where are the people at? Where were the people at? How about that?
You tell me. You the one claim that they left. They Negroes.
But see, that could be proven though, even from excavations and skulls and stuff. You know,
Right. And how did they determine that those people were not classically seen as what we consider Native Americans? How they looked at what? Tell me, what did they look at to determine
bone structure?
And what did they determine that bone structure related to?
So-called Negroid or Australian.
Exactly. Thank you. I'm glad you stated that.
And Negroids are not exclusive to Africa, by the way.
Okay. Negro is not exclusive to Africa, but
Yeah,
Negro
it's true.
the origins of the
True.
Negro-looking people came from Africa.
True.
And that's as far as the white man. That's as far as the white man knows.
No, that's as far as history knows.
No, that history that the white man researched.
No, that's history that people like Ronoko Rashidi, John Henry Clark,
and they got
at the Diop, Item of Insertima, they can all basically in their works give rise to that and
they got it off from the white man.
No, they didn't get it off a white man. They self-researched. Ronoko Rashidi self-researched.
No, he didn't research. He's just a photographer. That's what he was.
No, what you mean a photographer? Really? Come on, man.
I mean, that's all he really did, man. I think
he took pictures. What was wrong with that?
But that's not a historian. That's not a guy doing research.
Well, if they wouldn't give him, you also have to have the permission of the governments.
Yeah, he got that.
If he didn't get the permission of the governments to take the evidence, then that's all he had to do. That's all he was able to do.
I mean, taking pictures is like doing porn and shit. I mean, what the
hell? So what else? Okay, so if you didn't give the pictures, the first thing you would ask, well, I didn't see anything.
Okay, well, you got pictures, but what's up, information man?
So the pictures. So you're telling me that the pictures. What's up, info man? So you saying that the pictures was just lying? He just lied and just drew up something and took a picture and say, "Hey, look at this culture in the Atlantic, as far as the Pacific Islanders that had Negroid evidence of Negroid-looking people." He just took pictures and said some fake pictures and said, "Oh, look at this."
Fake pictures. They admit that they Negroid people.
Yeah, not fake pictures, but he did have a habit, and I told him about this. He had a habit of going and getting people who were half naked, big noses, dirty.
If that's how they look, I mean, that's their culture.
It says mine right there. Look at that.
But that's their culture.
That's their self-image of how they looked. That's how that's their self-image.
See that blackness right there?
Blackness. That's how they look. Pictures that they drew of themselves.
But you do understand that the native, what we consider the so-called Native American, did not originally look like the natives. They were a lot darker. They were a lot more melanated.
Right, that's what he's showing right now.
Who do they look like? Do
they look just like the natives today, but they're darker. They were a lot darker. That's how they look. They didn't have Negroid features.
Oh man!
What's the Negro
texture?
What's Negroid features?
See, Anquan, why do you keep asking me these same questions?
Because I don't know
this.
I don't know what those are.
I thought we talked about hair texture. I thought we talked about a symmetrical range in facial features.
Now those Wadabi tribesmen did they have Negroid features?
The what?
Let me show you again.
Wadabi.
Let me show you again. These guys right here, they got Negroid features.
Hannibal probably looked like them.
Yeah.
Really?
Is that Negroid?
Okay.
No, I'm asking you. Is that
that's within the range? You act like we are supposed to look. We're all supposed to look the same.
I'll accept that it's in the range, but what does that constitute, though?
Oh my! I got to repeat this
like
again.
Tina Turner, right there.
Yeah.
We talked about level of melanation, skin tone, bone structure.
The bone structure varies.
Bone structure, cranial structure, hair texture,
cranial structure,
all a mixture, combination.
You sound like Darwin now. Cranial.
No, I don't sound like Darwin. I sound like myself. Just
all right, my brother. All right, cranial structure.
I talked about exclusively how West Africans have certain features that are
Yeah,
different
middle.
from
Nice
African
have
people
West
of Northeast
African
Africa.
features.
Then
But
you look at the features of Africans from
Good.
Central
I see there.
Africa and then South Africa.
you realize these people are basically West Africans right here, right?
There's variance in the features, but they're all African features.
You realize these are West Africans right here, right?
Flirtation festival.
Yeah, Fulani are West Africans.
Look at these.
They're nomadic.
It's hard to determine who you know. You can't say everybody is the same. You can say that,
but that's all a variation.
Variation. What?
Yo, D. Darrell.
Yes.
Is Farah Muhammad a Negro?
It's who?
You heard
him?
Master Farad Muhammad?
Yep.
Yes, Master
Farad. Well, Master Farad Muhammad was mixed. So Farad Muhammad, he looked like a white man, but he's mixed. So he does have Negroid features. He does have Negroid blood.
Oh boy.
He was mixed.
He got
Am I correct or not?
No, you're incorrect on that.
Oh, so you saying Master Farad Muhammad wasn't mixed?
Where's the evidence on that?
Do I have evidence of that? Yeah, but that's what the nation said. His mom was white.
We can't go by what the nation says.
A lot of stuff.
But they the one who practiced the religion. Why wouldn't I believe them?
There ain't no religion.
They said Yakub was a big-headed scientist that invented the white man, and the fall of America was supposed to happen 55 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I can't speak for the NOI, so I don't have no.
Well, it sounds like you just did, though.
No, I didn't.
Concerning the so-called massive
plane. Where the mother plane at?
Real quick.
Who dropped? Somebody dropped.
Now, which one is
dropped? I want to gather his thoughts.
They told him get the hell up out of that.
One of them is Muhammad Ali's grandson.
One is Muhammad Ali's grandson?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they did have that Malaysian connection, didn't they? Or Indonesian connection.
And Kazakhstan. These people in the top is from Kazakhstan.
Wow.
See, a lot of people don't understand these different groups and the mixtures. They don't understand most people are mixed.
Muhammad Ali's daughters married white men. A few of them did. A couple of them did. Not Layla, but a couple of the other ones did.
Yeah. And I didn't realize he had, somebody showed me the last time I was on that he actually had 2 sons.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. One of them doesn't look like
outside children.
Yeah, one didn't look like him and one did. I was like, damn.
Right. One looked like his brother. I thought it was just Muhammad Ali Jr. looked like the brother to me.
Yeah.
Uncle. Wow.
Which one's the Native American?
If I had to guess, it'd be the one. Upper left.
Upper right. I say upper right, but I don't know. Man.
I know that's Bruce Lee's daughter down there.
But listen, I want to tell you, man, down here, man, like claiming Native American for a white person is economics for them. A lot of poor white trash.
Okay, apparently we got some new trolling going on.
Bartholomew, bunch of times.
Which one's the Native American in this
Bunch of
picture?
times. All lies. Bartholomew, get your ass out of this picture.
Aboriginal to America, Darrell.
Man, ain't got nothing better to do.
I seen so many white people claim to be Native American and they get free schooling. And they just straight up white or Italian or something. It's ridiculous.
Two of them are from Asia. Which one is a Native American?
Bottom right. It's hard to tell. I say bottom right. I don't know.
Yo, look
that's
I told you that they all from Asia.
They all Mongolian.
Not even Mongolians. They are, what's that called? Austronesian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that guy in the bottom right, he definitely has the bone structure of that type of people.
Asian.
Yeah. But see, a lot of mixture took place in Asia. You know?
Yeah.
That's how you get
those type of people down there can't say that they Aboriginal over the Negrito. Now, who the Native American in this picture?
The top right, that's Vanity, right?
that wouldn't be her. That's that Power Ranger guy.
He ain't even Native American. He actually
Oh,
Irish and
oh, wow.
Sicilian. No,
I'm
not
Wow.
Sicilian.
guessing
Greek.
bottom right. Is that her?
Irish
Bottom right?
and Greek.
Yeah, but he actually
Catherine
look
Zeta
like
Jones ain't
my
Indian.
past
She's Irish.
right now.
Oh, she's Irish? Wow.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
Must be the top left then.
The top left is a porn star named Viability.
Do all Native Americans look alike? Well, again, it's Negroid and Mongoloid, but then all these mixtures, man, just like Egypt, any place else, people start mixing.
Hold on, wait. Which one's the Native American? Which one's the Negro?
Luke Kane.
Probably that one in the bottom center.
You said Negro?
Yeah, which one's the Native American? Which one's the Negro?
Oh, the Negro.
Negro is top right.
That's Negroes. I guess it's supposed to be bottom right, right?
I said top right. I don't know.
Yeah, top right, top right.
Muhammad Ali's grandson.
Which one? Top right? Wow.
D. Durrell's back.
His line got watered down. Man.
Really?
All that pro-black talk.
Native American, which one's the Negro?
They told your ass.
Which one is what?
Which one's the Native American? Which one's the Negro?
You didn't like that one.
Which one is a Negro?
Yeah, which one's the Native American and which one's the Negro?
None of them are Negroid.
None of them, you say? None of them.
Nope.
Are you sure?
Not from my visual
Are you
vantage
sure?
point. Yes.
Because one of them is a descendant of Muhammad Ali, who in fact said that he ain't want no green-eyed child in his family. He ain't want no mixed person in his family. Which one is it?
I have no idea.
I know Muhammad Ali family had big faces. I really don't know.
Which one's the Native American and which one's the Negro? Can you tell?
No, I can't. I'm gonna say none of them are Negro.
Right. If that's Muhammad Ali's child, you ain't got no black child, bro. Like Paris Jackson, Michael Jackson's children.
Damn. But see, that's what mixing to do to make you look like somebody else.
Right. His grandchildren look nothing like him. That's horrible.
They kind of look like him in the nose and the eyes a little bit, but other than that, first appearance, you're like, nah, you wouldn't be thinking it.
Well, yeah. How about Layla Ali's children with Curtis Conway? Does their children look like him?
Layla Ali.
Yeah, she married a black man.
Yeah, let me see. Did she even have any kids?
I don't know the children.
Two or three children. Let me see. I think she married black. The other two married white.
Oh, she did have children. Okay.
Man, it's hot in the stairway.
But Tyron, who was the son? Who was the one that's like? Which one was it?
You have to find out.
Shit, man, I can't figure that one out, bro. That's depressing, man. That's depressing.
It's Layla Ali's kids.
Yeah, she got black babies.
He kind of looks like Ali.
Yeah, he does. That's crazy.
Now Google his other daughter's kids.
Oh Lord! Oh man, I didn't recognize him.
What's the other?
He raised Layla. He didn't raise the other ones because he divorced their mom. You know. And
what's the other? What's that noise? What's the other daughter's name?
Hannah. He had Hannah. He had who else? He had two other daughters, I think, right?
Man.
Yeah, he got two other daughters.
Hannah Ali.
Maybe this might be one. I think.
Yeah, Hannah Ali is one of them. I think that's the oldest one. And then he had three because it was two twins. Hannah Ali.
You know what? Let me do it like this.
Miriam Ali.
Rashida Ali.
And Rashida Ali, yeah. And then he had Layla Ali, I think. Yeah, Rashida, Layla, Miriam, and Hannah.
And you put in his grandchildren, they only want to concentrate on these people, huh? Is this one of them?
Yes.
Wow, really?
Damn, yeah, that is. His daughter's cool.
No boxing skills. Yeah, that's what happens when a lot of people get divorced and the children
kind of look like Ben Shapiro in the face.
Yeah, then when he gets a white woman, you know where that goes.
It's a wrap. More watered down. You can't even claim Ali at that point.
Yeah.
Wow.
And do they look like they're ready for the Nation of Islam? Shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right now. Yeah.
That's like power right there.
Considering Farrakhan's,
I don't know why this man look like Schwarzenegger right here, though, man. I don't know why.
Yeah, it does look like him.
Get my man for the next Terminator.
Just like him. That's crazy. Who is that though?
His grandson.
Oh wow.
I just showed him in the picture.
Okay, see, I didn't. It threw me, bro.
See, the thing is, we don't even know what the fuck was going through his head.
And was
He said blackbird need to be a blackbird.
Straight haired children coming home.
I know that. I know. No, that must be somebody else's kid, right?
Get
there.
probably just fan, something like that. Just a little fan.
Look at this. Muhammad Ali was Mr. Pro-Black and he black.
Right, he said blackbirds with blackbirds, bluebirds with bluebirds.
See, when that hair changes, you got to start your hair in that kind of style.
Oh, really?
You can't be black, man. So now with the sickle patheists, now what they say about this, now this is where it comes to fruition right here. Now you can see mixture, well, but I think if you met this guy straight up and you didn't know who the fuck he was, you probably wouldn't be thinking black in any kind of way at all.
What's his name? Muhammad Ali the Fourth? I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, what is his name?
You say the same about Meaty X?
You might.
Lord have mercy.
Let me see.
Polish.
She keeps selling these.
Silly, man.
He just keeps selling these get rich quick Dr. Boyce type of shit.
Really?
Yeah. Matter of fact, let me see if I got the emails on that.
Our pan-African queen here.
But to
see that pull this woman?
black woman, but nobody else is black.
Oh shit! Here it is. See, like this right here. Flash sale. Hurry! Only 2 hours left. Price goes up for 2 hours. Get the sale while it lasts, and start learning how to make your own money online. Open that business you want.
And speaking of scam,
fire your boss. Let's see what happens when we click on this. Look at this. Look at this outrageous shit right here. $35 a month.
It boils down to selling people stuff.
Online course. Who the fuck is she?
Not a nobody. Come on, man.
Where's her business at? This is her business. This is her business right here.
Yeah.
These people are con artists, man. That's why she hasn't even been making too many videos either.
Oh man.
Matter of fact,
building.
Since we on here, I found that this Bing starts showing a little more variety. That's more true to shit, and Google seems to be a little more censored.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I agree.
Cause see, normally,
or you can try DuckDuckGo.
You put Berber in on Google, you're gonna come up with mostly white people unless you get specific. But here you got you across a wide variety of types. This right here is scary, right here, man. I'm gonna show it anyway. That shit is scary. Oh. Damn, you can tell that's a Germanic tribes woman right there.
Oh. Is she Berber? You said Berber?
Yeah, the white style.
Man, they cannot take that
really
heat and sun, man. Can't take it, man.
It's
the
sun
don't love them out there. Pan-African has to include them, my brother.
Yep, that's why I call this the Great White North. Now this is a Berber too, black. These are the original joints.
He's a white man.
Those are slaves.
Yeah,
these are slaves.
That's what they say.
More misinformation.
Mixed style.
Yeah, he in between the first two.
Mixed style leaning on dark.
Yeah. That's hard living, man.
More white style, but you see that nose and those lips, though.
Right. She's definitely mixed. Yeah.
Damn, that's that kind. That might be some Asiatic type of shit.
Yeah, Mongol Turk.
Yeah.
Yep.
Classical old school shit. See, pan-Africanists, they don't like dealing with these kind of people for some odd reason. I'm thinking that their knowledge of Northern Africa is just not there.
Limited.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't think that's the guy. I think that's some type of researcher, professor or something like that.
Creepy looking guy, man.
This must be Algeria. Yep, northern Algeria. So I could tell because they're a little lighter, you know?
Yeah.
But again, these people aren't real Africans and they're not Arabs either. But people like to give them a title. You got to understand, man, the actual Moors and stuff, they actually took white people in as slaves.
Yeah, and the Pan-African doesn't want to address that part of the history.
No, they don't.
Really?
No, they don't.
I don't think they know it.
We talking about you, D. Darrell. We talking about this Brandon and the psychopathia.
Who is that?
Oh.
Damn, that shit was blown up at first. God damn.
Forbidden.
Because you see this lady right here is more black style, though.
Yeah, I saw that.
But they're mixed, man. See, that's a freaky, well, I won't say freaky. It's just an unknown culture to a lot of Pan-Africans, so they don't really understand what's going on in Northern Africa, man. And a lot of these people are West Africans, too, by the way.
Well, Mauritania.
Those, man.
Yo, D. Darrell, if you don't mind me asking, man, what made you a Pan-African? Like, what made you, like, go hard? And this ain't even on no, you know, I ain't being funny. What made you go hard, like, for Africa? Like,
y'all got an aunt looking like that.
What made me go hard for Africa?
Like, what made you a Pan-African?
Logic.
See, they're not used to this kind of style in Africa.
All right, that's cool.
I mean, just logically knowing my heritage, my cultural heritage, my genetic heritage, and understanding that, and actually valuing it, and understanding that the only liberation for Black people is for us to unite. That's what led to me
in Africa or in America.
In Africa or America.
In Africa, or should our unity is of just us moving to Africa and appropriating random cultures?
I think in both. It doesn't mean you have to necessarily make a physical transformation to Africa. You can do it wherever we are located, wherever we are actually currently living.
Now,
as far as enhancing our overall ability to prosper.
Like she got herpes.
Whether we're in Africa or America, it doesn't matter.
See, these Pan-Africans, they ain't used to these African styles and these hairdos.
Nope, they ain't.
Gotta.
I know that. What the hell kind of woman is this? Let's see. Oh, Trinidad. So it's East Indian style.
Yeah.
I was about to say she look East Indian, but Pan-Africans don't consider them Black though.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy. Now a lot of them are starting to change their tune, though.
Well, I never said that these women are Black that you're showing.
Okay, this one too. Damn,
yes.
I hate when they do this shit. Right here.
She Black?
Is she Black?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Indian, but that's Black.
Now, that's a Black woman.
It's all part of the Black family.
Yeah, she's Black.
But she not.
You said no, but according to Great Britain, they are. The South Hall sisters.
These are African women that you're showing.
Yeah, you know.
Them East Indian women. Great Britain considered them Black.
The North African women.
Okay, I mean.
He's out of Morocco. My man, Alfonso Ribeiro, right?
Yep.
Y'all silly.
My Caribbean queen, brother. Oh,
you got Aladdin right there.
Yeah, Omeg head.
So,
I mean, Moroccans. These are Moroccan people here.
Yep.
All right. Or Moors.
See, there's mixture going on. I wish Brother Larry would have came. He would have gotten his schooling tonight, but man didn't want to show up. So he's a coward. So if he's listening, coward. So you see these Berber dresses. That's how my man George Lucas got a lot of those Jedi outfits from, you know?
Oh, really?
Yep. Well, you can see this man right here. So I know those Germanic tribe features right here. Because those Vandals came in the Northwest Africa. You got to keep that in mind at all times. That's why they don't look like East Africans, Northeast Africans, because they got the Germanic tribes that came in. Ben Kenobi style, you know?
Right.
Soul brother, right? But see, Pan-Africans, they see Islam's supposed to be the enemy. Damn, these people, see these mixtures, they look scary like a motherfucker. If I was forced to deal with this lady, I had to kill myself.
Islam is no different from Christianity.
Shit. But you can still see, like I always say, remnants of cultures. If we had African cultures, see how no matter what, Islam, Rome, Europeans coming in, people still retain some culture from past cultures. No matter what.
Right.
See, white people only want to show you the whitest looking ones.
Right.
And Pan-Africans, they just want you to think everybody looks like this.
Really?
Yep. But this man is a
This is a mischaracterization.
clear-cut Germanic tribesman. But see,
these your niggas though,
the white people want you to think these are Berbers.
Just to hold on to something like
that. Oh, man. This is horrible looking right here. But
oh, man, she probably was fine way back in the day.
It's been about 50 years ago. Shit. God damn.
She was a hot thing in the Berber land back then.
Oh, now you know that's a Turkish thing. That's Moroccan. You know that's a here's a definite Mongol Turk. And that's almost straight up pure, almost. God damn.
No African.
See, some of them look Mexican because they got that Mongol Turk activity.
Really?
No, look at that. It look almost like a Mexican. But you can see the black women in the back. This shit is wild. This is this ain't that ain't African. That's a wild looking individual still.
Yo, D. Durrell, would you call that integration?
What's integration?
Integration. He said integration.
My man got that snow cone afro right there.
Really?
That's East Africa, not West Africa. East Africa.
My man look like a man that played in Shaft in Africa.
If you're mad enough, if you're mad enough.
He does look like that guy, that Ethiopian prince at the beginning, right?
Damn. Well, he looked like he would beat a woman up.
Yeah. Him too.
Oh man.
He got a big ass forehead.
Oh, what's popping over there? That's an old picture.
Homie got his foot on point.
Hey man, they had their unique hairdos, man.
God damn, man.
I don't know. It so is on point. Let me see.
Hey, that shit. People say that shit ancient Egyptian right there.
Yeah.
Here you go, right here. Another so-called Berber. You see a lot of their facial markings. You see that shit in Star Wars, man.
Yeah.
Because they filmed this shit out in Tunisia, so that's why they got a lot of borrowed a lot of the shit they saw from out there.
I seen Indigenous Americans look like her too.
Yeah.
All those markings. See, Pan-African, that's why I show North Africa a lot, because this is how you stump a lot of Pan-Africans when you talk about the North, man. Because I really feel that they really don't know about it.
No, they don't.
That's sad.
Really?
They know about
niggas don't know about no North Africa.
That's it.
They damn sure don't know nothing about
Give me the census.
Or Ethiopia.
You want to work on that, sir? That's a white construct, though, man. I mean, they invented that to keep
you can't give me an estimate.
Yeah. What about the ancient Americans that left and brought infrastructure and culture over there to Africa? You ever heard about that?
And this is your boy Stephen Milner coming out with that information.
Yeah. What about that? went over there and showed them boys how to build, you know, how to you know, do every damn thing.
Light-skinned African equals Africans are the most diverse genetically. They not mixed, but a light-skinned Black American equals white admixture. People got to pick one.
Well,
yeah, people always say that. They repeat what the white man says. Oh, Africa is the most genetically diverse continent. But God damn it, you look at Asia. God damn it, you can see all types of shit.
You know, you just showed some women blacker than Farad Muhammad, but apparently they not Negroid, but he is.
You're right about that.
Negroid though, but Farad Muhammad Negroid. We're gonna get out of pass.
Yeah, Farad Muhammad ain't got no part black.
Even though he looked like the racist dude from Seinfeld. Kramer, that's what they call him. That dude look like Kramer, man.
Except his hair, Kramer's hair is a little kinkier though. But
yeah.
What is he, Sicilian?
Small hat. Small hat. I saw somebody. Matter of fact, I think it was in your man. Was it UB TV? UB's TV. He, I think it was his. I'm not sure, but he had. I think it was his. He had Jerry Seinfeld. Sometimes I don't know if he's joking because he likes throwing those jokes in there, but he shows Jerry Seinfeld as a Sephardic Jew. I'm like, not Jerry Seinfeld. Come on, with that name. Come on. And that look.
Yo, D. Durrell, I got a question for you. I heard Elquan ask somebody this. What does a sub-Saharan African look like?
Oh my God. well, I'm gonna first say this. I don't. Okay. What I'm gonna say is this.
Is that in the hollow?
I don't believe in the term of sub-Saharan African because there are classic African-looking people that live in what's north of what we consider quote unquote sub-Saharan. So I look at it from a perspective of the whole continent of Africa, not necessarily designating what sub-Saharan, meaning that those countries that are basically controlled by non-African looking people. So in my analysis of that, and I'm going to say this once again, as I've already answered this question, we're looking at what consists of a range of characteristics as it relates to skin tone, hair texture, eye shape, nose, lips.
Now, what would that be?
Cranial structure,
we
facial
have
structure.
Atlantic poles without being related to the Khoisan and the Hottentot Capoid people. Could you explain that?
Can I explain what?
You said our eyes, you said our nose, our mouth, our lips, our hair, our skin color come from white rape or some shit like that.
From what? I never said that.
What white rape, man. He said white rape.
White rape, but we look exactly like Australian Aborigines, we look like Melanesians and Solomon Islands, the Sandwich Islands, the Cook Islands, Samoa, Hawaii.
No, I never said that. If you look at a Samoan, we classic African, again, we're looking with features. We're looking at people. There's different. There's variations again from when you look at West Africans, they tend to have darker skin, darker tone, kinkier or woollier hair. More, I would say.
I just showed you a bunch of West Africans with some smooth hair.
But how come, D. Durrell, how come to the West Africans you're a white man compared to them?
They're saying that from a cultural standpoint because we grow. They're not saying that from a visual standpoint. A West African, I've never heard a West African confuse me with being white. Stop it.
Hey, did you say Polynesians weren't black style, or did I hear that?
No. Polynesians have African origins. I never said that.
Okay. Well, you mean black origins, right?
No, African origins.
You mean black origins?
African. Black is only symbolistic of our skin tone.
But see, if they were African, though, you have to prove that they actually came from Africa.
We don't necessarily we don't necessarily have black skin. We actually have brown skin or dark brown skin, but it's symbolistic of that.
Oh, okay.
And it
Okay.
also relates to culture. As African Americans, we've adopted the term black as a means of separating ourselves from the majority culture.
Because
That
you know
was
you
considered
because
that black culture.
Hold on. When you
you
say that,
this
we
guy's
adopted
black.
the term, when you said we adopted the term black, did we choose that, or did white people put that on the census as they went door to door knocking and charged people a $25 fee if they wouldn't answer that shit, and classifying white, black, or mulatto based upon and by the way, the U.S. Census said they did this to Indians. By the way,
Okay, so when we look at the term black, because we through slavery,
no, not through
inability to
slavery,
read and
through
write,
census.
inability to understand culture, we adopted and created things exclusive for ourselves. And part of that is the acceptance of the term blackness as a means of separating ourselves and giving us a sense of self and pride that is unique to us, that separates us from other people. So yes,
Inability
the
to,
term black as it relates
yeah.
in the English language, we adopted the language. So therefore, if we adopted the culture and language, we've also accepted that in terms of meaning something for ourselves. So the term was yes, it was given to us, but we took that term and we shaped that term to mean more than just being resulting in just mere skin tone itself. It also factors in the fact of how we as a people have endured certain experiences, develop a sense of ourselves as far as how we socialize and we perceive one another in a positive rather than a negative manner in which the majority culture pinned on us.
Okay, you said inability to read and write. Would this be during the time of slavery that we couldn't
Yes,
read and write? Okay, have you?
it was against the law to read and write.
So why was you ever heard of FAMU?
Yes,
Okay, why was the black man who founded that? His name escapes me at the moment. Why was this dude going to college in the 1840s? And why was he Secretary of the State of Florida by
he
18?
wasn't the
Hold on,
only
hold
and
on,
he
hold on,
wasn't the
hold on,
only
hold on,
black
hold on,
person
hold
who
on.
was
I'm
educated.
not finished.
But
Hold
the
up.
problem is that
Hold on,
do
listen,
you
hold on,
realize
hold on, hold on. Let me
in
say
the
one more thing. Why was
1800s?
he the Secretary of the State of Florida in
Can I
1868?
answer the question?
Yeah, why was this nigga allowed to be Secretary
I
of the
can
State?
answer the question. Let
These
me answer the
Arabs from
question.
Chad, by the way.
Oh, and since you mentioned that, True
You want me
Patrol,
to answer the
what
question?
about the founder of Chicago running the
Yeah,
third
yeah.
precinct?
We had a lot of
Well,
black
I am. As soon as
politicians
I talk,
during the
everybody's
18 and
interrupting me when I'm trying to
1700s.
answer.
But go ahead. I like to know this.
Okay, so when I'm speaking of the fact, or we were prohibited from, I never said that there was cracks in that system and that there were scenarios
Mm,
in which black people were educated and they were able to go to college and some
mm-hmm,
of them went to white colleges, some of them went to even white schools. But when we look at it from a systematic standpoint, the overwhelming majority of black people were not able to read and write and educate themselves.
overwhelming
So yes,
majority. Okay.
you can pick out anecdotal situations
Okay, I
such
have
as the
another
brother from
question then.
FAMU. You also can pick out other situations in which the mulatto class, who were considered black, were also given privileges, particularly in states such as southern states like Louisiana and so forth,
Yeah,
where they were able to buy land and participate in
yeah,
certain aspects of society.
yeah.
They established black institutions. But matter of fact, if it wasn't for that, there would be no HBCUs like FAMU.
If they
And
couldn't
FAMU
read
was
and
not
write,
the only school like that. There were other
yeah,
like Bethune Cookman and
yeah.
other schools in the South. They basically were established based on um courageous people like that brother you talked about who were
Uh-huh.
able against the odds to educate themselves and try to
Actually,
do something for their people.
yeah, but when you read up on him, on his story, see, I actually, it's due to the dude who I was talking to last week, Psychopathia or whatever.
Yeah,
I
I know
was,
Cyclopaedias.
yeah, it was because of him that I went to go, I was talking to them and just looking up, like literally reading that brother's whole story. There was nothing about him having a hard time going to school. This was normal shit for him to do. Now, not only him, You could look at why was there if these black people and black families couldn't read and write, the majority of them, why the hell did they have Bibles in their houses? That's a
Yeah,
lot of
they had
that's
Bibles, but they couldn't read and write.
then
Well,
why
Just
would they
because they
actually,
had
have
a
they
it?
Bible,
could because
that was
white
just
people told them to write
okay,
Exodus.
brother. In the
No,
late, I'm gonna say this.
I'm just asking,
But
Yeah,
yeah,
we
you know,
talking
let me
literature.
answer the question. Listen, brother.
right.
In the late 1800s, I'm going to say Reconstruction, post Reconstruction. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
about 65% of black people could read and write.
Mm.
It's around 65%.
Where you get
That
those
means the other
numbers?
35 to 40%
Yeah,
couldn't.
that's what I was about
That
to
is a
ask.
high. That is a
Where'd
high
you
percentage for any
What
group
about
of
that
people to
recent
not know how to read and
application?
write.
What's his name?
Okay,
where'd you get those numbers, man?
so in that you're gonna have people that were able to do things. There were too many black people that were. When you have an illiteracy rate of that high, that's a problem. An illiteracy rate of that high
Huh?
means that the majority of your people are suffering
The
right now. Current
majority.
date, the illiteracy rate. You want that illiteracy rate to be under 5%.
Mm.
Now, what about that recent
That was a
album in
large. That
Absalom
means at the
Jones?
time you had about maybe 10, 15 million black people in this country in the 1800s. So if you had between 10 to 15 million, that means that about let's say 7 million knew how to read and write, and the other 5 to 6 million didn't know how to read.
Mm.
That's a problem.
Where did you get these numbers?
Does that include the Black Europeans too that came
What
to
did I get?
America?
If you look at the statistics, you can look at the documented statistics for the African, or well, we could just say the Negro illiteracy rates between post slavery 1865 to 1899. You can look that up, and they will show that the literacy rate was around 60. It was around 60 to 65%. You can Google that.
And they went door to door to ask these brothers could they read or write, or
They didn't go door to door in the 1800s asking for census. They do that now. They didn't do that then.
or they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Okay.
The federal government at that time was not.
How
Man, if
did
they didn't want to
since
be bothered with Negroes,
hold on. Since you say that they didn't, right? How did the U.S. Marshals get started? What was their first job?
I don't know how the U.S. I don't know how the U.S.
I will
Why, I don't
gladly freaking
understand. Wait a minute.
hold on.
Can you all explain to me every time you try to get me with a got you question?
Nah,
Then
I'm
you
about to.
all start pulling out a question that's unrelated to the topic,
Nah.
so that I can give an explanation.
This is on the topic
Brother.
because you
You
just
can't
said that they
listen,
didn't go door
brother.
to door. That was the
Ask
U.S. Marshal
pertinent
job.
questions to the topic.
That was the U.S. Marshal job. You do know that, right? That was their job.
That's not the only means in which
that was
they
the
recorded.
that was the only means.
That's not the
That was
only
the
means that they
only means, and
recorded the
was
census.
dude. That no, I'm saying you said that they didn't
Brother,
go door
white
to
people
door.
were not going door to door asking black people how many people.
I
They were
didn't
not
say
doing. They didn't want
yo.
to be
Check it.
bothered with us.
Check it. They wasn't all white. First of
They
all,
did count it.
they
Of
wasn't
course,
all
they
white.
counted,
Count of the
but
alleged
that wasn't the
Africans that
method.
got brought into, and it was rare for Africans to be brought into the United States because they mostly weren't acclimated to the land. They just went around calling people like Europeans one of their own niggas, like the Germans, the Italians, even the Irish. They even went around calling Indians niggas. They was
Yeah.
playing with Tituba's genealogy, claiming that she was African, but she was really an Arawak Indian from
Yeah,
Barbados.
if she had that in her family.
In her family, maybe she
Yeah,
was.
meaning
Because
if
they
she
all
had a
names of
paternal, if
people.
she had a
Ethnicity.
Iroquois Indian that procreated with one of her family members, yeah,
And say
that
Iroquois,
to
and
me
she's one of them
that's the strongest
Arawak.
claim
You know
that you
people
all
in
have to being Aboriginal is if you actually have a native blood.
Okay. Well, let me give you another claim. What kind of medicine did we bring from Africa over here? Culturally.
I cannot say specifically what type of things that we brought, but I do know that there were Africans who were brought here that were skilled in herbal medicines. So whatever type of herbal medicines that they knew of, those skills transferred here, and they use the
Hold up.
basics of the environment to create medicine.
Are you gonna say? Are you gonna say you don't know what they bought, but some were, you know, that some were skilled in herbal medicine?
Yes, because they had different plants. This is a different continent with different plants.
Okay. So what did they do?
So they use the plants. Like, say for instance,
How did
I
they
can
know
say
what
this
plant
for a
did
fact.
what?
This is a home remedy. This is a home remedy that my family has. Okay, that was originated during that
is it
time.
a part of the Cassine culture?
No, it wasn't. No, it was not part of the Cassine culture. No, it was not. It was on my maternal side. The
You had to think
Cassine
about
culture
that
is
one.
part of my paternal. Now this is maternal. Like on my mom's side of the family, they had home remedies in which they used okra and they used collard greens and so forth and mixed them and did other different as for remedy. They did
What
that.
about the macaroni and cheese, man?
You just named two of the most American things you could name: okra and collard greens.
I just told you that they made use of the plants, the vegetation in this continent.
How did those
Africans
Africans?
had a word for okra? It was sassafras, and Aboriginal Power just showed you on his chart that he showed you last time we met him that the okra plant came from here. It just got moved into Asia and Africa.
Okay. So what does that mean?
Explain your African culture, Israel.
Brother, see, this is the problem. You asked me one question, then you want to come with another question. I just told you they made use of the plants. They made use of the vegetation that was available to them, and then they learned ways to make that to combat illness.
But you said they bought that stuff from Africa.
That's intelligence. That's intelligence.
Even while being locked up as slaves, so they took scientists along as slaves.
Matter of fact,
really?
How come we don't make what's that, millet porridge over here? That's an African dish.
Okay.
When we brought millet up our assholes too.
What? What are you talking about?
No, that's what people say. That's how they were the slaves. For some reason, smuggled vegetation from their land in there before they went on the trip.
No, how can you smuggle something when you're chained up?
Well, that's what I say. So why?
That doesn't even make sense.
But that's what white man and pan-Africans say.
You're getting
I don't know any white man that wrote that in a book, and any pan-African state there don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna find that article now.
African Americans smuggling shit up their ass and in their hair.
They didn't know nothing.
I never stated that.
Nothing like that over in Africa.
I can't speak on what other people are saying. I only can go by for what I know and say. I would never.
So your history mythology now? We hold on.
No, I'm just telling you that doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't. It sure doesn't make sense. See, you on our side.
It doesn't.
Now I want to know, how are you directly related to the Cassine in your genealogy? How come we can't trace our relatives to a cousin in the Cassine tribe? Why haven't you found your uncle or aunt twice removed due to slavery?
I'm glad I found it real quick. Here we go, right now. You see that?
They braided rice and black eyed peas and okra seeds in that, right?
That's so insulting, man. We can't even. Hey,
come on, man. When the Native Americans.
Oh, well, hold on a second. Let me take this off real quick.
Grab this ice.
Come on now. We supposed to be a melting pot.
I used that same DNA testing to discover my ancestors. So that's how.
And guess what else I found out over the weekend? When it comes to language, because a lot of these Pan-Africans been asking me about, the language before my people were speaking.
Scroll down in that picture. You can tell that's a fucking joke right there.
Yeah, that's
just look at the people on the floor.
Yeah,
insane.
If they
on the left corner.
Yeah, females. By the time they had them like that together, by the time they got over there, females would be 4 or 5 months pregnant. So.
Exactly.
They don't look like they enslaved. They look like they waiting and getting.
Yeah, motherfuckers taking me against my will, and only 2 motherfuckers come down. Fuck that, they get knocked over the head. Fuck that.
Exactly.
Shit, I was MacGyver my way off of the fucking door and no return.
Fuck that. Yeah, sharks or a sword or a gun. I'm taking my chances with a sword or a gun. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Now here's one of the articles. D. Durrell says how hair was used to smuggle grains into the Caribbean by African slaves.
And keep in mind, you gotta have roaches and rats on them.
Which they did.
Eating the grain.
They say for one, captured Africans were not allowed to wear enough clothes on ships so that space could be created to pack them in the dark, small, and poorly ventilated rooms. They were also only allowed to stretch themselves once in a while during trips that could last more than a month. You know, that's bullshit right there. These Africans could not take baths and had to ease themselves in the same rooms that they slept. See,
you already know them niggas would have died.
Yeah, a major issue they also had to deal with, endure on ships was the lack of food. They were given just enough food to keep them alive until they. Nah, see, nobody would tolerate that shit. I don't give a damn how fearful you are. So this is the bullshit that we keep talking about. This is just impossible.
So you're saying that those conditions that survive that is whatever you're saying.
What's
that?
that?
It's about those storms.
Yeah,
a lot of Africans died on their journey to America. I mean that's documented.
What documented where?
Everybody didn't survive.
Well, okay. Well, let me ask you this then. Why would
those were horrific conditions?
Why would the white man come all the way over here and then go all the way to Africa to get niggas from there when you got Migos just south the border?
Exactly.
The problem was there wasn't no niggas across, and that's the whole point of these millions of Negroes that y'all claim that they didn't exist.
Nah, listen to what I just said. I'm gonna ask it again. Why would they come here and then go all the way to Africa when they just came from Europe? When they got Migos, why they just didn't enslave the Migos just south the border?
What Negroes south of the border?
I said the Migos. The Migos.
Latino,
the Mexicans.
They did try to enslave Indians and natives, and they failed at it.
Yeah,
they the story goes that they couldn't handle the disease and the exertion of the work, right?
And the fact that they had them, and the fact that they had a larger population that could come and take them out of slavery. Also to combat,
but yet they know how to grow
to combat the tribes. It was difficult for them to keep people in slavery when they understand the land and so forth. That was going to be more difficult.
But yet they use Mexicans today and use them to do all kinds of work today, right?
Well, they chose to do that.
They didn't choose.
Yes, they did. They choosing to work for less than minimum wage.
Yeah, but keep in mind they were supposed to have been killed off. But see, the biggest, the Mago nigga, it was us.
Tobacco plantations, man.
Right. We're still here. That's why we're here. They didn't kill us all off because they can't do it.
I got one more question. Okay, where are these Native Americans on a reservation saying that they was slaves on the East Coast and Southeast? Where
they were slaves.
How come
there was a portion
about these slavery narratives? What's their slavery narratives? How come we don't see it in movies, TV, and in books?
Yeah, that'd be a good story. They fought for slavery. They broke away and ran away back into the field.
Yeah, who are they Nat Turners? Who they Harriet Tubmans? Who are their Bookmen Dadas and all them? What ain't slavery votes?
I can't speak for other people. I can speak for my own. I can't speak for them.
That's a lie, man. You can't speak for a lie.
I think
I can't speak for
and
their
train.
own experience.
You need to train some of these pan-Africans, man.
You'll find out that you ain't even an African at all. If you ask these Native Americans, if you question them on their slave narratives, you'll find out that shit was you. Because they ain't got no narrative of being slaves on the East Coast and Southeast.
Okay.
It's mostly you got people from the plains and from Latin America sitting up there talking greasy shit, but they can't tell you nothing about no slavery from on their perspective. Now answer me, why can't they answer that shit?
I can't speak for other people. I can speak for my own.
Both of them, when you said that they tried to enslave them, the European tried to enslave them, they fought back. They knew how to. They had the wherewithal to fight them off and get away.
You sure did say that.
They was teaming up with the Africans.
Yeah, because that's their land.
Wait, D-Durrell.
Africa was their land.
Right.
The Maroons are some runaway Africans that was hiding in the bush next door to these bush Indians in Brazil and Latin America, right? When they have picked up some African culture from them, and Whitey wasn't involved, when they have happened to mix with each other, and when they adopt one another's culture, how come we don't find any African stuff with these isolated bush tribes?
If you look at the cultures of Brazil and Colombia, they have a very rich a very rich culture or aspect of African culture in their music and dance and dress. So I don't know what you're talking about. As a matter of fact, if you look at Colombia, the Africans, melanated people of Brazil and Colombia, a lot of that culture has a strong African influence.
How so?
How so? Have you ever? What are you talking about, man?
Last time we talked, you said that they don't have no fucking African culture. They all got that Yoruba Orisha shit from.
I never said that.
Over there to appropriate, having people go over there to appropriate their culture.
I never said that.
In his own novel, in his own book, Blacks and Red People's History in America, he said that Europeans brought in Loros or Mestizo peoples from Brazil prior to the American Colonization Society started convincing Black Americans to go immigrate and LARP to a Black ethno-state in Liberia and Sierra Leone. They brought in a bunch of Indians to West Africa, like Cape Verde, Ghana, and the Congo, to conquer places and colonize places for Europeans to go in and take over the shit. But they brought Indians in to be a buffer class for West Africans way before we started going over there and colonizing. So how are they African if they only know of one African culture, which is some Orisha shit, and their voodoo culture is far different from West
voodoo
Africa.
Culture? What the fuck?
If we dive into voodoo stuff, it's far different from West African culture because they don't have any like semis. They don't have Baron Saturday, or you know him as Baron Samedi. They don't have people like the Loas. That's something original to here, and they don't paint their faces in skull paint like the Calavera that you see in the Day of the Dead or the Chimbu tribe in Papua New Guinea. That's something unique to this region. So how can you claim that everything in their culture is African when it's totally unique and different from West African voodoo, which they worship the snake deity Mawu. Over here they got Quetzalcoatl, and in the Cherokee culture they have the Unctena, which is a serpent.
Okay.
So I'm gonna need you to explain this to me. How is the culture here African, and what happened to that African stuff with these isolated bush natives that's hiding out next door to these Maroons that you claim are West African?
See, it gets deep on this side, D. Durrell. You can't come with that superficial stuff.
Well, it was actually very simple and elementary, but he gave a loaded question. But
it's not a loaded question because
you gave a question that lasted 2 minutes for you to articulate the whole phrase. What are you saying?
Cassine stuff survived the trip over here, but we all supposed to be culturally African. When Alquan asked you last time to explain African spirituality,
and I did.
You didn't.
Yes, I did. You didn't want to listen.
But
you didn't want to believe it because you thought you keep trying to give me questions to trip me up, but you can't because this is nothing new for me. These are lightweight questions.
Wait, D. Durrell, because I asked you, do the Cassine people worship Orishas? Is that a part of the Cassine culture?
They don't worship that.
God Cassine. And then I asked you, did Cassine make his way over here, and are we worshiping him today? What Black American ethnic group is worshiping the god Cassine, or the Nomo deities, the fish deities of the Nomo tribe, the Dogon? I asked you where that shit at. Since we all
nobody's practicing that. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. You talking about stuff that people don't even practice. They're not practicing that here. So like I'm trying to figure out
but I thought voodoo was supposed to be African if that's being practiced.
But right? Yeah, there are like in Haiti, the Caribbean, and also like in New Orleans, they practice Badoon or voodoo, but that's an African religion.
Yeah, but if that's existing, how come nothing else exists?
But they still practice it. You got to look at what's being practiced. So they're not practicing this stuff he's just talking about. People are not practicing that.
In the next breath, they also claim capoeira came from Africa too, from a zebra dance, or from the Khoisan, no less. So Whitey was still in Khoisan too. Come on now, man.
Wait a minute. Like, wait. Okay, so when we were talking about the South American, as far as Brazilian and the Colombian
amalgamation between the African and these bush natives.
Okay, again, they held on to certain aspects of African culture.
What we tribe? Didn't. The Mosquito tribe, the Taínos, the Carib. Who?
Whatever they can, whatever tribes they came from, they held on.
The Lakono tribe. Who?
What do you mean who?
Which one of them say that they came from West Africa?
They know they all understand that they're descendants of West Africans. What are you talking about?
Who?
Brazilians and Afro-Colombians.
Most of them celebrate
and Venezuelans and what's the other country?
Jamaica?
No. I'm talking about in South America. In Argentina. The Afro-Argentina, all of those they understand that they have African origin.
The Argentinians, the Latino Argentinians try to force that Africa shit down their throat. And
they didn't try to offset. They didn't try to. What are you talking about? Force?
Yeah, they force that African shit on them.
How can that's not true? Where are you getting this information from?
Between 1501 and 1875, there's been in Spanish America, there's been only 152,742 Africans total that even went over there,
and they were not in big numbers. So, but see, my thing is, why are we avoiding the understanding that you got to look at the amount of people that were there?
Is that what your goal is?
My goal?
Yeah, that's your goal, right?
To what?
You said we all have to go to Africa and
no, I never said that was a goal. I said it's a mind state. It's not about necessarily. I mean, I think that it would be beneficial to have infrastructure in Africa, but I'm more about the mind state of African people helping and benefiting from other African people to strengthen us wherever we are. Pan-Africanism is a mind state, and it's a cultural practice, whether you live in Africa or not. Having that Pan-African mindset and mentality towards your life is what counts.
How's it cultural if it varies?
Shouldn't the Africans have that mind state first? Shouldn't they have that first over there and be united?
They already showed you they mind about
most African cultures don't have a Pan-African mindset. That's why Africa's in the condition it's in now.
All right, then why can't you be on the Indian paradigm if they ain't on your
because the Indian paradigm, number one, is a different paradigm that relates to the people that were living in the Americas. They're not African, and so therefore our cultural experience and heritage is totally different. And I don't adopt the culture and heritage and mores of other people outside of my own.
So basically, the white man said we African and not Indian, so you go with the African.
You being from here. which you can't find no African tribe that you're related to. You're only going off of one source, which is DNA, which we already proved is not a valid source.
Didn't you also talk about DNA testing also? So I don't understand how you can use DNA testing to fit your narrative, but I can't use DNA testing for my heritage.
Because DNA cannot be traced to a certain landmass. Blood don't come from the ground.
Why couldn't it be? Why couldn't it be?
Because blood does
it
not
only
come
goes
from the ground.
directly to your recent relatives.
We're not necessarily tracing it to a land. We're tracing it to the people that live in the land.
Yeah, but they can be anywhere.
What people in
that land? And that's right. And I'm glad you said that, Alquan, because part of what you have to understand in the samples that were taken, you also got to take in consideration the migration of people throughout the continent of Africa.
That had to be
now, what about the samples of our relatives and our ethnic groups over here that's unique to America?
Well, again, yes, that's true. There is a small number of Africans that did settle in the Americas.
Okay, so on Ancestry.com.
Are you saying that an African can trace their lineage to one of our ethnic groups, like Truthful Trolls, the Chitamacha? You have the Gullah Geechee.
The Gullah Geechee, the Gullah Geechee derives from West African people.
Oh yeah, and I was doing some research too this weekend, Tyrone.
Igbo guy can't trace his lineage to no Gullah Geechee.
The Gullah Geechee are okay. I don't know why you keep going about this Gullah Geechee thing. I can bring a Gullah Geechee. I can bring a Gullah Geechee to right. I have a close friend of mine that lives in South Carolina right now. Can give you all the information that he taught me about the Gullah Geechee.
A T-Car House of Fulani or whatever can trace their lineage to a Black American ethnic group.
But that's something that I had wanted to touch up on earlier, but it slipped my mind. So when I was on with Psychopathia, they was asking me about my original language before my people were speaking pretty much broken French. I was looking it up, and I went online and I was like, earliest languages in America before slavery. And so it went to talking about how America, the old world, as they call it, as I was reading, I think I have a screenshot of it in my phone as well. They said that this is the oldest melting pot. Everybody always been trying to come here. They said that it was so many different languages over here because you had so many different people over here. Not Africa. This was before Africa. You had more languages over here than you even had in Africa.
How is that? That's not even possible.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. And I can explain to you why it's impossible. Because number one, Africa was more populous. It had more tribes, and it's a bigger continent. So how are you gonna have more? How are you gonna have more languages with lesser people and a smaller landmass?
The same way that they had more infrastructure, more mounds.
That's
bigger.
not true.
Yes, they. What?
Wait a minute.
They did not have a better infrastructure.
Yeah, it did have better infrastructure over here than it did in Africa.
How?
It always did, man.
No, but how?
Canada and the Caribbean islands is one continent.
Even the original over there in Puerto Rico, the original Taino is Negroid. They don't even, the original people of that land don't even look like the Puerto Ricans we see today.
Yeah, because they're mixed. They're Latin. They're Hispanic.
Nah, they look like what we would call niggas.
Okay, I mean, we all understand the African origin in those areas.
No. They didn't call them Africa.
First they said they were mixed. Now it's African origin.
They called them Indigenous Taino. Look that up.
Yeah, I know about the Indigenous Taino.
And it didn't say a lick or nothing about them people coming from Africa, bro. Not a goddamn thing.
Okay, so they just popped up on a secluded island.
How did the people in Africa? How did the first people in Africa pop up? Did they just pop up?
What you mean?
If you're gonna say that people come from Africa, why would that land be the only land in existence that produced people? That makes no damn sense.
I ascribe to the outer Africa theory because those people did not stay stationary in the continent.
But your theory has yet to be proven as fact, which is why it's still called a theory. That shit is a hypothesis that has never been proven.
That's a fact.
It's a theory.
because
It's called the
human
out of
beings
Africa theory, not the
by
out of
nature
Africa truth.
are nomadic. We don't stay in one place.
Yo, D. Darrell, show me the African marsupials.
African marsupial. That's an animal. What are you talking?
You said all life came from Africa, right? You gotta show us
really, brother,
bro. Like your mammal claims from last time. White boy
so when we talk about the Gullah Geechee, if somebody's Gullah, I mean, we're talking about people that were from West Africa.
Yeah.
So
explain how Gullah
talking about the Gullah Geechee were this distinct African people in the North America, because they're not distinct.
So when I go on ancestry.com and that shit says for entertainment purposes only, should I continue and take that as scientific truth, or should I ignore what they said about their own website? It says it on there.
Say that again.
In fine print, by the way.
When I go on ancestry.com and it says that the text is only for entertainment purposes only, should I ignore that?
No, you shouldn't ignore that. But the problem is that if you go into a reputable
ancestry.com,
if you go to a reputable company, they will say that.
Okay, I watched the video this weekend.
You gotta understand. So with the Gullah Geechee,
yeah,
you're talking about a combination of people from West African or Central to West African.
Wait. Who the Geechees in Africa?
Areas. You know, so the Gullah Geechee itself is more of a combination of various African tribes that basically develop
what if I told you
culture and
Geechee
language.
is a Muskogee word? What if I told you Gullah is a Muskogee word?
It's not a Muskogee word.
How so? Explain to us.
Because the language, the whole word, as far as the word Gullah itself, came from Sierra Leone and Liberia. The Gullah itself is not
inhabited by Africans.
And also
people were further inland.
A situation of them as far as their cultivation of rice.
Bullshit. Some speculate that the word Gullah comes from Angola, and it doesn't, because Angola ain't even an indigenous word to Africa.
Also, the word Gullah. I'm gonna say the Gullah Geechee. When you look at the word Gullah, it comes from two different places. It comes from the Sierra Leone and the Sierra Leone and Liberia use the word Gullah, and then also the word Angola. They also use the word Gullah. So from these areas again, these people are all combined together.
When was that?
Hold on, I'm gonna say this too. Hold on, brother. Let me say this, Tyrone, to your benefit. The term Gullah, if you want to say that in the Gullah territory, it does have a
Muskogean tribe,
Muskogee origin. Okay, there is some influence to that, but you got to understand that the majority of that it comes from West Africa.
Wait. When did the
because let's be honest, the Native Americans intermingled with African people. They always done that.
Wait a minute, D. Darrell. When did the Muskogee, the Yamasee, or any of those tribes in the region of South Carolina, Georgia, or Florida say anything about meeting Africans? They don't even have a word to describe black people. You got the Plains natives sitting up here. There's claims that the Plains natives called them Tatanka, but that's not actual proof that they actually named them Buffalo Soldier or Tatanka. There's no actual word in indigenous language to describe people with black skin. And Indians are the same complexion.
So you telling me you know Indian languages?
So when did these people, Muskogean people, meet some alleged Angolan? When did they meet some Sierra Leone people during slavery? When did they meet them?
African people were on the continent pre-slavery. We've been arguing about that for months.
You said Africans were here before slavery?
Yes.
So you saying, would you agree that blacks were here before slavery?
Africans are black.
In the debate.
In the debate.
In the debate.
In the debate?
Yes.
Yes, it's
What do you
in
mean?
it. You conceded. Blacks were here before.
I concede. I never said. Aquan, have I ever stated that black people were not here before slavery?
Yeah, but again, I always say once you admit to that, then, like I said, it's the end of the debate.
No, it's no end to the debate. My question is, you Negroes get up here talking about it was 1.1 million. You can't even give me the numbers.
But see,
they
you guys,
were here in small numbers.
You guys
you
guys always have to capitulate that because the evidence is overwhelming. But once you do that, then it invalidates whatever other claim you're trying to make.
No, it doesn't, because the Africans that were here were consumed.
So you want to call them Africans, though? See,
they were Africans. They redefined themselves and developed their cultures in North America.
I'm about to show you how that
but they got consumed by native people.
I'm about to show you logically how that is an unfair question. How many slave ships did it take to complete this transatlantic slave trade?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't. I don't know how many slaves. I don't know how many slaves.
I said how many slave ships.
I have no idea.
How many white people did it take to defeat the Indians in America and go over there and conquer Africa? Pretty much how they did, to complete the slave trade. How many white people did it take to?
I have no exact number.
But you want a census before?
Yes, because you all are claiming that's documented. Everything that he just asked me, there's documented facts of how many. However,
I thought this was supposed to be documented a business.
You have to wait a minute. You have to define this by countries, because you can't just say the white man, because this was all done by countries.
We're talking United States and the United Kingdom.
So that means, but this landmass of what we call the United States was partially.
No, but we're not worried about
by the French, the Spanish, and the English.
We're only worried about the Northeast and the South from the UK. We don't want to complicate the issue.
Yeah,
we can complicate it as much. It's the same. It's the same. It's the same concept, just different countries.
No, because then we start thinking about Spain and Portugal. We don't speak those languages. So
there's a changing of thought between pan-Africans.
We might as well talk about Portugal. We talked about Brazil. We might as well talk about Spain. We talked about Colombia. We talked about Venezuela. So, I mean, we could do that. We talked about Mexico.
Okay, if you want to include all those countries in, then that means there should be no doubt a whole bunch of data on how many slave ships and how many people, soldiers that were used in these conquests.
There may be estimates. Okay, you can't even give me an estimate of the census.
Well, give us nobody cares about the census.
Oh, yes,
people.
Wait,
Anquan. People were here. So give us your estimate on how many ships it took.
No, wait a minute, Anquan.
I did the math years ago. That's what made me say.
Wait a minute.
Even Henry Louis Gates did the math, and it contradicted his own claims that we were some self-hating, raped Africans, and he came up with 92,000 alleged people brought into the United States. How is 92,000 come up to, like, how many Black Americans exist today? 40 million?
That's what they claim. And now you got, you know what, Tyron, you got Caribbeans saying, oh, we're Caribbeans and Africans are included in that 40 million. Okay. That's what they're telling me now.
So,
according
to National Geographic,
yeah,
I'm going to estimate that there are about 12,000 slave ships that were used over a 250-year period of slavery,
and not one survived.
Ooh.
12,000. That's a lot of ships, man.
Wait a minute. That's the same thing y'all asked me the last time.
That's like flying to Mars now.
Now, when you mean what survived or what was destroyed over time, those ships are absolute. Why would they keep that around? Those ships are obsolete.
Let's see what other excuses he comes with, because I heard like 6 different excuses.
First of all, ships didn't exist back then because
that's not true.
The motor wasn't invented yet for them boats, man. That was boats.
They had slave ships. What are you talking about?
Those were boats.
Okay, well, boats, large boats. They called them ships.
And they did all this going through the Atlantic Ocean.
And that fits the Brooks
Them some rough seas, man.
Thomas Parks and Drew.
Them some rough
Okay.
seas, the Atlantic Ocean, man. Them
And
some
I
rough
know,
ass
and a
seas.
lot of slaves died, and a lot of black people died during those voyages. Yes.
So would you label that as profitable business, man, if you're losing all that product? If you tell me to bring you
They
20
didn't
kilos and I
care.
only got 3 of them.
They did not care
I mean,
because
they
they
didn't
didn't
care.
see black
That was
people.
expensive
They didn't
cargo right
see
there.
black people as human beings, so they cared less.
But I'm saying that's
It's
an
expensive.
expensive trip to be losing all of this important cargo, man.
So when we talked about the food that they ate, so are we going to talk about they ate molasses, they ate peas, they ate greens, they ate flour, and they ate cornmeal. So that's how they
They ate
survived.
flour and cornmeal.
Cornmeal.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't have corn in
They were
Africa.
down
Mixed
there.
cornmeal.
The hell they gonna be making eating
So we want
cornmeal
to talk about.
on the ship for?
Listen,
Okay.
How you gonna make it dry? How you gonna get cornmeal dry on the ship?
The last known slave ship
Mm-hmm.
was discovered in Alabama.
What, Clotilda?
And it was called the Clotilda. That's the last known slave ship.
It's always so predictable with that shit, man. It's always so predictable.
So that's the last known slave ship.
The fact that they can never come up with nothing else shows that it's BS.
Okay, let me ask you this. Aquan, can you ask me this question? What would be the purpose of these people, Europeans, keeping obsolete transportation like old slave boats?
They keep everything else.
They keep racist
No.
They keep
what would be the purpose?
The same reason why they keep castles around, old houses from the
because
1700s.
people still live in them. They still has a usage.
Okay,
that's the reason. The slave ship no longer had usage if they couldn't get slaves.
But hold on, they still got wagons from the 1800s and shit. I mean,
it had usage.
No, yeah, but it does. I said they still have them. I said they still have them. They still have them now.
Okay.
Yo, okay. Let me ask you this. By that logic,
that's
right?
why they keep them, because it's a good design.
Let me ask them something, Elquan. By that logic, you said they got rid of them. They were old and obsolete. They didn't need those kind of boats no more. Why is it that nowadays, right? Anything that's older has more value. If I come across a boat from the 1700s that nobody know was there, do you know how much money people gonna want to pay me for that?
You're right.
An old school car,
shit, bro.
You're right, but I don't think
it makes no damn sense. White people have never destroyed
those people
things.
didn't have that in mind.
They never
I
did
don't
that
think
in
they
history.
had that in
Not
mind
in
back in
America.
the 1800s.
But you mean you didn't think they had it in mind? They had
put
shit from back in
they
the
put
days.
shit in museums, man.
Come on,
museums.
They didn't have that in mind.
How do you know they had old shit back in the 1800s that go back way before the 1800s?
They did not have that in mind.
They had museums. Didn't they have museums back then?
Let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this then.
Kitty Kitty Bang Bang on auction for sale, but you can't find no slave ship.
Let me ask you this question then.
Bang Bang.
Let me ask you this question
What are
then.
you talking about?
When they destroyed these slave ships, did they make their black slaves to tell them apart?
I have no idea.
I mean, if they're slaves, right? Why not just make the slaves tell the boats apart? And if that was, that would be the most logic thing to do.
You have to remember, probably maybe about 80 to 100 years before slavery ended. I want to say probably around the late 1700s or early 1800s. Transporting slaves from Africa was illegal in the United States, so they began focusing more on reproduction in plantations. So
how come Indians on the West Coast still enslaved?
Importing Africans into America for slavery was outlawed decades before slavery ended.
Okay,
but they
I have another.
outlawed slavery for Indians, but they still was slaves on the plantations, though, regardless.
And not only that, how much? You said about 12,000 boats. So with these slaves on these boats, right? Because you can't drink salt water. Keep this in mind,
right?
How much water did it take to feed to supply for all of these slaves? And where did they put this water at?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I can't speak on that directly, but what I can say is that if you want to quantify it, we have to look at the average slave ship
held about 200, a minimum of 250, and at the most 600 black people or Africans. So these people were not fed appropriately, and they didn't get the required drink as far as water and food to sustain themselves. So
Look at them rough ass seas, man.
what?
I said, look at those rough ass seas.
Okay, so my thing is, we would have to look at how much water it takes. Let's say on average they had 300 or 400 people on the boat. Then you have to look at how much water it would take
That would have
to
been a scary
sustain
ass trip.
somebody over that voyage with that
Shit.
amount of people.
Also,
And
that
that'll be
shit
the answer.
deeping in the bottom of the ship
They
too.
didn't have the ventilation processes and all. They had to give them whiskey or something because they didn't have enough water to give these
Well, they
people.
didn't have a lot of things. That's why a lot of people died.
That's a lot of product to
You
lose,
already
man.
got Indians at your disposal, and you're
Yes, but they looked at the fact that the loss of product for was not necessarily looked at as opposed to what each
What part of
African was
business is
sold
that?
for
Who
once
does
they came
business
to
that way,
America.
man? Who does business that way? If I go to the store,
They
if I go
did
to Home
business like
Depot or
that for over
Lowe's and I need 20
250
sheets
years.
of
So what are you talking
drywall, and
about?
I
man.
The
If
ends
you
had
go
to
to the store
justify
and
the
get some
means.
eggs and
If
you
that's the
drop a
case,
few
slavery
eggs,
would have
are you
been
gonna
out.
want?
Slavery would have been a bad choice of business.
it
It was the
sound you
most
making
profitable.
it sound like a bad choice of
Slavery
business right now.
itself was one of the most profitable forms of business in human history.
You just
That's
said they
why it
lost. You
lasted so
just
long.
said they lost most of their product.
No, they didn't lose most of their product. The product was the human beings.
That's what I'm saying. And you
They
saying a
didn't
lot of them
lose
was
most of the
dying on the
human
way here.
beings. They didn't lose the human beings. They lost a lot of them, but they didn't lose most of them. If it wasn't profitable, it wouldn't have lasted as long.
Okay.
Well, all these Indians over here and the European slaves, they gonna go.
And they couldn't enslave them. They attempted to enslave them.
But they went to Africa and enslaved the most powerful people in the world. That's what y'all
No,
call it.
what they did was
And get this. It
engaged.
wasn't the
They
primitive
stole
kind. It was the sword
Africans and they
makers that they
engaged
were
in
stealing.
trade with chieftains and head of tribes, and used them as the means
where you
to
getting this
catch and
history
steal
from?
Africans from Africa.
Produce this,
I was
man.
about to get to that
Produce
part.
this for silence, please.
Well,
Produce
you
some
coming?
of the light that
Hold on.
still exists. This is from the early 1800s. It's still around. Produce.
Damn. Explain
And
that.
that ain't even a slave ship. That's a
This is
pirate
John
ship.
Lafitte's pirate ship, found in Jefferson Parish in Louisiana.
And pirate ships are stolen ships.
I'm sorry, y'all, but this is John Lafitte's ship and it's still there.
I know all about
That
John
boy
Lafitte.
said they found that in. He
Yeah,
said they
some
found
of
that
that
in the
stuff
West
is
Bank.
still there, but most of that stuff is not is gone. It's destroyed.
What kind of shit is that?
They said
Most
they
of that
found
stuff is
that
still there.
That should be a piece of a slave.
No, the ship worms out.
See, I think D the getting sleepy, man.
Man, y'all brothers are killing me with these questions that are not congruent to anything.
But D how come we can't even
intelligible.
find that part of a slave ship intact like that?
What?
Yeah, man, we trying to gain clarity.
Wait a minute. So you trying to tell me to go into the mind of the people who owned the slaves and why they got rid of the damn boat?
But see, you're suggesting that the white man, I ain't hear him say nothing like that.
Your brothers on the panel were.
No, the white man didn't say he destroyed the ships. You pan-Africans say that.
He did. Okay, what? Our ship. Okay, listen. The ships had no use.
See, again, you're saying you people say that. The white man doesn't say this though.
And how can a ship have no use?
Right.
Because they didn't use them for slavery anymore.
Okay, so they couldn't use that ship to ship some wine and shit like that. They couldn't ship wine.
No, I'm gonna tell you what they did. They built better. They built better ships
and nothing else.
And when they began to build better ships, they stopped using the older obsolete ships.
Okay, so hold on one second. So D. Durrell, so from let's say 1650 to 1865, what were the better ships?
I don't know. I don't build ships.
And
I'm
you
supposed to
just
know.
said it. You just said
Come
it.
on,
Yeah, but technology, but brother,
if
come
a
on, man.
steel
Okay, so
cargo
I'm gonna
ship
ask you
can't
this
even
question:
sell a mid-Atlantic,
Do
what
they
make you
still
think a wooden
build? Do they
sailboat gonna
still
sell a
build
mid-Atlantic?
vehicles in the 1970s the same way they build cars? Do they still build cars in the 60s and the 70s like they
Hold
build
on,
right
wait,
now in
Well,
2020?
yeah, they have 4 wheels
No,
and a chassis. Yes, they
exactly,
do.
but they don't build them the same way, right?
You just
They
asked.
stopped building them.
Explain to me
No,
why
that's
don't carnival
I
cruise
want you to give me.
in the
Can you give
engines.
me a 1965 Cadillac? How many of those are still around?
A
hold
whole
on,
lot. A
Edie.
whole lot.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
A whole lot of them around.
There's not a lot of
Matter
them
of fact, I
around.
see people driving around those shits in those classic cars that
No,
they
those
have.
classic cars are
How come
rare. That's
carnival
why they cost
No,
so much.
nope. Those giant boat Cadillacs.
They're not being manufactured.
Man, you could go
Those
to any
they
car
stopped being
shows.
manufactured.
You could go to, but they
Okay,
still preserve
Peter
those.
Bell, how come ferries, Louisiana ferries can't sail through the mid-Atlantic to Africa? How come Carnival cruise ships don't make trips to Cape Verde or Ghana or Senegal or something like that? How come metal cargo ships can't
could be a
even
lot
get
of money
across
made.
the mid-Atlantic without capsizing and getting destroyed by those pressures? But you want us to believe that
Okay.
wooden
I mean,
sailboat can make
I
the
don't
trip?
get the question. I mean, I'm not in the shipping business, so you expect me to also be now to be expert on why they not doing shit.
Absolutely, because you
That's
know
not
it's
my
bullshit.
forte.
Well, see,
Man, y'all reaching, man.
sometimes you gotta say, listen, man, I don't have the answer. You don't have to have an
And
answer
that's
for
what I'm
everything.
saying.
Well, let me ask you this. Since we have to do all of this for Africa, what does Africa do to benefit the black man in America?
Uh-oh.
Okay, that's a good question, and I'm glad because I've actually had discussions and debates. What does African can do to benefit?
No, not what can they do? What do
What,
they
I'm
do
gonna tell you
to
exactly what they
benefit their
can do.
brothers and sisters
Hold
over
on,
here in America?
let me. I really got. I want y'all to really, really listen to me say this because I've had this discussion.
Okay, go
Okay.
ahead.
First and
I'm
foremost,
gonna mute
what
my
the
mic.
African can do to benefit the black man in America is give us number one.
No, hold up. That's not the question. I said, what does Africa do to benefit blacks in America?
Right now,
Yes.
okay. Well, really, most of the countries are not doing anything. The only country that I'm saying that's showing a hand to do anything is as far as allowing us to have dual citizenship and programs to have us access to the resources and land, and that's Ghana.
Yeah,
And
but Dinah Smith said
Senegal
to
has
put
a
that in
program,
place.
but Ghana is the only one that's really doing something.
Since you just openly admitted that they're doing nothing to help us, why should we care about Africa?
Because that's our continent of origin. That's our cultural heritage.
All right, now when
Just
you ask,
so because my thing is this. Hold on, let me
go
say this.
ahead.
See, you have to understand. See, this speaks to the weakness of us as a people because you never
Oh, it
hear a
does.
Jew, in America say, a Jew in Israel say, well, what, how come you don't worry about us in Israel? You never hear a Chinese in America tell a person in China that it's only the American black man that asks these kind of questions.
Nativist shit
Because
first.
they don't
He
have
said that he
strangers
was
telling them where they
You
from.
don't hear the Italian saying that about Italy. You
Yeah,
don't hear
but
the French saying that about the French. You don't hear the Anglo-Saxons saying that about England. But you hear the black man saying
most
that about
Italians,
Africa.
check it.
because
But
it was
most
a small
Italians
hat
know
that
that they
told you to
came
go
here
immigrate to
120
Africa,
years
right?
ago. Most Italians know their people. They could go back to their country. They could go see their family, their own blood relatives. They could go to Italy and say, "Yeah, that's my
Yeah, but
cousin
we
over
had
there."
slavery. They didn't have slavery.
Yeah,
Hey,
they did.
you see
We
that?
had slavery.
You see that? I think that's the 4,500-year-old Egyptian ship. Still
Okay.
here. Still here. What you mean?
Okay.
What you mean?
And
Okay.
what does that mean?
You know what?
That don't mean anything. That don't mean anything.
Okay. All right.
Pull up the Viking longships.
You just said that they destroy ships that's old and obsolete.
They did destroy ships that were old. That's why you don't see any now.
Well,
But
how come
I
this
also
round?
told you that in certain southern states there are records, and even in Louisiana, my home state, there are records of old slave ships.
Now you know
But
why I
they're
can
not
tell
You
you a
just
lot
exact.
of
look
ships.
John McPeak's
You know
boat,
why a
but you
lot of
can't
ships
look
were
up the
destroyed in?
with the schematics of the Brooks.
You
Why?
know a lot of ships were destroyed in wars that took place on water.
Okay.
I could attest to that. But as far as some people saying, you know, all right, we got all the niggas over here now. Y'all go ahead and break them ships down.
No,
Yeah.
hold on. But no, I'm not going to say that either, because a lot of those ships were still used for cargo, and they were still used for commerce. Some of those ships were still used for commerce.
But all right, but back to reality. You said that we should reverence Africa because that is our place of origin.
Right.
If
And
every black
culture.
and culture.
Right.
So what can I'm not even gonna go there. But since we, you know, if if we if we are to reverence Africa, you know what I'm saying, then and that's our place of origin. What is your main source for that being our place of origin? If you wanted to prove to me 100%
It's called common sense.
common sense.
Yeah, it's
So let
called
me get
common
this straight.
sense. You know, Japanese people come from Japan. You know, white people come from Europe. Indian people come from India.
How can that be? How
Arab
can
people
that be
come
if
from the Middle
Africa is
East,
the
and black people come from
Oh,
Africa.
wait,
Where
wait,
they come
That's
from
not
in
rocket
Japan
science.
originally.
Come down,
That's
pan.
not rocket science.
That's all East Africa.
But check this out. Before the white man came up with race, there was no such thing as all black people of one skin color being one. That never
And keep in
existed.
mind, the
I
Japanese,
never
if you
said
talk to the
that
Japanese,
was the
they even
case.
You
indigenous.
I
just
never
said that
said
black
that.
people come from Africa.
I never
You
said
bunch
that.
all colors up
I
in
never
one.
said that.
There were
Then
blacks
what is a black man?
in Europe. There were blacks.
Here we go with the minute questions again.
Nah,
What
you
is a
said
black
black
man?
people come from Africa, and Elquan showed you some black women earlier, and you said that they wasn't black.
I didn't say that. Yeah, some of those women were not black.
So
But
if we all African,
they
can an
was the same
Australian
skin color as me.
Aborigine walk
No,
up
they
in
were not.
Ghana somewhere and say, "I'm an African, my brother"? Can an
I got a question
Australian
for D Rail
Aborigine
too, man.
walk
Yeah,
into
and another thing,
Ghana and say, "I'm African"?
what people in Africa identify as African? Don't
They all do.
nobody in Africa call
They all
themselves
do.
African.
They
Them
all
people
do.
got their own names.
No, yeah, they have their own. They
They
have
use
their
the
own
term
tribe.
African when they come here to
Obviously, you
America
don't
because
interact
that's
with
what we
Africans, because
reference them as.
Africans consider Africans from other countries, even though they have their tribal affiliation and nationality, they still consider themselves African.
Oh, so can Australian Aborigines do business with Africans?
Can we do business?
No, yeah. Can an Australian Aborigine walk into Africa and say, "Hey, my brother, can I build with you? Can we build Australian businesses over here for my people in Brisbane?"
Okay, what's
One of them
wrong with
black
that?
fellas from Australia, can they walk up into Ghana and say, "Can we build some businesses in Ghana and have black pride with each other"? Can they do that?
Why not?
You know why they can't do it?
Why not?
Because they know that they not their people.
Okay, if that's what you want to believe,
that's not what I believe. That's a fact.
But that's not true.
That's a fact.
But you do know that
Bro,
our
you said
African
earlier that
Americans.
most Africans
Are you aware that there are black people doing
you said
business in Africa?
yourself, most
There are plenty of people in
we know
in our country that are repatriating back to Africa doing business, and they're doing big business.
Yeah, but
So it
that's for
does
that.
exist. It's
That's
just
for
on a
their
small
own
scale.
personal gain.
Pimping Africans that I just mentioned earlier when Brandon was in the chat.
You also said earlier
they doing business in Africa for their own individual personal gain. They may never
and that's a problem.
Not for the
no, I'm not. Look, I'm not saying that it's a problem. By all means, Pan-African, get your money. That's what y'all do. But
the problem is none of that money is circulating back to Black America, and we're not seeing.
So then we have to look at the people who are doing bad business and why they're not circulating the money to the community.
No, we can't make Africans do that because they worried about their own.
Well, you can stop. Well, okay, my thing is, okay, I'm gonna say this again. So this is the problem with our people. We don't understand group economics. because other groups of people are doing that.
Yeah,
Look
but
at
when
people that don't
Yeah, the
understand group
Africans
economics.
doing that because I can
yeah,
give you an
but
example.
Africans
This
don't
is my
allow
last
out.
statement that
They don't
I'm going
allow
to say,
Black Americans
then I'm going to get off.
into
But
their
you know, for example, we have Juneteenth in Charlotte. Like every year, everybody has Juneteenth. And the promoter of the Juneteenth festival is a guy that's from Senegal that profits off of everything at the venue. There's no Black Americans at that venue. It's mostly his type of people there. And he runs a whole store in a gentrified neighborhood in Plaza Midwood called the House of Africa. And does any of that money circulate back into the Black community? Absolutely not. It goes towards funding his own indigenous African people and the white people that allow him to have that store in that gentrified community.
Well, that's bad business.
But according to you, that's pan-Africanism because we're giving money to Africans and we're not being reciprocated.
Yes, but then you have to develop trade agreements.
But what? Because
you have to develop a position of how we're going to go about doing trade, so we can avoid those things.
We so far behind with that.
Can you explain any of the trade agreements between Africa and Asia?
No, I cannot.
All right. Is Africa winning any battles?
Winning any battles? What do you mean by battles?
With all of the people who pretty much them to the Asians, and the white man.
This, countries such as
where is the Haiti in Africa?
Where's the what?
The Haiti in Africa and stuff like that, but they had some revolutionaries, but they're not like a.
I mean, right now China is taking over a lot of Africa right now, but there are certain countries such as Kenya and others that are not accepting money from China.
Good for them.
So that's the problem. You're getting in bad trade deals by accepting money, and they're building the infrastructure for their own people.
Never learn. They're still messing with the colonizer.
Yeah, they are.
I have a question. You were saying earlier that most Africans aren't on the Pan-African wave. Also, a lot of Pan-Africans say that Black Africans sold Black Africans to the white man, then they shipped them in, packed them like sardines, shipped them over here. So isn't that some kind of animosity that you should have towards them instead of love? They don't want to get with you now, and they sold you here then. Why is the overwhelming love for them if they don't love us?
God damn it, that's a great question.
Okay, first of all,
reciprocation.
So I understand what you're saying as far as the reciprocation, but let's put this into context from the position of understanding that Africa is not in a great economic position, nor are they in a situation where they can invest and focus on other people when they can barely take care of their own people.
So the Black man in America is in a position where we could focus on other people and not take care of our own. We're
already doing it. We give all our money to other people.
Why not give it to Africa,
practice
right?
group economics. we don't take care of each other. We get all of our money with other people that don't look like us. So we're already doing that.
So you mean to tell me that before we do this with each other and as one, better ourselves, like the reason that we own these platforms anyway, we should be focusing on Africa and helping them build and bettering
focusing
Africa.
on all African people of like-mindedness.
So do you agree that we should inherit dust from the African and let them build up themselves before we help our own selves?
Yeah, wouldn't that make sense? Like to leave them the hell alone and let them get their shit together over there while we get our shit together over here.
And then maybe when we are set, then maybe we can help them. Is that the goal that you want, or do you want to just help Africa and just leave us behind in the dust?
No, we have to help ourselves before we help other people, but we can also do that in conjunction at the same time.
How can there be a conjunction if we can't help ourselves?
Yeah.
But we can. But the thing about it, African Americans
He
can
double
help
talking. How you
ourselves.
gonna say we got to help ourselves first, and then we can do that in conjunction with them?
But we can help ourselves. We can help ourselves. We choose to spend our money with other people and give everybody else our wealth and resources.
Man.
Well, see, that's why this is called. That's why this is called Later for Africa, man. You know.
Yeah, you know.
So I should spend my dollar with Somalians and Ethiopians at their convenience store, their beauty supply, and
Why not? Why not? You're spending it with the white man. You're spending it with the Asian man. You're spending it with the Indian. So why not?
Don't anything with the Indian either.
Why not? You're spending it with other people that don't look like you anyway. So why not spend it with your own?
I mean, as far as
a lot of those Indians look like us.
You already doing that, brother.
You know, as far as that goes, you know, I just planted some pineapple trees in front of my yard like a few months ago. They growing along pretty nice. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to do some onions, some garlic, you know what I'm saying? I might do some mustard greens or some shit like that just to get used to, you know, doing for myself. Just a bunch of shit that I ain't gotta go to the store and get no more. It might take a minute for the shit to grow, but you know what I'm saying? That's one of the things that I'm doing. Besides that, I got this plan to where I'm gonna be paying young black men what they're supposed to be getting for these construction jobs, and I'm gonna have, you know, that's what I'm working on next. I'm working on contracts in that type of manner. And I'm only gonna be hiring young black men, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna train them myself and teach them how to remodel whole houses and shit. That's what I'm gonna do. And at that point, my goal for them is that they won't need to they could just pull out their phone and they'll know how to support themselves and their families. I'm trying to have dudes like 17 years old making like $20,000 every 2 months. Numbers like that. Numbers. You know what I'm saying? And use that and keep that in the same, you know, in that same community. You know what I'm saying? Now as far as Africa, later for Africa, they should be doing that in Africa. If you're telling me that they are the greatest people in all of existence, that's who we come from, and yet they are they farther behind than we is, honestly, you know. But the ones who are getting money seem to be coming their asses over here, opening up shop, you know, working with the U.S. government, getting grants that we can't even get. Why the hell we helping them when they could get grants over here as foreigners that we can't even get? I'm talking about like $50,000 loans that they don't even have to pay back, come from another country, open up shop, 5 years, don't pay no taxes, sell nothing but gas and goddamn cigarettes, and then switch the shit over to another family member. And these the people that we need to be helping.
That's no
Sell
different from any other immigrant that come in here and exploiting black people. So what's the point?
Africans are doing this. That's
but no, other immigrants are doing it at a far more sophisticated level than that.
He said Africans. He said Africans.
They all doing
I understand that, but what I'm saying is other immigrants.
You got to keep focus. You got to keep focus. Africans is what he
said.
said.
Yeah, we talking about Africa.
I'm not being told that they're the only ones doing this.
I'm not being told that I'm one with the Chinese.
Major ones in college. That's mostly the Nigerian and the Ghanaian and the Kenyans.
So, what do you want them to do? You want them to not take advantage of America being so generous to other people?
No. See, what I'm saying is this. I don't want them to do nothing because they don't like have nothing to do with my people when they come over here accepting our dollar. You might have the Africans like Brother Polite who try to have something to do with us, but for the most part, I have never come across an African to tell me, yes, you are African, my brother. Pan-Africans are the only people I've seen do that, and the white man.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've seen Africans tell me that all the time.
They do.
Those of Nigerian descent.
How old is Nigeria as a country?
Those Nigerians are the biggest haters.
Nigeria's probably what? Somewhere around what? But maybe about 45, maybe 65, 70 years old. About 65. I think they got their independence.
Perfect. But you running from your country, bro.
I'm not running from my country.
No, I'm talking about this guy in the comment section.
It's because you Black Americans can't read. Oh, okay. So when now when you say, even that we can't read, who is the information that we supposed to be reading coming from? These people are strangers. That's what our ancestors called those people, strangers,
And then
foreigners.
on top of that, it took us Black Americans, particularly Austin Augustus Curtis, to help you write your syllabary, the Vi language, through the Sequoia syllabary. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, it's all a part of Liberia's history. They were shipping in American Indians.
But Liberians a lot.
American Indian
But the
colony.
state of Liberia was created for African Americans that went back to Africa.
It was created to get rid of Indians by Europeans.
Yes, it was. It was.
I don't know about that. How was Liberia created to get rid of Indians?
Dude,
and Indians don't live in Liberia.
Sell Black Americans to Liberia was a Wampanoag Indian, Paul Cuppy.
I've never heard anything about that.
Paul Cuppy is a Wampanoag Indian. Look it up.
So why would they create an African colony, a country, to get rid of Indians? That doesn't even make sense.
But they know his mama ethnicity. They know his mother's ethnicity, but they don't know the father's ethnicity.
Yeah.
Explain that.
Similar to Farad Muhammad.
That don't make sense. The question don't make sense, but okay.
How doesn't it make sense? He's literally a Wampanoag Indian on his mama's side, and according to American Indian culture, you are what your mother is.
Okay, but no one in African American culture adopt Indian concepts, so I don't know how that's relevant to us.
Crispus Attucks is an Indian. They claim that he is half African, just like John Horse. Just like they claim, what's his name, Billy Bowlegs III. They claim him to be half African, half Seminole, but he don't nothing like no African, and he a dark-skinned Mongol-style native.
Okay.
So where's this African stuff?
What you mean? What is this African stuff?
It's nowhere to be.
I mean, he looks that way because he looks that way. I mean, what is?
But you claim that stuff was here. And when it comes to Negroes, they always claim that somebody is a Zambo, mixed breed, raped African, but they can't prove who the daddy is, what ethnicity the daddy is. Right. But they know the ethnicity of what their mama is. Precisely.
Okay. So that was just an isolated event.
Isolated event? These are your heroes. These are your heroes and icons. And they can't find no West African lineage to these people?
Really?
But only on a DNA kit? And they don't even have access to the bones of these people?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They gotta
explain this shit to me.
Yeah. Why can I go in the museum and see dinosaur fossils from millions of years ago, but I can't see not one slave ship?
Well, explain that to the owner of the museum who chooses not to put slave ships in the museum.
Could you explain to us how
Yeah, but hold on. You said they destroyed them all, so I'll be going to go to
I did not say they destroyed them all.
Yes, you did.
I just said that they're slave ships in the South.
See, my man getting sleepy, so he's forgetting his lies.
No, I ain't forgetting the lies. I just quoted one in Alabama. The brother that was in there quoted one in Louisiana. In the southern states, you can find remnants of slave ships.
Okay, so that's plural, slave ships.
Yeah.
So where are they at?
They're in the South.
This man spent all that time saying they destroyed them and why they destroyed them. That slavery was outlawed.
They did destroy most of them. They used them when they could no longer use them for slave transportation. They probably used it for commerce, and then later on, as things got more advanced, they no longer used them.
Wait. So they got a whole full map of ships that they decommissioned, but not one of them can be found.
You realize when they got automobiles, they were still using horse and carriage, right? You realize that, right?
Right.
Which they never found. All they got is a plaque and a pile of wood that they fished out of the freshwater lake in Alabama.
And you know what else I'm gonna do? You know what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go look up the oldest trading ports, right? Because that'll tell me everything that I need to know.
Go find the European factories that constructed these alleged slave ships. What happened to those?
Yes, exactly.
They tore all the factories that constructed.
They destroyed the technology.
So you want them to keep transportation vehicles they no longer have any use for? That's what you're telling me. For the purpose of a machine, they were thinking that forward. That we got to keep these slave ships to show proof of things 70 years later.
Get everything else.
Millions of Africans in
I mean,
one at a time. The door no return. But you can't find us no slave ship factory.
Yeah, you know, I mean, if those boats were strong enough to constantly go back and forth through the Atlantic from Africa to America in those times, them some strong ass boats, man. I wouldn't have got rid of that, man.
Exactly. I wouldn't even trade that shit in for no goddamn.
That's a feat that hasn't been ever done.
Yeah, man. You know, the Pacific Ocean is called the Pacific because it's more peaceful. That's why it's called the Pacific. It means peaceful ocean. The Atlantic is rough as hell, man. Them some rough that you know, especially when you losing all that, you know, slaves dying, man. That's a lot of cargo they was losing. You know what I'm saying? You know, shit, back in the day, they used to say, when I was in school in Ray Abrams Elementary in New Orleans, Louisiana, they was telling us, and I won an essay. I shouldn't be saying this because you can find my real name by this, but I got a medal for an essay that I wrote at 12 years old, and it was about you know, if we hadn't went through slavery then, maybe we might be the ones coming from Africa now. You know what I'm saying? But now that I'm grown, I realize it don't make no sense because
you were a young pan-Africanist too.
yeah, well, you know, I wrote an essay about why we should be grateful that, you know, we not getting our ass whooped today and they got their ass whooped back then. But now that I'm grown, I see that shit made no sense because a slave trade the transatlantic slave trade it's impossible. I'm gonna just say it. It's impossible. The creator himself would have to do that. That shit is impossible, man. It's impossible.
Impossible.
And for these dudes to be running around pushing this shit, listening to themselves, and can't even make it make sense, can't show a source. Then if you ask them, yo, man, show what's the source of that? They refuse to say, oh, this white boy came up with it.
Wow, that sounds just like the Aboriginals. But thank you for
white people
stating that.
with the Indian stuff.
You just explained the Aboriginals.
Hold up. How is saying Aboriginal?
Explain what the Aboriginals are doing.
Us being already here impossible.
Again, you don't show no proof. You can't qualify anything.
Clear proof. I don't
You're using white man Mesoamerican information that's outdated. It's not making sense.
White information.
I mean,
all life came from Africa.
Pan-Africans have Pan-African scholars that have published and written books and have done research. Aboriginals don't have any of that.
He said it's impossible, yet they still Africans who want
so let me ask you something. If I write and put this shit in the book, would you take it as a source? I mean, if any one of y'all, I mean, can y'all Google Blackfoot Hunter Indians so you can see my family dressed up in New Orleans? People come from all over the world to come see my people. That's my family putting on them Indian suits. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what is you saying, man? It take us a year to make those suits, and I don't even sew. When my family go to singing them songs, ooh, nane, shalawala, yo mama, you're like, what is you talking about, man? Like,
what are we talking about? I'm just talking about you don't know Aboriginal history and culture. I asked for you all to give me information that you can't give me.
So everybody else stops becoming.
You know, like when we second line,
he stops becoming an African.
Did the ass come from Africa?
The Asian stops becoming an African at a certain point. The Middle Easterner stops becoming an African at a certain point.
Can you show me in Africa? Can you show me in Africa? At a certain point? Hold up, Tyrone. Let me get him. Can you show me in Africa where people second line after funerals? Can you show
Right.
me that in Africa? Show me the
Aboriginal.
second line in Africa. If you because I'm sick of this. We ain't got no culture shit. I'm telling you culture now.
Yeah.
Show me a second line in Africa. You know what the second line is?
No, I don't. What's the second
What
line?
about jumping the broom?
Oh, jumping the broom?
What about the ghost dance? Holy Ghost dance?
Can you give me an Aboriginal ceremony?
I just told you a
Yeah,
second
it's in
line.
the church.
I just told you a second line.
That's not Aboriginal.
Oh,
That's
and
African
I
in
just
nature.
mentioned
Nah,
Low.
how the
Where in
fuck
Africa
that?
do they
Show me,
accept?
show me a
Brothers, yeah,
second line. Hold
no
on.
matter
You
how
just
much,
said, hold on,
no
hold on.
matter how
You
much y'all
just
try to
said,
say,
hold on,
the
hold on,
bottom
hold on,
line
hold
is
on.
that you
Hold on.
cannot
You just
give
said you don't
concrete
know what a
evidence
second line is.
on
Then
your
you call it
position about
Africa.
being
Show
Aboriginal.
me, show
Wait,
me
And
a
that's
second
West
until
line.
you give
Africans worship
concrete
Show
Bear
me a
information.
second line in Africa, man.
Can until you give concrete information, give
Show
some
me a second
tangible
line in Africa.
information to look at.
Well,
You're
you know what a
wasting
second
your time.
line is,
Well,
man?
is it true that Africans worship Baron Saturday in Africa?
What?
You heard me. Is it true that West Africans worship Baron Saturday?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because voodoo ain't their culture.
Who said
That ain't a part
voodoo's
of
not
their
a culture? It's a religion.
How so? You just
Religion
told
is
me you
part of
don't
culture.
know. That means that shit ain't African.
What you mean it ain't African?
You just said that they don't worship no Baron Saturday in Africa. Did you not?
Yeah, depending on where they're located and what the culture involved
I
in
just
that
gave you
tribe.
culture. You just told me that they don't worship Baron Saturday in West Africa. And voodoo's supposed to be all African, right?
Huh.
Heck,
Stop it.
Africans ain't even got voodoo dolls. That shit came from the Arawak Taino peoples worshiping Guaban sects and Semis. You know what the Semis are?
Yes.
Why ain't Semis in Africa?
Oh my God! Here we go with this. Oh my God! These recurring arguments, But you can't tell me nothing about the Aboriginals.
What I don't like about pan-Africanists from America is they worship Fela, but they don't give props to James Brown that paved the way for Fela. We are twisted, man. Our culture is here. Jazz,
Okay.
second line, James Brown, soul, funk, all that, man.
Okay, well,
Pan-Africans gotta give
let me
props
ask
to
you
Fela
this
who
then.
copied off of the Aboriginal in America. Come on, man. Enough of this foolishness.
Yeah, okay.
Black people.
All right, then.
Do-rags.
Huh?
Man, y'all tripping.
Okay, what answer me this then.
Man, Anquan, I'm about to call it in for the night, man.
Hold on, wait. One more thing, dude.
I hear you. These niggas asking the same questions from 5 weeks ago. Tyrone, when you gonna give me some new questions, man?
West African developed the conch.
They had do-rags in Egypt. Sarah Sue said he showed some stuff, the waves and
Don't talk about the Egyptian origins of hip hop, man. I can't believe he did that. I still can't believe it.
We had a turntable in Africa. Get out of here, man. Wake your black ass up.
I thought that was taking shit too far, man.
Yes, man.
We had spinning rims in Africa, family. On Potter's wheel.
Hey, man, y'all not about to sit up here and disrespect the most motherfucking prolific scholarship, nigga. Yo, man.
Black
Man,
power.
when him and Umar Johnson went at it, somebody took the Nas Ether beat and put it on while Umar was talking. That shit was funny as fuck, man.
Wow, I gotta see.
Kept calling him some dude. Kept calling him tattoo.
I gotta look that one up, man.
I'm the prince.
Yeah, man.
Wait, before you go, D. Durrell, what's going on with that Umar sector, man? Last I saw, you saw at a video talking about the Shakim Ra and all that kind of shit.
Man, them niggas losing their mind right now. That's what the fuck happening. All them niggas losing their mind, man. They're just scrambling for content, trying to look up people information.
On his ass.
Them niggas up there, man, they mad about the block party and shit because it made money and it was successful. Man, these niggas losing they all over the place, man.
And matter of fact, you know what you should do, D. Durrell? You should insist. This is a good argument for you for that sector. Insist that these people come down on Tariq Nasheed and his museum scam like they're coming down on Umar Johnson.
Yeah.
Good point.
Right.
Because why is anti-Afro and Leonard Arnold, how come they not jumping on his ass? Why are they scared?
They're cowards.
That's a good question.
Because now you know he's scammed because he's scammed now because he said once I get this money, I'm buying that plot. Now he changed it around like Umar.
I mean, I'm not with the Pan-African thing, but I did see the shit. You know, when they did the little block party, I felt like the shit was cool. You know, if Umar do get that school open, that should be dope. I wouldn't agree with the goddamn curricula, but it should be dope. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Yeah. So come
now. What about that? What are your thoughts on that? Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed and Professor Black Truth's camp. Now that they grifting towards the Indian paradigm, but don't want to admit it, but they want to stick to stick to the goalposts of Pan-Africanism.
Kick their ass.
But they're not Pan-African, so I expect that.
Oh no, they are Pan-African. They hold Garvey as their
is
god,
not Pan-African.
like you. What do you think about that?
They're not Pan-African, so they're going to do other things that don't fall in line. So that's expected.
They do whatever the wind is blowing to make money. That's what they do.
Yep.
If you push back to Pan-African, they're gonna be back on Pan-African. He's a charlatan, man. He's fake, and people keep falling for people like him. It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah. So, what do you feel about them buying billboards but not doing actually anything?
Jason Black's a sodomite.
Yep. I called him on that shit, and he didn't deny that shit. You know,
right? Well, man, brothers, I'm about empty on right now, man. But we gonna do this again, man. We gotta do this again. I enjoyed you, Alquine.
And next time, make sure you got your laptop.
Alquine, you got my email, man?
Nah, what is that?
Alquine.
Or you want to put it in the private or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my email address, man. I definitely want to chit chat with you.
Before we go, Alquan, remember when Jason Black said that olives was sweet like grapes?
Yo, D Darrell, man, I appreciate you coming on and not calling us out our name or nothing, man. I always enjoy when you come on.
Nah, man. I don't rock like that, brother.
Yeah, man, but yo, I love when you come on, man. You be holding it down. I ain't gonna front.
That's all.
You hold it down, man.
It was weaker this time, though. I got to admit.
You told that ass up today.
It was like Wilder, man.
Hold his own ground.
He held it down and fell down in the
Alquine, Tyrone, when you gonna answer my questions, man? I'm still waiting.
Oh, okay, I got you.
You still haven't answered my questions, but I'm gonna give you the next time. Go do your research. Be prepared the next time. What?
You gonna keep asking me about Olmecs?
Yes, I will.
Because you ain't bring your A game this time.
No, because you don't have the information. I'm gonna keep asking you until you give me your information.
He already gave you the information.
No, you didn't. You have yet to answer the major points. But what you will do is every time I ask about the Olmecs, you'll start talking about another native tribe. You'll switch it up.
No, I ain't switching up anything. I already told you.
How many Olmecs existed? How many? What was the population?
What was the population of what?
That lived in South America. How many Olmecs lived in South America?
Enough to fill up those 12,000 slaves.
See that ain't good enough.
Yeah, that's like asking how many pairs of shoes.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, fellas, peace.
All right, now DJ Rabbie. I was about to tell him to tell Tiffany she got some nice titties, but all right.
Yeah.
Want to hear that? Now she like talking that Pan-African shit too. I had a little engagement with her, but she gets upset when
I wish you brought that Renee on.
Yeah, that's right. She never came on my channel, man. Damn. She might be on that other one, but I forgot, man, about that all facts guy, man. I can't stand that guy, man. Motherfucker. Man, I never thought I'd see that motherfucker, but I knew he was gonna get lonely because everybody shut his ass down. So
Oh, they ain't locking with him no more on the other show?
nah. they
Damn.
cut his ass off because he did some disrespectful, untrustworthy shit. He did it before and they still let him come back, but I guess this time it's done. Yep.
Damn.
And you see that? You see how Uncle Suge exposed Beasley?
Damn. I ain't see that.
I mean, I said, damn, I didn't know Beasley was that goddamn hideous.
But today showed me a lot.
Oh yeah.
I refuse. I no longer see the point in asking Pan-Africans for sources. They will not show any.
No, they sources the white man.
The U.S. Census is not a reliable source to them. You know, I mean, because you got the federal government saying, "Look, y'all, we changed Indians to blacks, whites, and mulattoes based on color." Apparently, that's not good enough for them. You got racist dude, blatant racists or bigots at the time because they was inventing race. You know what I'm saying? They was coming up with the term and everything. So at the time, it was just bigotry. You know what I'm saying? And you got these dudes saying, "Look, we coming up with this shit. We doing it based on we feel like the whites is superior and everything gonna go like this." You know what I'm saying? We gonna use the skull to break down inferiority, which was the whole reason that they was practicing the shit. You know what I'm saying? And all of this shit is documented. You know what I'm saying?
And they sitting up there being facetious saying that, "Oh, y'all just got that abo nonsense from a white man that was teaching y'all to be Indians and hating on Africa." Huh?
Yeah. And they calling us Uncle Toms when, if anything, what we say go against the white man's education.
Right.
We're going to indoctrination.
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, they just need the name calling. That's the way to distract from the fact that they don't have the answers.
They saying brothers couldn't read and write.
Did I hear Brandon say he didn't want no reparations?
Yeah, I heard that too.
I missed that part.
Yeah, I'm surprised y'all didn't catch that, man.
Damn.
He said, we need to stop voting Democrat, but he said he ain't want no reparations.
So he said he want a one-on-one. So I think I'm gonna come up with a list of questions.
Yeah, man.
You know what I do with my questions. So we're gonna see if my man can. He was hanging in there for a minute, but
No, he wasn't. He failed it.
No, I didn't say he was answering the questions right, but I'm just saying he stuck around for a little while. But
yeah, he did. But that brother said,
like Wilder.
"Damn, I wish he was still alone," because when that man said when I asked him, "What does Africa do to help us?" that man said that they are not in a condition, due to everything that their asses is going through, to be looking out for somebody else. But we are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's deep, man.
Yeah. Keep in mind, he come from that search for Uhuru camp in that BAIO.
God damn.
I knew that. That's why I give Brandon credit. At least he came on, but that Kayla Genesis, that fat guy, I knew he wasn't coming on. He's a real coward. And that Professor Leary, I knew he was gonna bitch out too. I knew it, but I was hoping for a surprise.
Like that Afro Synergy guy.
Nah, that Professor Leary down with Sarnetta, that guy.
Played chess with Sarnetta back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh, because Jabari and them, they already got slaves.
My man insists his white North Africa is the real deal. But
you can get Dyna's ass on here. That'd be
still coming at him.
Nah, he ain't coming on. He ain't trying to mess his money up. So
Dyna's Samir, bring your ass.
But yeah, man, I forgot now. I don't know how many episodes ago it was on his channel, but me and Brandon engaged. That's where I first seen this Brandon. It was on Dyna's channel about a year or so ago.
Yeah.
And what were we talking about? We talking about because he was talking about the BAIO and saying that they ain't doing nothing. So that's why I said, okay, all right. I like what I'm hearing from this guy. Because I say he calling him out, and he told that not Dynas, that Hotepism, he told his ass off, and that guy couldn't hang up because he would have looked like a fool. So I said that's cool. That's why I said let me get with this Jason guy, even though some of the stuff he was saying I wasn't with, but the fact that he told them off, I said I like that.
Oh yeah, but that Jason Black dude be going hard on brothers.
Yeah.
When you don't see things this way, boy, you're a nigga in the heartbeat.
Oh yeah, I was listening to a couple of his shows from last week, and again, he likes to control the conversation. You saw that little piece I put up when I said my name is Carlos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was surprised he didn't recognize your voice, man.
Yeah, now that goes to show this motherfucker is don't know what he just be making shit up because he's talking about absolutely nothing and nothing that had to do with whatever the hell I was calling in for, which I never really got a chance to get out. He's just rambling on and shit, just trying to control the conversation. That's why I was able to slip that plug in because I said, "Shit, this ain't going nowhere, so I might as well plug my shit." You know, fuck it.
Oh, he started calling you coon after you were going. See that coon?
Kept on going about Dominicans and Puerto Ricans and black men. I said, man, see, that's the thing. That goes to show he wants to control the conversation.
You identify as black, right? Why
you
brought up that coons?
Yeah. I'm like, but I did that on purpose though, because I said I want to see how he reacts to a Puerto Rican since that's in the Caribbean, you know?
Yeah.
I just want to see how he reacted. But he switched it over to a Dominican real quick. And you know, my man, he's from small town Shreveport, Louisiana, but yet he, you know, I know everywhere in Manhattan and New York. I know Los Angeles. I've been to Los Angeles, Chicago. I could tell you about that road in Chicago.
And tell black people about some goddamn olives.
Yeah, he lied about that shit, man. I looked that shit up. Olives are not sweet like grapes in their natural form. This shit's fucking very bitter. So I said, why is this man lying like this shit, man? I mean, anyway, man, I'm getting too tired, man. I can't even concentrate anymore. That's why D. Dwell had to dip out because he's like, fuck it, man. My answers ain't coming out right, man. So, all right, man, we try to do this again. You know, I'm trying to do it in the middle of the week, but you know.
I can't wait for that later for Africa 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
that shit was funny as hell. One of them brothers said, man, they talking about us bad. They disrespecting Africa. Later for Africa Part 4.
That was God.
Valley in the truth.
He said, man, that goddamn Elquan and Tyrone.
Yeah, I know those guys.
So bad about Africa.
I know those guys. They're not coming back on air. I mean, I didn't say I dislike them. They can still come because they're not banned now. All Facts. That's a band. Got All Facts and Big J and this other dude. They're banned.
Whatever
Meatball's not even banned.
Whatever happened to you and Son of Man getting back up?
You know, I tried, and what happened was they kept bullshitting, man. They said they were coming on, and then I made sure I contacted them the day before it was supposed to go on. Then they said, call me or some shit like that.
I'm about to head out. I'm going to see y'all for the next live.
All right. Thanks for stopping by, bro. So, you know, they just BS. And I said, fuck it, man. I said, they bullshitting. Fuck it.
Oh, man. But all right, man. With that, I'm gonna let y'all go ahead. You heard me? We're building with y'all.
Thanks everybody for coming by. Thanks everybody for listening. And you know I'm tired. All right.